Hurry, come on. That nagging, impatient voice jolted me awake. My eyes snapped open. Wait, didn't I die? Why does this feel so real? The woman in front of me was impossibly young, skin so fair it looked like you could pinch water out of it. She wore a bright red silk nightgown, the collar cut scandalously low. That ripe, mature charm of hers, along with the faint scent of sweet osmanthus, drifted straight into my nose. Chen Rulin, 20 years younger. What are you spacing out for? Get up. Quit playing dead, she said, rolling over and shooting me an annoyed look. I stared, my throat bobbing up and down. What the hell? Wasn't this woman supposed to be arranging my funeral? I sat up in bed and looked around. Dull gray concrete floor, yellowed walls, 2 campwood chests in the corner, a big red double happiness paper cutout stuck to the wooden window. This was the year 2000, my family's old rundown house. I'd been reborn. Memories from my past life came flooding back like a tide. My older brother, Chao Yang, had been promised in an arranged marriage since childhood to the village chief's family. The bride was Chen Rulin. This woman was a famous beauty for miles around. Curvy in all the right places, quick with her hands, sweet-tempered, and devoted to home. Plenty of men in the surrounding villages had their eye on her. But 3 days before the wedding, that bastard brother of mine ran off with another woman, claiming it was all for true love. To hold our heads up in the village and to calm the chief's fury, the Chao family forced me to take his place and marry her. To this day, I remember the way my old man knelt on the ground and begged me. Son, your brother's run off. Our family can't just die out. If the chief's family raises hell, how are we ever going to show our faces again? My heart softened, and I agreed. On our wedding night, she lifted her veil, saw it was a different man, and smashed half the room to pieces. But what was done was done. Both families had their pride, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow it. At first, I actually thought I'd landed the deal of a lifetime. A gorgeous wife handed to me for free. I could have laughed myself awake in my sleep. My idiot brother had no clue what he was passing up. Only later did I realize it was a death sentence. This woman's appetite was off the charts, a bottomless pit. All those years working the tide flats by the sea had given me a body full of hard muscle, and she wore every bit of it down to nothing. In the end, I died in that very bed, gone before middle age was through. What are you staring at? Haven't gotten your fill yet. She tugged at the corner of the blanket, her cheeks flushing red. I shivered. This wasn't a wife. This was a man-eating she-devil who wouldn't spit out the bones. Stay away from me, I said, shrinking into the corner of the bed, my voice trembling. Her brows shot up, and she sat straight up. The blanket slid down, exposing a wide expanse of snow-white skin. What are you hiding from? Think I'm going to eat you alive? You're worse than eating people, I blurted out. She froze, her eyes welling up. Biting her lower lip, she glared at me. Chao Fei, let me tell you something. Your family owes me. Your brother ran off and made a fool of me, and now you're the one who's going to pay that debt. From now on, whenever I need you, you'd better come running. So quit playing dead. She lifted her chin, but her gaze drifted almost involuntarily to my shoulders, and the flush on her face deepened. After all, this brother-in-law of hers had spent years doing hard physical labor, far more muscular than that scrawny brother of mine. She reached out and poked a finger against my chest. Your brother could run, huh? Go ahead, try running yourself. I gave up my maidenhood so cheaply to you, and you've got the nerve to look down on me? My scalp went numb, and my stomach churned. Here we go again. One more round, and my life would be forfeit right here. No, I had to get a divorce. While we were still newlyweds, before I got completely drained dry, I needed to run and save my own skin. The chief's face, the Chao family's reputation, to hell with all of it. With my life gone, what good was saving face? I clenched my fists. I knew this woman's tactics all too well. If I didn't cut this off cleanly and fast, she'd have me wrapped around her finger for good, with no way out. I had to strike while she was still furious and end it for good. I raised my head, my gaze firm. Rulin, let's lay it all out on the table. She started, clearly not expecting the always meek me to speak in that tone. What do you want to say? This marriage was a mistake from the start. My brother wronged you, and so did I. Let's divorce. I'll give you back your freedom. The room fell silent in an instant. Her eyes went wide, her face full of disbelief. She never could have imagined that the man who'd landed the deal of a lifetime would actually be the one to bring up divorce. What did you say? She was so angry she laughed, her chest heaving violently. Chao Fei, you took my body, and now you think you can just wipe your hands and walk away? I'm trying to save my life, I sighed helplessly. I'd already tried. I genuinely couldn't keep up. There's no such thing as a field that can't be plowed. Only an ox worked to death. Bullshit. A pillow smacked me square in the face. Not one of you Chao men is worth a damn. You think you can just dump me? Not a chance. You owe me, and you'll never pay it off as long as you live. Watching her look ready to devour me, my skin crawled. No more hesitating. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, this divorce was happening. I threw off the blanket, climbed out of bed, and started getting dressed. If I couldn't fight her, at least I could run. But the moment my feet touched the floor, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. The second hand of the wall clock froze in place. Even the furious expression on her face locked into that single instant. The whole world was like someone had hit the pause button. Before I could even react, a blinding white light burst before my eyes. A wave of intense dizziness hit me, and I instinctively shut my eyes. When I opened them again, everything had changed. I was standing on unfamiliar ground. Green hills, clear waters, mist curling through the air. Beneath my feet was rich black soil, giving off the fragrance of fresh earth. In the very center, a spring bubbled and gurgled, releasing wisps of white vapor. The water was crystal clear all the way to the bottom, carrying a refreshing, soul-soothing scent. One breath of it, and all my exhaustion vanished. Even the ache in my lower back was gone. Where was this? As I stood there bewildered, my chest suddenly burned. I looked down. The crescent-shaped birthmark I'd had since birth was glowing red. In the blink of an eye, all the information about this place poured into my mind. No way, this is a spirit spring space. The reborn protagonist's cheat power. I was ecstatic. I never imagined a stroke of luck this enormous would fall on an unlucky bastard like me. This was heaven's way of making up for the miserable end I'd suffered in my past life. I drew in deep breaths of the fresh air in the space, greedily savoring this moment of peace. This was an absolute domain that belonged to me alone. With a single thought, I could come and go anytime, anywhere, with no restrictions whatsoever. I clenched my fists. The muscles in my arms swelled instantly, veins twisting across the surface, brimming with terrifying explosive power. A surging strength coursed wildly through every limb and every inch of me. The body that had nearly fallen apart under her demands just minutes ago now felt light as a feather. No more aching back. No more weak knees. I strode over to the spring, scooped up the clear water, and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. The cool, sweet spring water slid down my throat and turned into a warm current, seeping into my organs, mending every hidden injury in my body. So good. So damn good. Just 2 mouthfuls in, and I could feel every cell in my body cheering, madly soaking up the nourishment. I could even hear the blood roaring through my veins. I looked down at my power-filled arms, a grin tugging at the corner of my mouth. In my past life, it was precisely because I didn't have this that I got drained dry by that bottomless pit of a woman and died before my time. If I'd only known I was carrying this heaven-defying treasure, I never would have died so pathetically in bed. I gritted my teeth. Her haughty, seductive expression floated up in my mind again, and a wicked heat flared in my chest. Didn't that woman say I was useless? Didn't she say I couldn't even last 2 hours? Today, we were settling that score once and for all. With the spirit spring space backing me, I now had an endless well of ox-like strength. Even tension rulings wouldn't faze me. If I turned this strength on her, I figured I could wring that curvy beauty out until she was crying for her parents and begging on her knees for mercy. A single thought, a flash of white light, and I was back in that shabby wedding room. Time began to flow again, and her shrill cursing immediately filled my ears. But as she cursed, her voice gradually softened. Because she'd noticed something was off, the man in front of her had changed. Changed in a way that made him a stranger to her, even set her heart racing with unease. The once timid, spineless man who used to blush at a single glance from her was now sizing her up with a wild, unabashed look in his eyes. I casually tossed the pillow to the floor and walked toward the bed, step by step. With each step, the pressure I gave off grew heavier. She instinctively shrank back, pulling the blanket up to cover her chest. But she couldn't tear her eyes away from me. Why are you looking at me like that? She swallowed hard, her voice flustered. Didn't you say I took your body and I had to take responsibility? I stopped at the edge of the bed and looked down at her. I'm not leaving anymore. She paused, then lifted her chin, glaring back and forcing herself to look composed. Good. At least you know what's good for you. I'm telling you, from now on, whenever I need you, you come running. That's your duty as my man. Come running, huh? I narrowed my eyes, my gaze roaming shamelessly over her low, open collar. In my past life, I'd feared her, avoided her, and in the end I still died at her hands. This time, I was going to make her understand exactly who ruled this house. So you don't want a divorce? I leaned down, planting both hands on either side of her. She jumped, her back pressing flat against the wall, her chest heaving even harder. Obviously, I gave you my innocence. I got stood up by your brother. I've nearly lost every shred of my dignity. Why the hell would I let you off easy with a divorce? Oh, and there's my duty as a man to fulfill? I pressed in another inch closer. Her cheeks burned, her heart pounding inexplicably fast. Her eyes began to dart away, no longer daring to meet mine. How had this man suddenly become so manly? He was like a completely different person from the spineless coward of moments ago. Had something snapped in him? Those broad shoulders, those powerful arms. Somehow they gave her the fleeting urge to lean on him, and her whole body went soft. But the pride in her bones wouldn't let her back down. That's right. Even if I don't want to, you're still my husband, Chow Fei, and you have to take responsibility. Fine. Then I'll give you what you want. Here the explicit scene is passed over. The old wooden bed groaned in protest, and a few flakes of plaster shook loose from the wall. By the time the long night finally quieted down, she was utterly spent, too exhausted to lift so much as a finger. All her earlier arrogance drained clean away. The sky at the horizon was slowly turning a pale, fish-belly white. The commotion of the night had finally settled into silence. The cramped little room reeked of damp sweat, and the old bed was still faintly swaying. Chun Ruolin lay collapsed like a puddle of wet cement, draped over the edge of the bed, unable to raise even a finger. The curvy beauty who'd been perched so high and mighty last night, screeching about getting her due, now didn't have the strength left to breathe. Red marks covered her snow-white back, strands of hair clung messily to her face, and a tired trace of drool hung at the corner of her mouth. I looked at her, and you, with that dumb look on your face, actually thought you could take me on. I braced my legs and sat straight up. The strength in my chest was still surging outward. From head to toe, I didn't feel the slightest bit of soreness. Refreshed, clear-headed, so damn good. Just think about my past life. I got worn down by this woman until my eyes rolled back, and in the end she wore me to death. Was that a raw deal, or what? Enough to make steam shoot out of my head. Heaven had eyes after all. This spirit spring space really was a divine treasure, one of a kind in all the world. Not only had it wiped away the hidden ailments I'd accumulated from years of hard labor, it had even let me tame this bloodthirsty little wild mare into perfect submission. Don't please have mercy on me, Chun Ruolin mumbled, her brows knit, her face dazed. She pursed her lips and burrowed her head desperately into the covers, trembling even in her dreams. I gave a cold laugh. Who was it that cried, "No fair," after just 2 hours last time? This life, we're settling all our accounts. From now on, you live by watching my mood, and you'd better learn your manners. I reached out and patted her flushed cheek. What's this? Out of steam already? No more. I really don't have any strength left. Seeing that she truly couldn't take any more, I gave a cold snort, got up, and left the room. Outside was the sea breeze unique to the year 2000, carrying a hint of salt and the cool freshness of earth. I drew in a deep breath of the cold air, and my joints and bones crackled all over, like I'd been reborn from the marrow out. A few strips of salted fish hung by the wall, weeds grew up between the flagstones, and a black-headed rooster wandered aimlessly, perched on a fence post. In my past life, after I had kids and moved into the city, my health went bad, and I never came back to this old home again. Now, looking at this familiar yet strange mud brick house, a fire shot straight up to my forehead. I'd really been given a second damn life. 20 years of foreknowledge, plus a heaven-defying spirit spring space tucked in my pocket. If I live this life like a spineless nobody all over again, I might as well go bash my head against a block of tofu and be done with it. I was in the middle of plotting my grand plan to strike it rich when a hand suddenly clapped down on my shoulder. I whipped around. A little old man in a gray cloth jacket stood behind me, neck hunched, guilt written all over his face. My father, Chow Jingwo. He grinned at me, chuckling sheepishly. Up this early, he said, lowering his voice. Ruolin didn't wear you out. My eyes suddenly stung with heat. The old man's spine was already hunched. Years of going out to sea to fish, battered by wind and sun, had left his face dark and weathered. In my past life, 10 years after my wedding, he passed away without a word of complaint, done in by the hidden illnesses he'd worked himself into over the years. Not 2 years later, my mother, Wang Xiuhua, followed him. The old couple had suffered their whole lives and never got to enjoy a single day of comfort. That was the thorn I could never pull out of my heart in my past life. But things were different now. I secretly clenched my fists, feeling that endless, life-giving spirit spring energy inside me. This spring water didn't just strengthen the body, it could nurture all living things. With it, plus 10 years of preparation, I could surely nurse my parents' old ailments back to health. Tonight, after dinner, while no one was looking, I'd secretly slip some spirit spring water into the water jar. I'd start by slowly replenishing the old couple's vitality, making up for everything they'd lost. This life, I had to make sure they lived in comfort and plenty, making up for all the hardship they'd endured. I'd buy a big house in the city, hire help to wait on them, and let them walk out the door with their heads held high. As for the spirit spring space, I wasn't going to breathe a word of it to anyone. Having lived once already, I saw things with a good deal more steadiness than most young people. This thing was far too precious. If word got out, the consequences would be unthinkable. I couldn't gamble on whether others would believe it. If they believed even a little, I might get hauled off to be some lab rat. Dad, my throat bobbed as I forced down that ache. How come you're up so early too? Don't tell me Mom wore you out. Can your back still take it? Get out of here, you brat. Dad rolled his eyes at me, then glanced furtively around. Once he'd confirmed no one else was in the yard, he fished a crumpled pack of Great Front Gate cigarettes out of his pocket. Come on. He jerked his chin toward the gate. Keep your old man company for a smoke. Get some air. I broke into a grin and followed the old man out. Father and son ambled down the dirt road to the old locust tree at the village entrance, found a slab of bluestone, and sat down side by side. The village in the early morning was still hushed, with the occasional bark of a dog drifting from somewhere far off. Dad dug out 2 bent cigarettes and handed me one. I lit up, took a deep drag, and let the harsh smoke slide into my lungs before slowly breathing it out. Son, Dad took a couple of puffs and blew out a gray-white ring of smoke. These past few days you've had it rough. I flicked off some ash and said nothing. That brother of yours, Chow Yong, that no-good bastard. Dad slapped his thigh, seething. He's really not worth a damn. So he ran off, fine. But then he dumps this whole mess named Chen Rulin right on your head. When your brother first took off, I thought he was blind as a bat. Passing up a sweet, top-quality beauty like that. One look and you know she's built to bear children, and running off with that vixen instead. Grease must have clogged up his brain. Dad sighed and turned to look at me. But now it seems your brother saw the warning signs early. I raised an eyebrow. Dad, what do you mean? Still playing dumb with me. Dad shot me a look, then leaned in and dropped his voice. That Chen Rulin, her, needs in that department are awfully big, aren't they? I almost choked on the smoke and coughed several times. This old man. How does he still say whatever's on his mind? No filter at all. Don't try to hide it from me. Dad wore the knowing look of a man who'd been there and clapped me on the shoulder. These past few days you've had dark circles under your eyes every single day, and you walk like your legs are made of jelly. You've spent years out fishing and combing the tide flats. You think we don't know how tough your body is? Not to mention the noises coming from your room. Your old man's been around the block. You think I can't tell how much you've been suffering? As he said it, a look of guilt crossed his face. When it comes right down to it, our Chow family owes you on this one. If your brother hadn't run off, this rotten job would never have landed on you. I figured marrying a pretty wife, and the village chief's own sweet daughter, no less, would make you look good. Who knew we'd be bringing home a bottomless pit that's never satisfied? Listening to Dad's unique take on things, I honestly didn't know how to respond. If this had been my last life, I definitely would have grabbed him and poured my heart out about all my misery. But this life, last night, I broke that little wild filly in until she was gentle as a lamb. Dad, it's really not as bad as you think. I rubbed my nose and cleared my throat. All right. Dad waved a hand, cutting me off. Men have their pride. I get it, son. He tossed his cigarette but on the ground and crushed it under his foot. But listen here, number 2. Your old man called you out today because I've got a couple things to tell you. He turned serious, which was rare for him. That business, every man likes it, but you've got to show some restraint. Look at the sorry, washed-out state you're in now. Keep going at it, and you'll end up dying on top of a woman one of these days. Me? Hold on now. I'm bound to a spirit spring space these days. I could go all night with her and wake up refreshed and clear-headed. Washed out. Since when? Dad, I'm really fine. I spread my hands. My body's in great shape. Great shape, my ass. Dad snapped irritably. You think your old man's blind? You used to work the fields all day without breaking a sweat. And now? You struggle just carrying a bucket of water. Yesterday you split firewood a couple of times and were already gasping for air. No matter how much of a firecracker that Chen Rulin is, she's not something you can live on. You need to save some energy and build a real life for this family. You can't spend your whole life burning yourself out on a woman, can you? Listening to Dad ramble on, I wasn't annoyed in the slightest. Instead, a warmth welled up inside me. Forget it. This is what a real father is. No matter how harsh he sounds, every word is out of concern for me. In my last life, I'd have given anything just to hear it. Dad, don't worry. I put away my smile and looked at him seriously. I know what I'm doing. From now on, I won't let her walk all over me again. And this family's life is going to get better with every passing day. I said it with real conviction. Dad froze for a second, as if he hadn't expected his always meek second son to say something with such backbone. He looked me up and down, feeling like something about this boy was different today. Fine, as long as you've got the will, that's what matters. Your color does look a little better today. That's right, stop wasting all your energy on a woman. Don't just rely on being young and go overboard. Take it easy. The corner of my mouth twitched. Got it. The way I feel right now, I could go 800 rounds with her, no problem. I'm just worried she couldn't keep up. Come on, Dad, let's head home for breakfast. Gotta eat well to have the strength to work. You go ahead. I'll swing by the little shop and pick up a few things. You got it. I just walked back into the courtyard when I heard some commotion inside the house. A moment later, the bedroom door opened. Chen Rulin came out clutching the doorframe, her legs trembling. That face of hers, normally so bright and lovely, was now completely drained of color, with the faint tracks of dried tears still at the corners of her eyes. The instant she saw me, her voluptuous frame instinctively shrank back. Watching her startled expression, a teasing smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. In my last life, I was always the one she looked at like that. Now, the roles are reversed. I'm going to show you what real cruelty feels like. I deliberately stepped forward twice, letting my gaze roam over her without the slightest restraint. Well. I crossed my arms, my tone laced with mockery. Look who's awake. Her body gave a violent shudder, and she quickly gripped the doorframe tighter, terrified she'd collapse to the floor. Those once proud eyes were now full of panic. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I lowered my voice. I've slept enough, she stammered. As she spoke, she pulled her collar tight, watching me warily. That crimson silk nightgown swayed lightly in the breeze, tracing the stunning curves of her figure. But right now, all of last night's domineering, look-down-her-nose energy was gone. I took another step forward. Don't come any closer. Like a startled rabbit, her voice trembled, and her legs wobbled beyond her control. I stopped in my tracks, a glint of amusement flashing in my eyes. Listen to you. That's sure not the attitude you had last night. Who was it that said I had needs and had to come running whenever you called? Her cheeks flushed instantly, the redness spreading all the way down to the base of her neck. She bit her lower lip. That was just something I said in the heat of the moment. It's your fault for making me mad last night and talking about divorce. In the heat of the moment? I sneered and pressed one step closer. My tall frame blocked out the morning light, casting her in shadow. This is your duty as my wife. You've had your fill now, but I haven't. As my wife, shouldn't you satisfy me too? Her eyes went wide, her whole face filled with disbelief. Was this man even human? They'd gone at it all night, nearly breaking the bed apart. And he still wanted more? Her scalp prickled and her breathing quickened. How had this man's body suddenly turned so monstrous? He used to max out at 2 hours. Now he was practically tireless. She bit her lip, her mind flooding with all the wild scenes from last night. That storm of an assault, that suffocating stamina, it was nothing an ordinary man could possess. She even wondered if this man had been possessed by some sea spirit. How else could he change so drastically overnight? Now, just one look at those wild, feral eyes of mine, and her heart crawled with dread. If they did it one more time, she was sure it would kill her. Just as she was so panicked, she was about to cry. The wooden door of the main house creaked open. A middle-aged woman in coarse cloth clothes came out carrying an enamel basin. It was my mom, Wang Xiuhua. Years of hard labor had kept her body sturdy enough, and she walked with brisk, energetic steps. Seeing the two of us in the courtyard, she paused. Chen Rulin's eyes lit up. Ignoring her weak legs, she stumbled over and threw herself at my mom, grabbing onto her arm. Mom! She hid behind my mom, poking half her head out and pointing at me with a pitiful, wronged look. He's bullying me. My mom's face darkened. She set the enamel basin down hard on the stone platform. Number 2. She glared and strode right up to me. What do you think you're doing? Looking at my mom standing there, alive and well, my eyes suddenly stung with heat. In my last life, after Dad passed, she pined herself sick and grew frilier by the day. In the end, she never got to enjoy a single day of peace and closed her eyes with nothing but regret. To be able to hear her scold me at full volume again, it really was wonderful. I took a deep breath and forced the sourness back down. Mom, I didn't do anything. Still talking back. She raised her hand and smacked me on the shoulder. Rulin just married in, and our Chow family already owes her plenty. That bastard brother of yours ran off, so Rulin got stuck settling for you. You don't even know to cherish your wife, and you've got the nerve to bully her. A wife as pretty and capable as Rulin, other people couldn't find one in 8 lifetimes with a lantern. You act up like this, and I'll whup you. The angrier she got, the more worked up she became. She turned and took Chen Rulin's hand, patting it gently. Don't be scared, Rulin. As long as I'm here, he won't dare do anything to you. Chen Rulin sniffled and nodded, her eyes red. She even shot me a provoking little glance, looking utterly emboldened. Me. This woman really knows how to play it up. I'd count myself lucky if she didn't bully me. If I weren't backed by the spirit spring space this life, I figure I'd have ended up like last time, squeezed dry until I dropped dead. Who exactly was the one crying and begging for mercy in bed last night? And now she's putting on this poor, pitiful act. Still, watching my mom fiercely protect her, my heart felt warm. Mom, I really wasn't bullying her. I sighed helplessly. I was just cracking a joke. A joke that scares someone half to death. She shot me a look. Then she studied Chen Ruolin's haggard appearance, and a wave of tenderness came over her. Ruolin, dear, did you not sleep well last night? Look at those dark circles. Your face is so pale. Chen Ruolin flushed and lowered her head, not daring to say a word. She could hardly tell her mother-in-law that her son had kept her up all night. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. In my last life, I was the one begging for death. This life, it's finally this voluptuous beauty Chen Ruolin's turn. Huh, that's for bullying me last time. Mom, I'm hungry. Is breakfast ready? I asked, rubbing my stomach. All you think about is eating. Wang Xiuhua shot me a glare. I turned to Chen Ruolin, the corner of my mouth curling, and said with a double meaning, my wife must be hungry too, right? One look at my expression and she knew I was up to no good. Just as she was about to shoot back, grrrr. Her stomach suddenly let out a loud protest. Chen Ruolin froze completely, the look on her face absolutely priceless. She'd been hungry to begin with, and after I'd worn her out all night, her stomach's growl was pure instinct. There was no controlling it. She shut her eyes in embarrassment, wishing she could just faint on the spot. Wang Xiuhua paused, then laughed. Good, hungry is good. A good appetite is a blessing. I'll go make food right now. Ruolin, go rest in your room first. I'll call you when it's ready. With that, she turned and headed into the kitchen, her steps noticeably lighter. Chen Ruolin let out a long breath and turned to glare fiercely at me. What are you staring at? Get back inside. Hands in my pockets, I sauntered up to her. What's this? Now that mom's not here to protect you, you want to throw your weight around again. She instinctively stepped back until her spine hit the wall. Don't you dare try anything. Mom's still in the kitchen. Watching her put on a front of composure, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Hurry up and go lie down. Look at those trembling legs. You can barely stand. Her cheeks went scorching hot in an instant. She bit her lip, stamped her foot, and fled back into the room like she was running for her life. Watching her scramble away, my smile grew even wider. In all fairness, Chen Ruolin really is a top-tier beauty. Gorgeous, young, and fair-skinned, with a great personality too. She doesn't let outsiders take advantage of her, and at home, she looks after the family. She never wrongs good people, and she doesn't bleed her husband's family dry to prop up her own. Even our future boy-girl twins, she'd raise them both into fine, accomplished people. Her one and only flaw is that her appetite in that department is so strong it makes a man want to divorce and run for his life. In my last life, I genuinely couldn't satisfy her. But this life, I've got the spirit spring space. Heh, and all my troubles are swept clean away. This top-tier wife, this life, she's mine and mine alone. Before long, the rich aroma of cornmeal porridge drifted out of the kitchen. The stove fire danced as Wang Xiuhua nimbly sliced up shredded pickled vegetables, drizzled on a couple drops of sesame oil, and hurried into the main room carrying the pickles and a few golden yellow steamed cornbread buns. Meanwhile, my dad, Chao Jiangwo, was ambling along the village's dirt road with a soy sauce bottle in hand. As he passed the big pagoda tree at the village entrance, a few early rising villagers were huddled together smoking. Old Chao out buying soy sauce this early, huh? Lee the Gimp from the east and blew out a smoke ring, his eyes mocking. Got a new bride at home. Gotta eat something good to build your strength back up. The few men beside him burst into raucous laughter. Chao Yang jilting his bride, and the Chao family making me marry my brother's ex-fiancée in his place. Word of it had already spread across all the surrounding villages, making us the butt of everyone's jokes. Thankfully, the village chief let it slide for the sake of the older generation's friendship, or the Chao family really would have caught some grief. My dad's weathered face flushed red, and he glared back irritably. Get lost, get lost. Quit wagging your tongues. He quickened his pace toward home, anger simmering inside. These gossiping bastards. One day I'll shut every one of your mouths. And that damn Chao Yang, he'd better not come back, or I'll break his dog legs. Back in the main room, my dad set the soy sauce bottle down on the windowsill, his expression still sour. Hurry up and wash your hands. Time to eat. Wang Xiuhua called the two of us men over. I strode over and sat down at the table. She pushed the two biggest cornbread buns in front of me, glanced at the tightly shut east room door, and lowered her voice. Ruolin, poor girl, she's worn out. She went back to rest. Eat up quick, and when you're done, take some into her. My dad nearly spat out a mouthful of porridge, coughing violently, his face turning red. This woman doesn't understand a thing. Worn out, is she? There's no such thing as overworked land. Only oxen work to death. He wiped the corner of his mouth and shot me a complicated look, groaning inwardly. This second son of mine used to be a real workhorse, but that department? Who could say? Chen Ruolin looks like the fertile, childbearing type. If they keep going at it like this every day, how's his body ever going to hold up? I got it, Mom, I nodded. Ahem. Number 2. Young men need to take care of their bodies. Slow and steady wins the race. You understand the rules or not. There was more than a little meaning behind my dad's words. I took a bite of cornbread, chewing it happily with the pickled vegetables. This was the taste of my mom's cooking from my memories. Dad, relax. I know what I'm doing. I picked up the big bowl and gulped down half of it in one go, feeling completely satisfied from head to toe. With the spirit spring space in hand, my body's now sturdier than a young bull. Forget slow and steady. I can weather any storm they throw at me. All right, that's enough out of you. Wang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at my dad and added another spoonful of porridge to my bowl. Ruolin is the village chief's daughter, marrying into our family. She's the one who lucked out. We're lucky to have her. That good-for-nothing brother of yours ran off and wronged the poor girl, so you'd better treat her right. Mom, I know. I stuffed the last of the cornbread into my mouth in a few bites and stood up. I filled a bowl to the brim with thick porridge and added a big pinch of pickled vegetables. Mom, I'll take it into her. I pushed open the bedroom door. That particular scent from last night still lingered in the air. I shut the door behind me, my gaze landing on the bed. Chen Ruolin lay on her side under the covers, the collar of her crimson silk nightgown open, exposing a broad expanse of snow-white skin. Her voluptuous figure traced heart-stopping curves beneath the thin blanket. With each breath, her chest rose and fell slightly. Sunlight streamed in through the wooden lattice window, spilling across her lovely face. A few loose strands of hair clung to her forehead, adding a touch of fragile pitifulness. Last night's lofty, domineering aura was nowhere to be found. She looked for all the world like a small, frightened woman. Carrying the bowl, I walked to the bedside and looked down at the woman who had drained me dry in my last life. Just last night, she was clamoring for me to come whenever she called, and now she didn't even have the strength to roll over. What a little vixen, just begging to be put in her place. I set the bowl down on the nightstand. The soft clink was enough to startle her awake from her deep sleep. Her eyelashes fluttered violently, and her eyes snapped open. The moment she saw it was me, her pupils shrank abruptly, and she instinctively cowered into the corner of the bed, clutching the blanket tightly to wrap herself up. Her breathing was rapid, her eyes full of panic. All those terrifying memories from last night came flooding back in an instant. The countless times she'd begged for mercy. This man was terrifying. She bit her lower lip, her body trembling, not even daring to look at me. You, why did you come in without knocking? Wife, this is our room. Were you doing something in here you shouldn't be? Do I really need to knock to come in? I held back a laugh, dragged over a chair, and plopped down brazenly. Besides, weren't you the one whose stomach was growling with hunger? I pointed at the bowl of porridge. I brought you your breakfast. Her stomach betrayed her with another growl right on cue. Her face flushed instantly, and she wished she could sink straight through the floor. Seeing her so flustered put me in a great mood. Why are you guarding against me like I'm some kind of thief? You were the one who refused to divorce no matter what. I gave you your chance. What are you so nervous about now? Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly lifted her chin. I'm not nervous. I just didn't rest well. Watching her cling to her stubborn pride, I couldn't help but laugh. Didn't rest well? Then who was it begging for mercy all night? Her face flushed crimson all the way down to her neck, and she grabbed a pillow and flung it at me. I caught it and tossed it aside. All right, I'll quit teasing you. I picked up the bowl and gave the porridge a stir. Hurry and eat. It's no good once it gets cold. She stared at the bowl of porridge and swallowed. She really was starving. Her stomach was cramping in waves. But being made to lower her head in front of me, she wasn't willing to give in. If you're too weak to manage, I could feed you. No need. I can eat by myself. She gritted her teeth and pushed herself up to sit. But the moment she put any force into it, a soreness surged through her lower back, and her legs couldn't muster the slightest bit of strength. Ah! She cried out, her body tipping to the side. Quick on the draw, I wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and she toppled straight into my embrace. The strong scent on my body flooded her nose, and my broad, burning chest scorched her cheeks red hot. What are you doing? Let go of me. She struggled in a panic. Relax, it's broad daylight. I'm not that starved for it. I looked down at the lovely woman in my arms, secretly pleased. Keeping her up all night last night had been very much on purpose. For one, it was to test my stamina after binding with the spirit spring space, and the results were extremely satisfying, a monstrous, godlike level of power. This spirit spring water hadn't just remade my body, even my energy and 5 senses had evolved. The second reason was to settle an old score from my past life. Last life, she'd worked me over until I was half dead with pleasure and torment. This life, I had to keep the upper hand firmly in my own grip and make her understand who the real head of this household was. Still, seeing how weak she looked, my heart softened. She was my wife, after all, and we still had a whole life ahead to build together. There wasn't a single fault to find in this woman in any respect, except in that department. Ahem. You can't even move. Let me feed you, wife. I scooped up a spoonful of porridge and held it to her lips. She clamped her mouth shut and turned her face away. What? Haven't had enough yet. Want to keep going? As long as my dear wife's willing, I'll go through fire and water for her. No hesitation, as your husband. That startled her, and she quickly turned back. Looking into my feral eyes, her heart leapt with unease, terrified I'd go another round, and she could only obediently open her mouth. The warm porridge slid into her mouth, and she chewed in small bites, the savory saltiness of the pickled vegetables spreading across her tongue. My mom's skill at pickling vegetables was second to none. Paired with thick porridge, it was an absolute delicacy. With food in her stomach, she felt a good deal more comfortable. Tasty? My mom saved this specially for you. She nodded but said nothing. My mom really likes you, you know. I kept feeding her while talking in an unhurried tone, always telling me to treat you better. Says our Chow family owes you, and she's hoping for a grandchild too. She nearly choked on a mouthful of porridge. Cough, cough. I quickly set the bowl down and patted her back. Eat slower. No one's going to steal it from you. She finally caught her breath and glared hard at me. Who said I'd bear you a child? I don't even want her right now. I grinned wickedly. That's not what you were saying last night. She was so mortified she could have bitten me to death. You? Me what? I picked the bowl back up. Hurry and eat. Eat up so you can give me a big fat son. She trembled all over with rage, but there was nothing she could do about me, so she could only channel her fury into her appetite, gulping down mouthful after mouthful of porridge. You need stamina to keep fighting. When the time came, who'd be working over whom would be anybody's guess. Watching her puff up like an angry little balloon, I was tickled inside. This woman really was kind of adorable. How had I never noticed this side of her in my last life? Looks like this life, I'm going to have plenty of fun. The big bowl of porridge was soon scraped clean. I set the bowl down, took the towel from the head of the bed, and gently wiped the corners of her mouth, my movements soft and careful. She stared at me blankly. What kind of man was this, really? Last night he'd been so rough, so wild and tireless, and now here he was, this tender and considerate. Full. I reached out and gave her cheek a pinch. She snapped out of it and quickly turned her face away. Full. Her voice was faint as a mosquito's hum, tinged with shyness. I chuckled softly. Full means you should rest well. There's still real business to take care of. Real business. She caught on in an instant and immediately refused. No. No way. I'm not in the mood right now. Take it easy. Damn. I rolled my eyes hard. What kind of dirty thoughts fill this woman's head? No wonder she wore me out in my last life. I'm going out to the tide flats to fish. You rest up. With the Spirit Spring space, I needed to figure out how to strike it rich. Fishing and combing the tide flats was just step one. Down the road, I'd bring the whole family a good life. Oh, so that's what you meant. Her face flushed scarlet in an instant. Seemed like she really had read too much into it. He'd gone at it all night. Where would he even have the energy left? Seeing me turn to leave. Hey. She finally couldn't hold back, biting her lower lip as she called out. I stopped and looked back at that voluptuous woman on the bed. What is it? You. Aren't you going to rest a little? Chen Ruolin stammered, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. It's been all night. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, the last few words practically mumbled under her breath. Hearing that, I couldn't help but let the corner of my mouth curl upward. The tables sure have turned. Now it was finally her turn to know what it felt like to be unable to get out of bed. Ever since binding with the Spirit Spring space, I'd had boundless energy coursing through me. What need did I have for rest? But how could I pass up such a perfect chance to tease her? What? Feeling sorry for me? Want to rest together? You're the worst. She pouted and shot me an irritated glare. That coquettish, pouty look of hers had my heart itching with delight. Whatever you say about it. She lowered her head, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. You're my man now, too. Last night went on the whole night. Even I couldn't hold up. As she spoke, those flushing, heart-pounding scenes from last night probably surfaced in her mind again, and she gave a light cough. If you want to rest, don't push yourself. Combing the tide flats is dangerous. The waters here are complicated, and there are hidden reefs everywhere. What if you're worn out and something goes wrong? The words were spoken with genuine feeling, without a trace of that lofty arrogance from before. I understood full well. She was the village chief's daughter, raised by the sea since childhood, and she knew the perils of working the tide flats. Every year, someone in the village met with an accident from running out of strength. Now that she'd married me, the die was cast, and naturally she hoped her man would stay safe and sound. Listening to her fuss over me with all her reminders, a warmth welled up in my heart. This wife of mine, her temper ran a little hot, her appetite a little strong, but at her core she was a good woman who cared for her family. If I'd had the body I have now in my last life, our life together would definitely have been prosperous and full of warmth. Thank heavens I'd been given the chance to start over, and thrown in a heaven-defying spirit spring space to boot. This life, I would never let her suffer the slightest grievance again, much less repeat the mistakes of the past. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll go check things out at the shore and bring back some good stuff to build up your strength. You rest well, and don't go running around. With that, I picked up the big coarse porcelain bowl, turned, and headed for the door. From behind came an extremely faint, tremulous little mutter. Thank you. The sound was so soft it would have been impossible to catch without listening closely. But with my five senses now enhanced by the spirit spring space, I heard it crystal clear even from several meters away. I stopped in my tracks, turned back, and cracked a wicked grin. Thank me for what? Filling my own wife's belly is only right and proper. If I couldn't even manage that, then that would be a dereliction of my duty as a husband. I deliberately put heavy emphasis on the words, filling, belly. She froze for a moment, then caught the double meaning in my words. You pervert. She was livid with embarrassment, her cheeks flushing bright red. She grabbed the pillow and hurled it at me with all her might. I dodged to the side, caught it cleanly, and casually tossed it onto the chair. Ha. Rest up well, wife. Laughing heartily, I stepped over the threshold and pulled the door shut behind me. Back inside the room, she was left all alone, sitting on the bed fuming. After putting away the dishes, I made my way to the tool shed in the corner of the courtyard. I pushed open the wooden door. It was dim inside, with all sorts of tide flat and fishing gear piled up in the corners in a jumbled mess. A damp, musty smell mixed with a strong, fishy sea odor hit me in the face. But this smell, I knew it all too well. I took a large plastic bucket down from the wall and hefted it. The handle was wrapped around several times with iron wire, and the rim had cracks in it. A real sorry-looking thing. I pulled a long-handled iron rake out from the heap of junk, dug out a pair of thick rubber gloves from under a fishing net, shook off the dust, and stuffed them into my pocket. Then I picked up the long-handled dip net from the corner and checked the netting for holes. Finally, I took down the old-style headlamp hanging behind the door and flicked the switch. The dim yellow light flickered a couple of times, just barely usable. It was with these beat-up old things that, in my last life, Chow Jang-wo and I had scraped a living from the sea, dawn to dusk, to feed the whole family. I looked through the window toward the dock. There sat a battered little sculling boat, bobbing with the waves, the only thing of value our Chow family had now. Just that one broken-down boat. Face any real wind or waves, and we'd be scared out of our wits. Never mind heading into deep water to catch big fish. In my last life, to trade up for a mid-sized fishing boat with a diesel engine, I'd scrimped and saved for 5 solid years, unwilling even to buy a new set of clothes. This life, with the spirit spring space as my cheat, I would absolutely not live so wretchedly again. Forget a mid-sized fishing boat, even the finest deep-sea ocean vessel. I, Chow Fei, would claim it sooner or later. I was going to make the Chow family the most illustrious tycoons in all the surrounding villages. I took a deep breath, grabbed the bucket and rake, and strode out. Wang Xiuhua was in the courtyard feeding that big black-headed rooster. Seeing me all geared up, she stopped what she was doing. Number 2. Off to the shore already? I lifted the iron rake. Yeah, gonna try my luck while the tide's out. I'll bring back some good stuff to add to the table for you all. Chow Jang-wo squatted under the eaves smoking, smacking his lips a couple of times before exhaling a puff of blue smoke. Take it easy, kid. Don't go treating your body like it's nothing just because you're young. Don't push too hard at the work. Somebody in the village is doing renovations now. When you get sick of fishing, come do that with me. Got it, Dad. Wait for my good news. I pushed open the courtyard gate and headed toward the beach outside the village. The fishing village was already coming to life in the early morning, and the salty sea breeze on my face lifted my spirits. Every now and then along the dirt road I'd pass a few early rising villagers, farm tools and fishing nets over their shoulders, hurrying along. As I walked, I felt that surging power inside me, and my steps were light, none of that old heaviness at all. I hadn't gone far when I ran into Old Lee from the East End, Wang the pockmarked, and Widow Lu carrying a basin off to do her laundry. Old Lee looked up and paused. Number 2, you're up this early, kid? Uncle Lee, Uncle Wang, Auntie Lu, morning. Wang the pockmarked sized me up, a look on his face like he'd seen a ghost. Hold on now. Kid, your color today, something's not right. What's not right? I'm doing great. Eat well, sleep well. Old Lee stroked his chin. The hell? Weren't you half dead just yesterday? 2 big black rings under your eyes, walking with your legs all wobbly. How come today you're like a different man? Exactly, Wang the pockmarked chimed in. That Chen Rulin is our village's famous voluptuous beauty. One look, and you can tell she's the type to suck the marrow right out of a man. You didn't get worked to pieces yesterday? What would you 2 old bachelors know? Widow Lu covered her mouth and giggled. Number 2's young and strong, right in his prime, full of fire. But number 2, Andy's got to warn you. That Shinrulin is no ordinary woman. You'd best pace yourself. As she said it, Widow Lu's eyes roamed over me. I laughed to myself, but kept a straight face. I've got the spirit spring space backing me now. What's one Shinrulin? I could handle 10 more like her. Uncles, Auntie Lu, now you're underestimating me. I patted my solid chest. I, Chow Fei, have worked the tide flats for years. My body's sturdy. Normally, I can carry 100+ pounds without breaking a sweat. You think a little thing like that could wear me down? Sure, keep blowing hot air. Old Lee curled his lip, a hint of sourness in his tone. Yesterday your dad went to buy soy sauce, and his face was as long as a mule's. Who in the village doesn't know your brother ran off, and you took his place marrying Shinrulin? Caused a real uproar. That woman's got a fire burning inside her. You think she'd let you off easy? Come clean now. Did you secretly take some kind of magic elixir? Yeah. Give your uncles a little inside scoop. We swear we won't tell a soul. There was a sleazy curiosity gleaming in Wang the Pockmark's eyes. Widow Lu leaned in too. Number 2, if you really do have some good stuff, tell your auntie about it. Me. This bunch, what in the world goes through their heads all day? The older they get, the dirtier their minds. I couldn't be bothered wasting time on this pointless nonsense with them. All right, uncles, auntie, I've got to hurry to the shore. Once I bring back some good stuff, I'll come treat you all to a drink. Bucket and rake in hand, I headed for the shore without looking back. Behind me, old Lee and the others exchanged glances, dumbfounded for a good long while. Damn it, the kid's really got something strange about him today. Walking with such vigor and swagger, doesn't look one bit like a man who just got drained dry. Could the Chow family really have some ancestral secret formula that turns a man into a live dragon overnight? Wang the Pockmarked swallowed, a flash of greed in his eyes. There's definitely something fishy going on with this Chow number 2. Widow Lu bit her lip, watching my retreating figure, an odd light flickering in her eyes. Tools in hand, I arrived at the muddy tidal flats by the shore, greeted head-on by a gust of salty sea breeze. The tide was out, and vast stretches of wet, glistening mud and sand lay exposed. The villagers Li Dushing and Wang Di Gang were bent over, rear ends in the air, digging through the shallows, covered head to toe in mud and water. Damn it, everything worth catching's dead and gone today. Li Dushing straightened up and pounded his lower back, his face full of frustration. Ain't that the truth? Wang Di Gang sighed. Nothing but worthless little fish and shrimp. Just then Wang Di Gang spotted me and called out. Hey, Chow number 2, you're out here too? Morning, uncles. I answered, then fixed my gaze on the sea and focused my mental energy. The once murky seawater and thick layers of mud and sand actually turned transparent before my eyes. I could even clearly make out the little clams half a meter deep under the sand, tucked into their shells to hide from predators. Damn, the eyesight this spirit spring space enhanced was too insane. My heart pounded wildly, and my breathing quickened. With something like this, combing the tide flats and fishing would be as easy as picking up money. I reined in my elation and quickly walked to a flat stretch of mud. Through the surface layer of sand, I could see 3 enormous, top-grade cat's-eye snails hidden below, clear as day. I raised the iron rake, took aim, and dug down. Mud and sand churned up, and 3 fist-sized cat's-eye snails rolled out, their shells gleaming beautifully. I bent down, picked them up, and tossed them into the bucket. Struck it rich. This time I was really going to strike it big. I swept my gaze along the crevices between the reef rocks, my vision penetrating the undercurrents and seaweed. A plump blue crab was hiding deep in a rock crevice, and beside it crouched an octopus with its tentacles splayed menacingly. I reached out with my gloved hand and grabbed each one, dead on target. In the span of just half an hour, the bottom of the bucket was covered with a layer of fresh, live seafood. This speed was even more absurd than restocking at a shop. Li Dushing and Wang Di Gang groped their way over nearby, and seeing me pull one good thing after another out of the rock crevices, they curiously came in for a look and peered into my bucket. Holy crap, Li Dushing's eyes went wide. Number 2, you must have stepped in some crazy good luck today. Wang Di Gang swallowed hard, his eyes practically popping out. A blue crab that big? I haven't seen one in years. And these cat's-eye snails are so plump. How on earth did you find them? Just lucky. Dug around a bit, and there they were. Looks like I'm gonna cash in big today. I brushed it off casually. But taking a closer look at the goods in my bucket, I frowned slightly. These outer area catches were decent, but in my eyes they were nowhere near enough. I wanted to head to the deep water reef zone and get some truly valuable big-ticket goods. Hey, number 2, where are you headed? Seeing me about to move forward, Li Dushing grabbed my arm and pointed to the deep water area ahead. There's a lot of undercurrents over there, and the water's too deep. Usually none of us dare go. Don't risk your life over a few bucks worth of catch. Uncle Lee, I know what I'm doing. I shook his hand off. You two just keep searching here at your own pace. With that, I headed straight for the treacherous, complicated terrain of the deep water reef zone. The seawater gradually rose past my knees, its icy chill slapping against my calves. This area was indeed dangerous for fishermen unfamiliar with it, but for me, having combed these tide flats countless times in my last life, it was as familiar as coming home. What's more, this time I had the five senses enhanced by the spirit spring space. There was absolutely nothing to fear. I scanned the seafloor with total concentration, my gaze cutting through layer after layer of rippling water, and locked onto a hidden rock cave. At the bottom of the cave lurked an enormous, extremely rare wild mud crab, a good bit bigger than a wash basin, with two massive claws covered in coarse bristles. Damn, this is definitely top grade. This is the big score I've been waiting for. I took a deep breath and softened my steps, slowly approaching. The mud crab seemed to sense danger. It suddenly brandished its two massive claws, striking an attack posture. I sneered. Drawing on the reaction speed the spirit spring had enhanced, I thrust out the iron rake, its tip landing squarely on one of its claws, pinning it hard against the reef. It struggled desperately, its other claw flailing wildly and kicking up a spray of water. Seizing the moment, I gripped the shell on its back and lifted it clear of the water. This fellow was extremely heavy, 5 or 6 pounds at least, and it would definitely fetch a good price. Delighted, I stuffed it into the bucket and was just about to look for my next target. Well, if it isn't our village's new groom. Instead of staying home tending to that voluptuous wife of yours, you're up bright and early being so diligent, running out here to scoop up a catch. A slick, greasy voice suddenly came from behind me, laced with a hint of ill-intentioned mockery. I turned to look. Hi Guzzy, the village hoodlum, came wading through the water toward me, a plastic bucket in his own hand too, clearly here to snatch up an easy score. The guy had a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, his beady triangular eyes fixed unblinkingly on my bucket. The moment he spotted the giant crab inside, his eyes lit right up, his whole face brimming with greed. Number 2, you've got some luck. Hi Guzzy sidled up, reaching out to grab my bucket. I'll take that big mud crab. Sell it to me for 10 yuan. Consider it a gift I'm chipping in for you. 10 yuan? If this wasn't broad daylight robbery, what was? I twisted aside, dodging his filthy hand, and my eyes turned cold in an instant. Not for sale. Get lost. The grin froze on his face, and he glared at me, seething with humiliation and rage. Damn it. So you don't know how to accept a favor, huh? Grown yourself a spine now, have you? In the past, I really had been a meek, spineless pushover. You couldn't beat a fart out of me with 3 whacks of a stick. And now I actually dared to talk back? Hi Guzzy drew back his fist and swung it straight at my face. I'm gonna teach you a lesson today, no two ways about it. I let out a cold sneer and, instead of retreating, stepped forward. My right hand shot out like lightning and clamped down on his wrist. The strength enhanced by the spirit spring erupted in an instant, and my 5 fingers tightened like an iron vice. Arg! Hi Guzzy screamed like a stuck pig, his whole face twisting up in agony. He felt like the bones in his wrist were about to be crushed. His legs gave out, and he dropped straight to his knees in the seawater. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Brother Fei, I was wrong. Let go quick, my hand's gonna break. I looked down at him from above, gave a cold snort, and flung him aside with force. He crashed into the seawater in a sorry heap, choked down a mouthful of mud and sand, and scrambled backward on all fours, his face full of terror. I lifted the iron rake in my hand. Mess with me again, and next time it's your neck I'll snap. Hi Guzzy shook like a leaf, not daring to leave behind so much as a single thread, and fled the beach scrambling on hands and feet. Having dealt with this blind fool, I dusted off my hands and continued sweeping the reef zone with my visual advantage. The abilities of the spirit spring space were just too heaven-defying. The precious seafood hidden in the depths had nowhere to hide from my eyes. One after another, I found 2 plump, succulent wild groupers in the rock crevices and pulled several thick, long sea cucumbers out from under the reefs. Before long, that big bucket was stuffed full, unable to hold even one more little fish. By then the tide had begun to rise, the waves growing bigger with each surge. Hefting the heavy bucket, I headed for the shore, thoroughly satisfied. The villagers on the tidal flats were getting ready to call it a day, and they watched me approach with a full bucket of seafood. Io, chow number 2, you're back. Since I'd gone into the deep water reef zone, everyone had been a little worried. Now they all crowded around, poked their heads over to look in the bucket, and all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Good heavens above, a blue crab that big, how much must it be worth? And this grouper, these big sea cucumbers. Boldly swallowed. Chow number 2, you must have cleaned out the Dragon King's treasure vault. Take this stuff to town, and it'll definitely fetch a fine price. Facing everyone's shock, I just smiled faintly. Just lucky today. Mazu's blessing, I guess. You've got some luck, kid. You could go buy lottery tickets. I smiled without explaining further and strode back to the village, bucket in hand. I'd just reached the big pagoda tree at the village entrance when a piercing horn blared out. A blue mini truck was parked by the roadside. Fumanlu Grand Restaurant, sprayed across the door in red characters. Li Dusheng, Wang Di Gang, Widow Lu, and the others, who'd been waiting a long while, hurried over, their own fish and shrimp in hand, faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. A middle-aged man got out of the truck, sporting a beer belly and slicked-back hair. Qian Fugui, the purchasing manager for Fumanlu in town. The guy had a cigarette clamped between his fingers and, with a look of utter disdain, poked at the bamboo basket Li Di Gang held out. Take it all away. Take it away, he waved impatiently. Nothing but dead fish and rotten shrimp. Send this into Fumanlu, and when the customers get diarrhea, who's going to answer for it? Manager Qian, the weather's been bad lately. We could only catch these small ones. They do fine for a small stir-fried yellow croaker dish. Stir-fry my ass. Fumanlu is the #1 seafood restaurant in town. Who's going to cook your cheap junk? No good goods. Then get lost. Quit yammering and whining around here. The few of them, faces flushed red from the tongue lashing, could only sigh and gather their seafood back up. Qian Fugui exhaled a puff of smoke. Seeing the village had nothing good today, he pulled open the truck door, about to leave. Right then, his eye caught me walking over, and his gaze fell into that plastic bucket. Inside, that enormous wild blue crab was brandishing its big claws, its shell a glossy blue-black. Beside it, 2 groupers thrashed about, alive and kicking, and several stout sea cucumbers wriggled along the bottom. Qian Fugui's eyes glazed over, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. These were top-grade wild goods, a rare sight indeed. If he brought them back to the restaurant to entertain distinguished guests, and the guests were pleased, the boss would surely give him a bonus. His eyes darted around, and he plastered on a phony smile, quickly striding over to greet me. Hold on there, young brother. He threw himself directly in my path. I stopped and looked at him coldly. That dead pig face. Damn, was it ever familiar? In my last life, this Qian Fugui put on a decent front but was, behind the scenes, a sinister little man who'd eat you alive and not spit out the bones. Riding on Fumanlu's reputation, he'd squeezed fishermen for years, deliberately nitpicking to drive down prices. A few years later, this guy would even make off with the restaurant's funds and the payments owed to dozens of fishing households, ruining a whole swath of people. For scum like this, I couldn't be bothered to even give him a pleasant look. Qian Fugui leaned in toward the bucket, reaching out to grab that big blue crab. I gave my wrist a flick, shifting the bucket back, and he grabbed empty air. Awkwardly, he withdrew his hand and gave a dry cough. Young brother, this bucket of goods of yours looks reasonably fresh. He narrowed his eyes and picked at it on purpose. But this blue crab's shell is too hard, might not have much meat. And the groupers are a bit small too. So, I sneered. Tell you what, seeing as it's not easy for you, out combing the tide flats at the crack of dawn. He wore the face of a man dispensing charity. Blue crab, 5 yuan a pound. Grouper, 8. Sea cucumbers, I'll give you 10. I'll take the whole lot. Hearing this, the villagers gathered around, all sucked in a cold breath. That price was less than half of what the town market paid. This was daylight robbery. 5 yuan a pound. I raised an eyebrow, my face full of scorn. Manager Qian, your abacus beads are about to fly right into my face. He smiled without any warmth in it. Young brother, don't fail to know a good thing when you see it. We at Fumanlu are the biggest restaurant in town. We go through plenty of seafood every day. Sell to me, and next time you've got something good, I can throw some business your way. I twitched the corner of my mouth. Throw business my way? Save that kind of favor for somebody else. With that, I hefted the bucket, went around him, and walked off. This batch of top-grade goods was hard-won through my spirit spring abilities. I had no shortage of ways to make money. Even if I took it home and ate it myself, I'd never let scum like this get it cheap. Qian Fugui hadn't expected me to show him so little face, and his expression instantly turned ashen. Stop right there. He chased after me and blocked my way. Kid, I'm warning you, don't spurn a favor when it's offered. In all these surrounding villages, who besides Fumanlu can take this much high-end goods off your hands in one go? If you dare walk today, don't ever count on selling your seafood in town again. I almost laughed out loud. Just as I was about to speak, the rumble of a diesel engine came sputtering from the other end of the village road. A battered motorized three-wheeler came wobbling over, several large plastic buckets in its bed, and pulled up by the roadside. A burly middle-aged man in an apron hopped down, wiped his sweat, and strode over to the pagoda tree. Folks, any fresh catch straight from the sea today? The man's voice boomed. The moment Qian Fugui saw him, a mocking cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Well, look who it is. If it isn't Zhou Daong, who runs that food stall at the tail end of town. What? That ratty little stall of yours still hasn't gone under. Driving that broken-down three-wheeler all over collecting garbage catch every day. Have you no shame? Zhou Daiyong's face darkened, but he still held back. Manager Qian, I run my food stall on skill and craft. I don't steal, and I don't rob. It's not your place to point fingers. The moment I looked at Zhou Daiyong, my eyes lit up. In my last life, this was a legendary figure. Right now, he was just the small-time boss of a food stall, but on the strength of his family's secret sauce recipe and his solid culinary skills, his business would grow hotter and hotter. A few years down the road, his food stall would upgrade into the most popular seafood restaurant in town, flattening Fuminlu outright. Later still, he'd open chain locations in the city and the provincial capital, becoming a dining industry titan worth over 100 million. Most crucially, Zhou Daiyong was a decent, honest man who kept his word and never shortchanged the fishermen who supplied him. This was a partner truly worth working with long-term. Without a moment's hesitation, I carried my bucket straight over to him. Boss Zhou, I've got a bucket of top-grade seafood here just caught. You want it? Zhou Daiyong paused, then lowered his head to look at the bucket in my hand. Seeing the goods inside, his breath caught abruptly, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Good heavens! He crouched down, staring at the blue crab in excitement. This wild blue crab's got to be 5 or 6 pounds at least, and this lively. What a top-grade specimen. And this grouper, wild sea cucumbers, all top-tier, hot-selling goods. He looked up at me, his face full of earnestness. Young brother, these goods of yours are excellent. I'll take them all. Blue crab at the market's highest price, 25 a pound. Grouper at 30, sea cucumbers at 40. How's that price sound to you? The price was fair, even a touch higher than retail. Hearing this, the villagers all cried out in astonishment. 25 a pound? My God, way higher than Fuminlu. Boss Zhou is a real straight shooter. I nodded with a smile. All right, Boss Zhou, you're a man who gets to the point. We'll do it your way. I pointed at the bucket. I'll keep those 2 groupers to build up my family's strength. You take the rest. No problem. Zhou Daiyong nimbly took a steelyard scale and a mesh bag down from the three-wheeler. Big blue crab, 5 pounds 8 ounces. Sea cucumbers, 3 pounds 2 ounces. That comes to 273 total. He tallied it up in a flash, pulled out a stack of bills, counted out 273, and handed it to me. I took it and casually stuffed it in my pocket. In the year 2000, 200 some yuan was a hefty sum, equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Watching this scene, Qian Fugui's face turned as ugly as it could get, as if he'd been slapped hard across the face, a stinging, burning pain. Zhou Daiyong, are you out of your mind? He jabbed a finger at Zhou Daiyong's nose and cursed him up and down. A ratty little food stall like yours, spending 200 plus to buy high-end goods like this. Can you even sell it? Everyone who eats at your place is a pauper. Who can afford blue crab and sea cucumbers this pricey? I bet you'll have it rotting in your hands by tomorrow. Zhou Daiyong carefully placed the seafood into his own buckets and shot him a cold glance. That's none of your concern, Manager Qian. My customers know good goods. As long as it's quality, there's always someone willing to pay any price for it. Beside himself with rage, Qian Fugui whipped his head around and glared viciously at me. You've got guts, kid. Rather sell to a ratty food stall than to Fuminlu. Let me tell you, the people we serve every day are the big bosses of the town, folks of real standing. Partner with me, and however much of this kind of goods you've got, I'll take it all and make you a fortune. You've offended me today. From now on, let's see who in this whole area dares buy your catch. Hearing him out, I couldn't help but sneer. Manager Qian, you sure know how to gild your own face. A restaurant that big, and yet you deliberately lowball on purchases, can't even offer market price. What are you playing at? Putting on airs like some big shot. That I can catch top-grade goods like this. That's my skill. There are plenty of people who know good goods. Others come begging me to sell to them, and I'm supposed to butter you up? I took a step forward, my presence bearing down on him. Can't afford it? Then hurry up and get lost. Quit being an eyesore around here. Publicly slammed by me, Qian Fugui's fleshy face twitched violently, and he was so furious his breathing turned ragged. Those beady triangular eyes bored into me, a flash of venomous malice glinting in them. Fine, you've got guts. We'll see about this. I'd like to see just how big a wave you can stir up. Without a nod from Fuminlu, who's your ratty fishing village's goods gonna sell to? Having flung out his threats, he gave a cold snort, yanked the truck door open, and slammed it hard. The truck roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust, and slunk out of the village entrance in disgrace. Watching the taillights recede into the distance, a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. A bully like this who throws his weight around. Sooner or later, he'd end up doing time in a prison cell. Zhou Daiyong watched the truck disappear at the end of the dirt road, then turned to me with an apologetic look on his face. Young brother, I'm truly sorry. Because I bought your goods, I've caused you to offend Fuminlu. This Qian Fugui is petty, he'll definitely trip you up down the road. If you ever run into trouble in town, come find me at the food stall anytime." I waved a dismissive hand, completely unconcerned. "Boss Joe, now you're being too polite. Business is about mutual willingness. He couldn't offer the price, so am I not allowed to sell to someone else? Besides, scum like him, I honestly have no interest in dealing with him." Zhou Daiyong's eyes lit up, and he shot me a thumbs up. "Young brother, you're a straightforward man. I, Zhou Daiyong, like dealing with a plain-spoken type like you. Rest assured, as long as it's your goods, from now on I'll take it all. However much, as long as it's quality, I'll definitely buy it at the market's highest price. I'll never let you take a loss." That was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. Working with a conscientious boss like Zhou Daiyong, one who doesn't cheat people, would save me a whole lot of trouble. "Boss, Zhou's a straight shooter." I smiled and stuck out my hand. "My name's Chao Fei. Let's be long-term partners from here on." Zhou Daiyong wiped his hand on his apron, gripped mine firmly, and gave it a vigorous shake. "Great, Brother Chao. I can tell from your skill and your eye that you're no ordinary man. Anyone who can catch a wild blue crab this big these days is bound to strike it rich down the road. From your lips to God's ears." I withdrew my hand, my tone firm and certain. "I've heard about your cooking too, Boss Zhou. It's said to be one of the finest in this town. As long as you keep using quality ingredients, this food stall of yours will sooner or later become the #1 restaurant in town and stomp Fuminlu right under your heel." Zhou Daiyong's face flushed with pleasure at the words, and he waved his hands again and again, but the smile at the corners of his eyes was impossible to hide. "Brother Chao, you flatter me too much. I just want to run a small, steady little business." I smiled but said nothing more. Just how much potential this future dining tycoon had, I knew it perfectly well in my heart. Building a good relationship now would surely be a major asset down the road. By this point, the surrounding villagers still hadn't dispersed. Each of them watched Zhou Daiyong with hopeful, eager eyes, bamboo baskets of little fish and shrimp in hand, unsure whether to go or stay. Qian Fugue had just now trashed their goods as worthless, and now they were uncertain, not knowing whether Zhou Daiyong would buy this ordinary stuff. I could see at a glance that everyone was in a bind. I turned to Zhou Daiyong and pointed at the bamboo baskets in the villagers' hands. "Boss Zhou, this food stall of yours must need a fair amount of ordinary seafood on a regular basis, right?" Zhou Daiyong nodded, glanced at those bamboo baskets, and immediately understood my meaning. "That I do. A food stall moves a lot of volume. I'll take any kind of seafood." I turned around and hollered loudly to the villagers. "Uncles, aunties, everyone heard that, right? Boss Zhou does honest business at a fair price. Bring over whatever goods you've got, and let him take a look. No more putting up with that miserable treatment from Qian Fugue." The villagers' eyes lit up, and they all crowded over with their bamboo baskets, afraid of being too late to sell. Li Dushing squeezed to the very front and eagerly held out his basket. "Boss Zhou, will this basket of little yellow croaker do?" Zhou Daiyong lowered his head and turned them over a couple of times, then nodded with satisfaction. "Sure, fresh and not too big. Perfect for deep frying." He picked up his steelyard scale. "2 yuan a pound. I'll take them all." Li Dushing was so thrilled he kept rubbing his hands together. "Great, great, great, sold." That price was 20 cents higher per pound than selling to the fishmongers. Never mind that black-hearted Qian Fugue. Wang Digang quickly held out his basket. "Boss Zhou, I've also got these clams and octopus here. Clams, 150. Octopus, 3 yuan. Onto the scale." Zhou Daiyong worked briskly, without the slightest dawdling. In no time at all, the seafood in the villagers' hands was swept clean away. Everyone clutched their bills, faces beaming with joy, and gave Zhou Daiyong a thumbs up. Boss Zhou really is a great guy. He pays way more than Fuminlu. From now on, whatever we catch, we'll save it just for Boss Zhou. Widow Lu tucked her money into her pocket, swayed her hips as she walked over beside me, an ardent look in her eyes. "Number 2. Thanks to you today, or who knows who we'd have sold this stuff to. Your auntie's got to thank you properly." As she said it, she deliberately pushed her chest together, that voluptuous figure of hers on full display, a blatant temptation. I gave a light smile. "Auntie Lu, we're all from the same village. Looking out for one another is only right. Besides, the say-so wasn't mine. It was Boss Zhou who was willing to buy." Li Dushing spat on the ground, his anger flaring up again as he recalled what had just happened. Damn it. Qian Fugue really is no decent human being. Riding on being Fuminla's manager, finding new ways to squeeze us every single day. Last time I caught a big sea bass, he insisted it wasn't fresh and only gave me half the money. "You said it." Wang Digang chimed in. "That guy's got a black heart through and through. From now on, we'll never sell to him again." Watching the indignant villagers, a cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth, and I seized the moment to fan the flames a little more. Everyone's got it right. Qian Fugue is a petty man who'd eat you alive without spitting out the bones. For money, there's no rotten deed he wouldn't stoop to. Partner with him and you'll take a big loss sooner or later. From now on, whatever you do, don't believe his lies. The villagers all nodded, their loathing for Chien Fugue reaching its peak. Zhou Daong loaded all the seafood onto the three-wheeler, covered it with a tarp, and patted the mud and sand off his hands. He walked over to me and pulled out a business card. Brother Chow, this is the landline number for my food stall. Whenever you get good goods, just call me directly. I'll drive out to the village to pick it up, so you're spared the trip into town. I took the card and carefully tucked it into my pocket. All right, Brother Zhou, you'll be the first one I contact whenever I've got goods. He clapped me on the shoulder and climbed onto the three-wheeler. Then I'll head back first. The shop's waiting on this batch to hit the walk. We've got distinguished guests tonight. You've been a big help. With a sputtering roar, the three-wheeler, fully loaded with seafood, went wobbling off out of the village. I stood beneath the big pagoda tree, fingering the business card in my pocket, my brow slightly furrowed. Communication was just too inconvenient in these times. The Chow household didn't even have a landline. To get in touch with Zhou Daong, I'd have to run over to the village party secretary's house to borrow his phone. Way too much of a hassle. On top of that, I was counting on the Spirit Spring space to build something big down the road. How could I manage that without a convenient way to communicate? I needed to scrape together some cash, and fast. First, I'd go into town, run a phone line, and get a landline installed. Once I had a little more breathing room, I'd buy a mobile phone. That thing was way handier to carry around. In the year 2000, a cell phone was a status symbol. Even the cheapest Motorola or Nokia ran several thousand yuan, a whole year's worth of expenses for an average family, and all it did was make calls and send texts, barely more portable than one of those old brick phones. But for me, with the Spirit Spring space backing me up, it was only a matter of time. A few more trips out to the deep sea zone, catch a few top-grade specimens, and I'd have the money together in no time. I drew a deep breath and pressed down the heat rising in my chest. No sense overthinking it. Right now, the real business was bringing the fish home for a good family meal and telling Mom and Dad the good news. And while I was at it, checking in on that curvy wife of mine, the one I'd worn out all night long. I'd barely pushed open the courtyard gate before I hollered at the top of my lungs. Dad, Mom, come out here and see what I brought back today. Wang Xiaohua was sitting in the yard sorting vegetables, and hearing my voice, she scrambled to her feet. Chao Jingwo came out of the main room too, and did a double take. Number 2, why are you back so early? It's not even mealtime yet. I gave a mysterious smile and set the plastic bucket down hard on the bluestone slab. Splash, seawater sloshed out, and 2 wild groupers, each a full-grown man's arm in length, thrashed violently at the bottom of the bucket. Good heavens above. Wang Xiaohua's eyes went wide, and she cried out. Chao Jingwo covered the distance in 2 quick strides and crouched down in front of the bucket, staring hard at those 2 fish. These are wild groupers? This big? How much must they be worth? He swallowed, his voice trembling. Just then, the door to the east room creaked open. Shen Ruolin stepped out, one hand braced against the door frame, her face still a little pale. She'd been resting inside, but hearing the commotion, she couldn't resist coming out to look. When she saw the 2 enormous groupers in the bucket, her beautiful eyes went wide in an instant, her face full of disbelief. Where did you get fish this big? Looking at my family's astonished faces, I let a smile tug at the corner of my mouth and, unhurried, drew that thick stack of bills out of my pants pocket. Slap. I smacked the money down on the stone table. Not just fish, there's this too. Over 200 yuan. The red and green bills were downright dazzling in the sunlight. The courtyard fell dead silent in an instant. Chao Jingwo and Wang Xiaohua stared at the money, holding their very breath. 200 plus yuan. In a small fishing village in the year 2000, that was an absolute fortune. Number 2. Chao Jingwo pointed a trembling finger at the money. Where'd this money come from? Whatever you do, don't tell me you've gone and broken the law. Wang Xiaohua panicked too, grabbing my arm. That's right. Number 2. Poor as our family is, we can't take a crooked path. Watching the old couple fret and worry, my heart twisted with a pang of bitterness. In my last life, they'd suffered their whole lives. The sight of even a few hundred yuan set them on edge with anxiety. This time around, I was determined to give them the good life, counting money till their hands cramped up. Dad, Mom, where's your head at? I turned and clasped Mom's rough, calloused hands in mine. This money is clean. I went combing the tide out by the deep water reefs today. Got lucky and caught a big blue crab, 5+ pounds, along with some big sea cucumbers. Happened to run into the bosses from town's Fumanlu and Zhou's food stall coming to buy. I sold the whole lot to Boss Zhou. This is the money from the seafood. The courtyard sucked in a cold breath all over again. A blue crab over 5 pounds. Chao Jingwo's eyes were practically popping out of his head. He'd fished these shores his whole life and had never seen a blue crab that big. And that's not all. I pointed at the fish in the bucket. These 2 groupers I didn't sell. Kept them for us to eat. One of them, Mom, you stew tonight, and the whole family eats well and builds up our strength. The other one, I'll take over to my father-in-law's place in a bit. I turned to look at Chun Ruolin, my gaze carrying a certain weight. After all, it was our Chow family that did the dishonest thing first, wronging my wife by marrying her in this way. Consider this fish a small token of respect for the village head. Chun Ruolin's heart gave a sharp jolt. She looked at me, her expression turning terribly complicated. Was this still that meek, mumbling Chow number 2? The old me, knowing full well I'd stepped in to marry her in my brother Chow Yang's place. The deed already done, the rice already cooked, had been so in the wrong that I didn't dare so much as breathe loudly in front of the village head, let alone take the initiative to bring gifts. Now, not only had I earned back over 200 yuan in one go, I'd handled the whole matter without leaving a single loose end. Chow Jangwo, having heard me out, suddenly gave his own thigh a hard pinch. SSSS. He hissed in pain, but his face was ecstatic beyond measure. That hurts. So I'm not dreaming. Our Chow family's luck is about to turn. We don't even have a proper big boat. All we can do is scratch a living in the shallows. And you, kid, earn over 200 in a single day and still keep 2 fine big fish like these. If you'd sold them all, how much money would that be? Wang Xiuhua was so overcome, she pressed her palms together and bowed toward the sky again and again. Mazu bless us. It must be that Mazu saw how bitter our families had it and showed her power to protect number 2. Number 2, you've done a great deed today. All right now, Dad, Mom. I peeled off 100 yuan and pressed it firmly into Mom's hand. You too take this 100. Buy whatever you want, don't skimp. Your son can earn money now. I'm going to give the whole family the good life. 100 yuan in the year 2000 had serious buying power, top of the line, could buy a whole lot of things. Mom doesn't need it. Number 2, you should keep it for yourself. Mom, enough. Go take care of the fish already. I'm waiting to bring one to my father-in-law. Don't leave them waiting till after dark. I cut her off directly. Chow Jangwo chimed in from the side with a grin. Since it's our son's gesture, just take it, dear. Buy plenty of good things. Treat number 2 and our daughter-in-law right. Only then did Wang Xiuhua accept the money. She scooped up the bucket and headed for the kitchen. Mom's going to go kill the fish right now. We're eating well tonight. And I'll get the other one settled in fresh water so you can take it to your father-in-law. Chow Jangwo followed her in, chuckling, muttering something about going to fetch some bulk liquor. Tonight he and I were going to have a proper couple of rounds. That left just me and Chun Ruolin in the courtyard. Sunlight fell across my face, radiating an indescribable confidence. Chun Ruolin felt her heart inexplicably beat a little faster. She looked at this tall, powerfully built man before her, and her mind kept flashing back to those wild scenes from the night before. That tireless beast who'd worn her out until she was half dead, slowly merging with this composed man in front of her, the one who could pull in a fortune with an effortless flick of the wrist. The old me had been nothing but a rough-hewn oaf who couldn't get a fart out with 3 whacks of a stick, who blushed at a single glance from her, who could only lie there and let her take and torment him as she pleased. But now, his eyes carried an aggressive intensity impossible to resist. That stark contrast unsettled Chun Ruolin, and yet she couldn't help wanting to draw closer. After all, it seemed like no one but me could satisfy her anymore. What? I walked up in front of her. Don't recognize your own man? Staring at me like that. Chun Ruolin's cheeks flushed. She looked away, bit her lower lip, and her voice was faint as a mosquito's hum. You, how'd you get so amazing today? This is nothing yet. I leaned close to her ear with a wicked grin. From now on, I'll show you. Your man's got a whole lot more amazing places than this. My scorching breath washed over the shell of her ear, so hot it made her whole body shiver. That trembling sensation of being utterly conquered from the night before came surging back over her, her legs going soft, and deep within her body an unfamiliar warmth welled up beyond her control. Her breathing quickened, and in those limpid, lovely eyes there was now a trace of anticipation that even she hadn't noticed. Don't get cocky. Last night, I just wasn't prepared. Tonight. Halfway through, her gaze fell on my solid shoulders. This man had been at it all night long, and gone out to comb the tide and catch fish first thing this morning. And not only hadn't he collapsed, he'd brought back all this money. An inexplicable tenderness rose in Chun Ruolin's heart. You should hurry up and get some rest. She turned her face aside. Don't really go wearing yourself out. Watching her say one thing while meaning another, I curled my lips into a wicked smile. Don't worry, your man's in fine shape. Once I've taken the grouper over to my father-in-law, I'll come back and rest properly. You want to come along? Chun Ruolin blinked, then nodded eagerly. Of course I'm coming. How could I not go along on a trip back to my parents' place? Wait for me a second, I'll go change clothes. With that, She turned and hurried into the room. Before long, the wooden door to the east room was pushed open again. I turned to look, and my breath hitched for half a beat. Chen Ruolin had changed into a floral, waist-cinched short-sleeved blouse, with a pair of blue jeans below that showed off the full curves of those long, fair, shapely legs. The two ample swells at her chest strained against the fabric, the buttons nearly popping open. As she walked, that heart-stopping curve trembled ever so slightly up and down. The cinched waist design traced the slender lines of a waist you could wrap your hands around, and her rounded, upturned bottom completed the picture. That figure, curved in front and back, was an absolutely bewitching little vixen. I stared at her, unblinking, my throat bobbing involuntarily. With the spirit spring space at my back, that particular concern was resolved. This wife of mine really did look more and more exquisite the longer I looked. I couldn't get enough of the sight. Chen Ruolin felt her whole body burn under my fervent gaze, and two flushes of red flew up onto her cheeks. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she chided coyly, shooting me a glare. "Looking at how pretty my wife is." I sidled up with my hands in my pockets, grinning. "Can't get enough no matter how much I look. Keep looking and your eyeballs are gonna fall right out." She bit her lower lip. "Is it a crime to look at your own wife?" I chuckled and took another step closer. "Besides, you dressed up this nicely. Isn't it for me to look at?" "Who dressed up for you?" She turned around, face red. "I just don't want to embarrass you in front of my family." "That's flat out impossible." I patted my chest. "My wife's a famous beauty for miles around. Taking you out only does me proud." Chen Ruolin was thrilled to bits by the praise, unable to press down the smile at the corners of her mouth. How had she never noticed before that this honest, rough fellow had such a smooth tongue? "Quit the sweet talk, and hurry up and grab the fish so we can go." Just then Wang Xiuhua came out of the kitchen carrying a red plastic bucket filled with water, the live grouper swimming inside. "Number 2, the fish is all set." She handed me the bucket. "When you get to your father-in-law's, send along warm regards from me and your dad." "Got it, Mom." I took the bucket and turned to Chen Ruolin. "Let's go, dear." The two of us walked out the courtyard gate side by side and headed down the dirt road toward the village head's house. Along the way, plenty of villagers who saw us young couple cast envious glances our way. After all, word that I'd earned big money this morning had already spread all over the village. And on top of that, I'd married a wife this pretty, this devoted to family, this capable. Could it be that Mazu's divine fortune had descended upon the Chow household? Listening to all that talk, Chen Ruolin couldn't help but straighten her back a little. She used to feel so wronged, so humiliated at having been married off to me in someone else's place. Now, somehow, she felt this man was actually pretty dependable, and all of it traced back to my sudden transformation the night before. Carrying the heavy bucket down the village road, I too was full of emotion. In my last life, out of my low self-esteem and my meekness, and having married Chen Ruolin in my own brother's place, I'd made both families the subject of village gossip and hadn't even dared step through my father-in-law's door. This time, I would walk in with my head held high and win back every bit of face the Chow family had lost. Village head Chun Jianya's house stood right in the center of the village, a big house of gray brick and tiled roof. 20 years ago, it had unquestionably been the grandest building in the village. When he was young, Chun Jianya had a sharp head for business and made good money trading in seafood. Back then, the Chun family was a household name for wealth across the whole area. Unfortunately, he was too loyal for his own good. He invested in a buddy's business, only for the guy to make off with the funds, leaving behind a mountain of bad debt. Chun Jianya, a man of principle who valued his reputation, shouldered the entire debt without a word. Over the years, paying it off had utterly emptied out the family coffers. He might be called the village head, but these days he was only a touch better off than the Chow family. And it was precisely because he cared about saving face that the arranged childhood betrothal with the Chow family hadn't been called off. Otherwise, any ordinary family faced with a runaway fiancé, a younger brother marrying his former sister-in-law to be in his place, and a wedding night where the deed was already done, would have blown up long ago. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Chen Ruolin called out at the top of her voice, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." The door curtain of the main room lifted aside, and a middle-aged man in a gray cloth jacket stepped out. Chun Jianya's brow was tightly knit, an enamel tea mug in hand, his face haggard. When he saw me trailing behind, his expression immediately darkened. "Chow Fei, what are you doing here?" He'd been holding a belly full of anger about this marriage all along. That good-for-nothing Chow Yang had run out on the wedding and had his younger brother marry in his stead, making him lose all face in front of the entire village. If not for the sake of the bigger picture, and the fact that Chen Ruolin had later been willing to go along with the mistake and marry me, he'd have led a crowd to smash the Chow house to pieces long ago. Chen Ruolin hurried to his side and gave his arm a coquettish shake. "Dad, what's gotten into you? Chow Fei came specially to see you." "See me?" Chun Jianya sneered. Came to see whether their Chow family's driven these old bones of mine to death yet. Is that it? I didn't take offense. I carried the bucket over in front of him, my tone sincere. Dad, what happened before was our Chow family's fault. We wronged Rulin. I had good luck combing the tide today and caught a wild grouper. I brought it over specially for you two to build up your health. With that, I set the red plastic bucket down on the ground. Chun Jianya lowered his head to look, and his gaze froze in an instant. That grouper, long as a grown man's arm, was thrashing in the bucket, splashing water everywhere. This. He swallowed, his face full of shock. He'd traded in seafood himself back in the day, so naturally he knew this fish's value. A specimen this size was absolutely a rare find. Where did you get it? He looked up at me, a note of suspicion in his voice. Caught it combing the tide. I gave a light smile. Had good luck today, also caught a big blue crab and some other seafood. Sold it for a bit of money. Chun Jianya sized me up, head to toe, his expression complicated. He'd always taken this Chow number 2 for a good-for-nothing, tight-lipped dolt. Honest and hardworking, sure, but nothing more. He'd never imagined I could produce something this valuable today. Dad, Chow Fei was really impressive today. Chun Rulin chimed in from the side. He earned over 200 yuan selling seafood. The hand holding Chun Jianya's tea mug gave a violent jerk. Over 200 yuan. What this kid earned in a single day nearly matched half a month of his own wages. He let out a long breath, forced down his shock, and put on a stern face. Even if you can earn money, it doesn't make up for the wrong your Chow family did. Dad, don't be angry. I climbed right up the pole he'd offered. From now on I'll treat Rulin well. I swear I won't let her suffer the slightest bit of grievance. If so much as a single hair of hers goes missing, you take a stick to me. Watching me stand my ground, neither servile nor arrogant, Chun Jianya's temper cooled considerably. This kid's words and deeds were a good deal steadier than that runaway Chow Yang's. But had the kid always been like this? Doesn't seem like it. Couldn't tell before. All right, come inside and talk. He turned and headed indoors. Stop standing around in the yard. I picked up the bucket and followed him into the main room. The furnishings were old, but everything was swept spotlessly clean. A few yellowed certificates of merit hung on the wall, honors from Chun Jianya's days as village head. A middle-aged woman in a floral smock came out from the inner room, a garment she'd been mending in her hands. Chun Rulin's mother, Lu Guixiang. Rulin's home. Lu Guixiang broke into a smile the moment she saw her daughter, but seeing me behind her, that smile pulled back a few degrees in an instant. I called out obediently, Mom. Mom. Chun Rulin ran over and hugged her arm. Chow Fei brought you two a big grouper. Lu Guixiang glanced at the bucket on the ground, and she too was taken aback. A fish this big must have cost quite a bit. She fretted with a pang of concern. You two just got married. You've got a long road ahead. You need to spend carefully. Mom. Chow Fei caught this himself. Chun Rulin's face was full of pride. Didn't cost a thing. Lu Guixiang looked at me with a hint of astonishment. I nodded. It really was caught by hand, Mom. Don't you worry. All right, sit down first. Chun Jianya gestured to the wooden chairs. Guixiang, go pour 2 cups of water. I pulled Chun Rulin down to sit and swept my gaze around the room. I knew my father-in-law had just finished paying off his debt, and money was tight. In my last life, to clear that debt, he'd even mortgaged the ancestral home, and in the end, worn down by overwork, he'd been left half paralyzed by a stroke. This time, now that I had the means, there was no way I could stand by and watch him walk that same road again. At the thought, I dug the crisp 100 yuan bill out of my pocket and pressed it straight into Chun Jinya's hand. Dad, you take this money. What do you think you're doing? He snatched his hand back as if he'd been electrocuted and shoved the money onto the table. I can't take this money. Just take it. I pushed the money back, my tone earnest. Back then you were understanding about our Chow family having no means. You barely asked for any bride price. Now that the bad debts at your house are all cleared, it's time you lived a little more comfortably. My brother was the good-for-nothing before, but now that Rulin's with me, I'm going to earn even more money and take good care of her. Every word of it was spoken from the heart, without a shred of falsehood. Chun Jianya was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this tight-lipped dolt, the kind you couldn't squeeze a fart out of with 3 whacks of a stick, could say something so heartfelt. Ripples stirred in Chun Rulin's heart too. Just last night this man had ravaged her like a wild beast, and this morning he'd been teasing her every which way. Yet today he could stand before her father and handle everything so clearly, so squarely, as reliable as a great mountain. She backed me up. Dad, since Chow Fei's giving it to you, just take it. He's made something of himself now. Earns over 200 a day. Our family's life is sure to keep getting better and better. Chun Jianya let out a sigh, looking at me with a complicated gaze, then tucked the money into his pocket, his tone finally softening. All right, then I'll accept it. Thank you, Chow Fei. The corner of my mouth curved up. Now that's more like it, Dad. Lu Guoxiang had just come out carrying the water and caught every word, and she too wore a face full of astonishment. This Chow number 2, had he really turned over a new leaf? Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from the courtyard. Dad, Mom, I'm home. A gentle voice rang out, and the door curtain lifted aside. A young woman in a floral long dress walked in, several lesson plan notebooks in her hands, black-framed glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, her figure slender, carrying the soft, graceful air of a woman from the Jiangnan water towns. This was Chun Ruolin's older sister, Chen Ruoju, the Chinese teacher at the village elementary school. She'd barely stepped inside when the smile on her face vanished the instant she saw me. What are you doing here? Her face went cold, her voice brimming with undisguised disgust. I rubbed my nose, gripped by a wave of awkwardness. In my last life, this sister-in-law and I had bad blood between us. That year, the village was showing an outdoor movie, and some hoodlum crept up outside the outhouse in the dark and hurled dirty talk at her, then bolted. As luck would have it, I'd run over to relieve myself right at that moment, and she caught me red-handed and unleashed a scathing tongue-lashing on me. Later, though the hoodlum was caught and the misunderstanding cleared up, thanks to Chow Yang running out on the wedding and my stepping in to marry in his place, her impression of me had sunk to rock bottom. Sis, don't talk like that. Chen Ruolin quickly grabbed her hand. Chow Fei came to see Dad and Mom. See Dad and Mom? Chen Ruoju sneered, sizing me up and down. A weasel paying New Year's respects to the chickens. What's he really after? Ruoju, is that any way to talk? Chen Jianya put on a stern face and scolded her. Dad, am I wrong? Chen Ruoju bit her lower lip. What their Chow family did. What do you even call that? Made monkeys out of our whole family. And now he comes around playing the good guy. If it weren't for Ruolin, ugh, there's no way I'd let him off. Sis, Chow Fei came today to bring seafood. He really doesn't have any other agenda. Chen Ruolin said quickly. Him. Chen Ruoju curled her lip. What good seafood could he possibly catch? Chen Ruolin pointed at the bucket. Look, this is a wild grouper Chow Fei caught combing the tide this morning. He even gave Dad 100 yuan for extra food on the table. Chen Ruoju followed her gaze, and when she saw the enormous grouper in the bucket, her pupils shrank sharply. He caught this? Her voice cracked. As a teacher, she knew perfectly well how expensive a wild grouper was. Not to mention that 100 yuan, that nearly matched half a month of her own salary. That's right. Lu Guoxiang chimed in with a smile. Chow Fei made big money today. Chen Ruoju froze on the spot, her mind going blank. This rough fellow she'd always looked down on actually had this kind of ability? Sis. Chen Ruolin gave her arm a shake and lowered her voice. What happened before is all in the past. I'm married to Chow Fei now. Since I decided to go along with the mistake for the sake of both families, we're all one family from now on. Can't you please stop being at odds with him? Watching her little sister defend her man so fiercely, Chen Ruoju sighed inwardly. What's done was done. No matter how much she objected now, it wouldn't change the fact that her sister was already married. And besides, the ability I'd shown today really had made her see me in a new light. Fine. She nodded grudgingly, turning her face away awkwardly. I won't hold the past against you, but you'd better be considerate to my sister. Treat her well your whole life. I hurried to seize the opening. Thank you, sis. From now on I'll work hard for sure. I'll never bring shame to the Chen family, and I'll be good to Ruolin for the rest of my life. She's my wife. If I'm not good to her, who would I be good to? The mood in the room finally eased, and the family enjoyed a rare moment of warmth together. Chen Jianya even, for the very first time, brought out the bulk liquor he'd been saving, ready to have a proper couple of rounds with me. Bang! Just then, the courtyard's main gate was suddenly kicked open. Everyone in the room jumped, heads whipping around toward the doorway. A gang of punks with dyed yellow hair, oozing sleaze, came swaggering into the courtyard. Leading them was a bald guy with a thick gold chain around his neck. Baldy kicked over the wash basin in the yard, sending water splashing all over the ground. Chen Jianya shot to his feet, his face livid. Who do you people think you are? Barging into my home and running wild. Don't you know I'm the village head of Taohua village? Cut the crap, old man. Baldy spat. Your son Chen Ruosong owes our boss money. Hand him over today, or I'm smashing this rundown house of yours to bits. Chen Ruoju stepped forward, her voice cold. You say something, and it's just true, is it? Where's the IOU? Coming to demand money with nothing but empty words. You think I won't go to town and report you for extortion? Baldy snorted with a scornful laugh and pulled a crumpled slip of paper from his pocket. Of course there's an IOU. Take a good look, black and white, in writing. Chen Ruosong borrowed 100 yuan from us, and now with principal and interest, that's exactly 200. He shook the slip open and slapped it down on the stone table. Chen Jianya crossed the distance in 2 quick strides and lowered his head, staring hard at that IOU. Lu Guoxiang and Chun Riju crowded over too, and once they made out the handwriting, their faces went white in an instant. The scrawl was crooked, but it really was Chun Ruosong's own signature, with a glaring red thumbprint stamped beside it. Chun Jianya trembled all over with rage, his hands clenched into fists. If there was one thing he hated most in his life, it was owing debts and not paying them. He'd finally cleared the old bad debts, and now that good-for-nothing son of his had stirred up this kind of trouble. I stood off to the side watching the whole scene, not a ripple in my heart. In my last life, this Chun Ruosong was a walking disaster. Out messing around every single day, brawling, stirring up trouble, and causing no end of headaches for the family. I'd cleaned up plenty of his messes later on, playing the doting brother-in-law for years. The kid was a bottomless pit. But deep down he wasn't a bad sort. Later, when Chun Jianya was left bedridden and paralyzed, the kid suddenly changed his ways, worked steadily and honestly to support the family, and even struck it rich, bought Chun Rulin and me a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. At the time I'd half wondered whether the kid had been body snatched by someone. He'd changed beyond all recognition. This time around he was still in his early delinquent stage, but as long as he was properly reined in, he could still be steered back onto the right path. Fine. Chun Jianya gritted his teeth. This money, I'll pay it. With trembling hands, he pulled out the 100 yuan I'd just given him, then fumbled around on his person for a long while, digging out a few crumpled small bills to make up the other 100. Take it. Baldy picked up the money, wetted his finger with a bit of spit, and counted through it quickly. Smart of you. He tucked the money into his pocket, tore up the IOU, and waved a hand at his underlings. Let's go. The gang of punks swaggered out of the courtyard. Chun Jianya slumped down into a chair, buried his face in his hands, and let out a long, anguished sigh. Lu Guoxiang wiped away tears at his side, and Chun Ruoju's eyes were red-rimmed with fury. Chun Rulin came over to my side and gently tugged at the hem of my shirt, her eyes full of apology. I reached back and took her small hand, giving it a gentle squeeze to tell her not to worry. Chow Fei. Chun Jianya lifted his head, his face full of bitterness. I've done you wrong. That 100 yuan you just gave me out of respect. It hadn't even had time to warm up before I handed it over to pay off that animal's debt. I stepped forward, my tone gentle. Dad, what are you saying? We're one family now. Family doesn't stand on ceremony with family. Money that's gone can be earned again. As long as everyone's safe, that's all that matters. Listening to me, Chun Jianya felt a sting behind his eyes. How had he never seen before that this Chow number 2 was such a man of responsibility? But Dad, my tone shifted, turning serious. This business with Ruosong has gotten way out of hand. He's young, running around out there making friends with all the wrong sorts. Today he dares to borrow 100. Tomorrow the interest can snowball to 200. This time it's 200. Next time it could well be 2,000, 20,000. If he isn't reined in, he's bound to bring down some enormous catastrophe someday. And it's our whole family that'll pay for it. You're right. Chun Jianya ground his teeth. When that little bastard gets back, I'll break his dog legs for sure. Though Lu Guoxiang ached for her son, this time she knew how serious things were, and could only weep silently, offering no words to stop him. This good-for-nothing brat swiped the house keys a couple days ago and took off on that beat-up motorcycle of mine. Chun Jianya panted with rage. There's been no sign of him since. No idea where the hell he's crawled off to. I narrowed my eyes slightly, calculating in my mind. Took off on the motorcycle? In my last life, it seemed to have been right around this time that Chun Ruosong got into a street race in town, ended up in a crash, snapped a leg, and lay in bed for the better part of a year. Looks like I'll have to find time to head into town and drag the kid back before he stirs up more trouble. Dad, don't fret too much. I offered reassurance. Ruosong's probably just off having his fun. Once he runs out of money, he'll come back on his own. Chun Jianya sighed and waved a hand, his back hunching over in an instant. Enough. Family shame shouldn't be aired in public. I've let you see us at our worst. He forced himself to rally. Rulin, take Chow Fei inside and sit a while. Guoxiang, go make dinner. Dad, Mom, I won't stay for dinner. I declined with a smile. The delivery's done, and there's something I need to take care of at home. I've got to head back first. Chun Rulin blinked. You're leaving? I reached out and ruffled her hair. You spend more time with Dad and Mom. When it's about time, just walk back on your own. Or should I come pick you up this afternoon? Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly shook her head. No need. I can get back myself. All right then. I turned to the two elders. Dad, Mom, I'll be off now. I'll come see you again another day. Chun Jianya nodded, his tone much gentler. Go on. Be careful on the road. Back home, I greeted my old man, Chow Jiangwo, and went straight for the beat-up, jolling motorcycle parked in the corner of the yard. Chow Jiangwo had picked up this bike secondhand years ago, and he doted on it. Didn't easily let anyone touch it. I straddled the seat and stomped down hard on the Kickstarter with my right foot. With a put-put-put roar, a plume of black smoke shot from the exhaust pipe. I twisted the throttle and tore off toward town. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle came to a stop at the mouth of a rundown alley on the south side of town. I pulled the key and strode deep into the alley, halting in front of the entrance to a basement with a billiards hall sign hanging above it. This is the place. Down the dim staircase, a thick reek of sweat mixed with cigarette smoke hit me full in the face, so strong it made my eyes water. The underground arcade was hazy with smoke, a dozen-odd old-style arcade cabinets lined up against the wall, their screens flashing a harsh glare. A cluster of punks with hair dyed every color of the rainbow crowded around the machines, hollering and shouting, the din deafening. I narrowed my eyes slightly, my gaze cutting through the smoke, scanning the crowd quickly. With the enhancement from the Spirit Spring space, my eyesight far surpassed an ordinary person's, and I locked onto my target in no time. In the corner, in front of a King of Fighters 97 cabinet, Chun Roasong sat bare-chested, half a cigarette dangling from his mouth, both hands slamming madly at the buttons, his forehead drenched in sweat. Across from him was a yellow-haired punk with an earring, wagging his joystick with a mocking grin all over his face, the very picture of a man who had victory in the bag. Damn, do you even know how to play? Got you on a death combo again. The yellow-haired guy blew out a smoke ring. Cough up the money. Chun Roasong stared at the giant KO letters on the screen, his face livid with rage, and slammed the control panel hard. One more round. I don't believe I can't beat you. Sure thing. Yellow hair raised an eyebrow. But like we agreed, best 2 out of 3, 100 yuan. You lost a round, so let's see your funds first. Chun Roasong felt his empty pockets, his expression stiffening, his eyes starting to dart away. The loan shark money he'd just borrowed was long since squandered. Where would he get any cash? Just as he was about to weasel out of it, a big hand of mine reached out from behind, grabbed him by the back of the collar, and hoisted him straight up off the stool. The hell? Chun Roasong jumped in fright. When he saw it was me, he froze for a moment, and then a flash of contempt shot through his eyes. Screw you, I thought it was somebody. Turns out it's my cut-rate brother-in-law who stepped in for his own brother. What are you doing here? Let go of me. Quit embarrassing yourself. Watching the kid's cocky, insolent face, the anger inside me flared up in a flash. This little son of a bitch was out stirring up trouble, forcing my father-in-law to grovel and swallow his pride paying off debts. And now he had the nerve to put on airs with me. If it weren't for the fact that in my last life he'd turned his life around, that there was still hope for him, and that he'd been so good to me and his sister, I'd have beaten him to death already. Without a word, I raised my right hand and slapped him straight across the cheek. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap rang out especially loud in the noisy arcade, drawing everyone around to look. The blow snapped his head to the side, blood instantly welling up at the corner of his mouth, half his face swelling up fast. Before he could even react, I backhanded him with another heavy blow. Slap. Those 2 slaps landed with crushing force, sending him toppling head over heels. You dare hit me? He clutched his red, swollen face and roared, his expression full of disbelief. I looked down at him from on high, not a shred of warmth in my eyes. You bet I'll hit you, you reckless little beast who doesn't know how high the sky is. Come home with me. Just as I was about to drag him off, that yellow-haired guy with the earrings suddenly stood up and blocked the aisle. Hey, buddy. He sized me up and down. I don't care about you smacking him, but this kid bet me 100 yuan, and he's already lost a round. He can go, but leave the money first. I stopped and turned my head. He owes you 100 yuan? That's right. Yellow hair jutted out his chin. Best 2 out of 3. He lost a round, and now he's forfeiting, so he's got to give me the 100. I turned to look at Chun Roasong, whose face was full of stubborn defiance, and rolled my eyes helplessly. In these early days, this brother-in-law of mine really was a good-for-nothing who couldn't do a single thing right. He couldn't even play a video game without getting swindled out of his money. I raised my hand and gave him another smack on the back of the head. Ow, what did you hit me for again? He clutched his head. You useless piece of work. I shoved him off to the side. Watch and learn. Today I'll teach you how it's done. With that, I pulled over a stool and settled myself steadily in front of the arcade cabinet. Yellow hair blinked. Hey wait, buddy, what's your deal? I said flatly. I'll be straight with you. This kid's pockets are cleaner than a wash basin right now, and I don't have a single cent on me either. So there's only one way. I play you in his place. If you won't take that deal, I'm taking the kid and leaving right now, and we call this a draw. Yellow hair immediately cursed. The hell? You don't even have money. So how are you going to play for him? You think I'm an idiot? I rode a motorcycle here. If I lose, the motorcycle's yours as the 100 yuan payment. How about it? I dug the key out of my pocket and pressed it down on the cabinet's surface. A motorcycle? The words sent a shock through the whole room. A motorcycle in the year 2000, as long as it could still be ridden, was worth a heck of a lot more than 100 yuan. Chen Ruosong's eyes went wide. No, Chao Fei, are you insane? Putting up a motorcycle to cover a debt. If you lose, Uncle Chao's gonna break your legs. This guy's got real skills at this game. Without hesitation, I kicked him, sending him yelping. Call me brother-in-law. Where are your manners? And this is all to clean up your mess. Yellow Hair gave a cold laugh and flexed his wrists. Fine, I'll humor you for a couple rounds. Beat you so bad you'll take it lying down. That motorcycle's on the line, and with this many people watching, if you try to weasel out, I'll make sure you leave here flat on your back. Deal. I dropped in the coin and picked Iori Yagami. The countdown ended, and the match began. Yellow Hair, controlling my Shiranui, tried to strike first, his fingers dancing over the buttons, hoping to catch me off guard. But my reaction speed had long since been enhanced by the spirit spring space to a monstrous degree. In my eyes, Yellow Hair's play was riddled with openings, slow to the point of being laughable. My fingers deftly flicked the joystick, and Iori slid past the attack, driving a heavy punch into my. Then my fingers dissolved into afterimages, unleashing a smooth, flowing combo in an instant. On the screen, Iori transformed into a streak of purple flame, pinning Mai into the corner as her health bar emptied out in a heartbeat. KO. The booming announcement rang out, and the smile froze on Yellow Hair's face, his hands still resting on the joystick. How is this possible? He swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it. Had he actually run into a master today? I dispatched his remaining 2 characters in a flash of lightning too, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Chen Ruosong stared at me in disbelief. This guy was actually this good at arcade games? 1 round left. Hurry it up, I said flatly. Yellow Hair gritted his teeth and picked a new character, playing especially cautiously this time, trying to find an opening in my game. But in the face of overwhelming skill, all his struggling was in vain. In under 10 seconds, his character was carried off by another one of my infinite combos, with 0 chance to fight back. You lost. I stood up and held out my right hand. 100 yuan. Hand it over. Yellow Hair's face cycled through shades of green and white. He was used to lording it over everyone in the arcade. When had he ever swallowed a defeat like this? Damn it, you little punk, you must have cheated. He kicked over his stool and spun around to bolt for the exit. Trying to run? I gave a cold laugh, blurred into motion to catch up, and grabbed him by the back of the collar. Trying to welch on the bet. I put sudden force into my grip and slammed him face first into the arcade screen. Bam! The screen let out a muffled thud. Yellow Hair screamed, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. Then I backhanded him hard across the face, and half his face went numb in an instant, visibly swelling up red. Still gonna run? Still gonna welch? Huh. I raised my hand again. Boss, I was wrong. I'll give you the money. I'll give it to you. Yellow Hair was trembling all over with fear, fumbling frantically to pull out a crumpled 100 yuan bill and hand it over. I took the money and stuffed it into my pocket before finally letting go. Yellow Hair clutched his nose and scrambled out of the arcade on all 4s, not daring to look back. Watching this scene, the punks all around were so terrified they went dead silent, automatically clearing a path, terrified of provoking this menace. His fighting ability was way too fierce. Chen Ruosong stood off to the side, dumbstruck as he watched me display my might. Was this really the same pushover he remembered, the one everyone bullied? That combo string just now, and that ruthless streak when he hit someone, more overbearing than even the meanest thug in town. I walked over and grabbed his ear. What are you standing there gawking for? Come home with me. Ow, 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 chow, brother-in-law, go easy. Chen Ruosong hopped on his tiptoes in pain. I paid no attention whatsoever to his pleas, dragging him along by the ear in long strides out of the underground arcade. Ow, brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law. Let go, quick, my ear's gonna fall off. He grimaced, baring his teeth. I flung him against the brick wall at the mouth of the alley. Cut the crap. My face was cold. Where's our family's motorcycle? You didn't go and sell it off, did you, punk? Chen Ruosong rubbed his bright red ear and shrank his neck in. How would I dare? I put it somewhere safe. It's chaotic around this entrance. I was scared it'd get stolen. Besides, if I really sold off the motorcycle, my dad would skin me alive. I sneered coldly, sizing up this good-for-nothing brother-in-law from head to toe. Flashy shirt, hair dyed till it looked like a feather duster, the very picture of a street loafer. You know to be scared now? Too late. What do you mean, brother-in-law? He blinked, his face full of confusion. The debt collectors already went to the house a little while ago. Principal plus interest, they walked off with 200 yuan. Chen Ruosong's eyes shot wide open. 200. How is that possible? I only borrowed 100 last week, and we agreed I'd pay it back within a month. How'd it turn into 200 in just a week? They call you a pig brain, and you really are a pig. I raised my hand and gave him another smack on the back of the head. Do you even know what a loan shark is? 9 out, 13 back, Interest compounding on interest. You dare borrow 100 today, and tomorrow they'll have you paying back 200. If I hadn't happened to be at the house today and given Dad 100 yuan for extra food on the table, Dad wouldn't have even been able to step out the door. Hearing this, Chen Ruosong's legs went weak, and he slid down the brick wall to sit on the ground. He was a delinquent, sure, but he knew perfectly well what the family's situation was, and he knew all too well how bitterly his old man had lived these past years just to pay off debts. I'm done for. This time it's all over. His face was ghostly pale, and he threw his arms around my leg. Brother-in-law, you've got to save me. When my dad finds out I borrowed from a loan shark, he'll beat me to death for sure. Save you? I kicked him off. What am I supposed to save you with? This beating. Today you're taking it, even if it means getting down on your knees. It's the lesson you've got coming. Keep whining and welching and see if I don't thrash you. Chen Ruosong looked at the ice in my eyes and was too scared to let out so much as a peep. The brother-in-law before him was no longer that pushover everyone used to need like putty. That fierce, piercing aura pressed down on him so hard, he couldn't even lift his head. And another thing, I'm warning you. I grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up off the ground. This is the last time. From now on, if I ever see you drifting around wasting your life here again, running wild with those no-good types, your dad won't have to lift a finger. I'll slap you to death with my own hands. Go home and shave your head down to a buzz cut. Next time we meet, if I see you looking like this again, I'll beat you too. Understood? Chen Ruosong shuddered all over from being yelled at and nodded again and again. Understood, brother-in-law, I'll never dare again. Get lost and go push the motorcycle out. I spat out the words coldly. Like a man granted amnesty, he scrambled off deep into the alley on all fours. Half an hour later, 2 motorcycles were parked at the gate of the Chun family courtyard. Get in there and take your beating. I didn't even get off the bike, just jutted my chin at him. Chen Ruosong swallowed hard, looking at the tightly shut courtyard gate, his legs quaking. But he didn't dare disobey, and could only grit his teeth and push the gate open to go in. Soon, Chun Jianya's furious roars came from the courtyard, along with the muffled thuds of a stick landing on flesh. Accompanied by Chen Ruosong's pig being slaughtered screams, I curved my lips up in satisfaction. That kid needed a harsh hand to set him straight. I twisted the throttle, swung the bike around, and headed off in the direction of home. The last glow of the setting sun spilled across the dirt road, gilding the whole village in gold. The sea breeze blowing toward me carried a hint of salt, but it left me feeling utterly exhilarated. In my last life I'd lived like a spineless wretch, too gutless to say a word, letting others sit on my head and treat me like dirt. This time, with the spirit spring space and the experience of my past life, I wouldn't just make big money. I'd slap the faces of everyone who'd ever looked down on me hard. And more than that, I'd thoroughly tame that voluptuous, gorgeous wife of mine into an obedient kitten who belonged to me and me alone. Thinking of Chun Ruolin's curvy figure, all peaks and valleys, I felt a surge of fire in my lower belly. I cranked the throttle all the way down, and the motorcycle tore down the dirt road like a wild beast. Back at the Chow family courtyard, I parked the motorcycle in the corner and pulled the key. The moment I turned around, I saw the main room door curtain lift aside, and Chen Ruolin came out carrying a basin of washed vegetables. She'd already changed out of the floral blouse she'd worn to her parents' place and into a loose set of house clothes. But that voluptuous figure was still traced out in vivid detail. Seeing me back, she paused. Where'd you go? Why were you gone so long? Went into town to take care of something. Take care of what? Dad was just griping about you. Said you make a little money and now you're off gallivanting everywhere. The words had barely left her mouth when Xiao Jiangwo came out of the main room. Where'd you run off to, kid? It's nearly dinner time. Dad, I went into town for some personal business. I smiled. Wang Xiaohua poked her head out of the kitchen, an apron tied around her. Number 2, hurry and wash up, get ready to eat. Your mom's got that big grouper stewing. Smells wonderful. Got it, Mom. Once the 2 old folks had gone back to their own tasks, I turned to Chen Ruolin. Went to find that no-good brother of yours. Her face changed in an instant. You want to find Ruosong? Is he okay? The debt collectors didn't do anything to him, did they? What could possibly happen to him? I snorted coldly. He was having a grand old time at the arcade. I roughed him up while I was at it and hauled him back to your parents' place. He's probably getting whipped with a stick by your dad right about now. I figured you'd still be there and could talk your dad down. Keep him from actually beating the kid up badly. Hearing her brother was fine, Chen Ruolin let out a long breath. But then she caught up with the rest of it, her eyes going wide. You hit him. What? I raised an eyebrow, feeling sorry for him. She bit her lower lip and looked away. Say what you will, he's still my own little brother. So what if he's your own little brother? He stirred up this huge mess and left your dad groveling and swallowing his pride to pay off the debt. As his brother-in-law, I taught him a lesson on your dad's behalf. What's wrong with that? I suddenly reached out and locked her into my arms. Trapped between my two arms, Chun Rulin was hit full in the face by the scorching, distinctly male aura that radiated off me. That faint scent of tobacco, mingled with the salty, briny masculine smell of the sea breeze, drilled straight into her nose. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and her heartbeat quickened beyond her control. The me of now was like a mountain that couldn't be shaken, one that had her firmly enveloped. And strangely, that intense sense of being overwhelmed gave rise to an unfamiliar feeling of security. You, let go of me first. She pushed at my solid chest. Dad and Mom are still out in the courtyard. What's there to be afraid of? Not only did I not let go, I pressed in even closer. We're lawfully married, after all. And besides, I did your family a huge favor today. As my wife, shouldn't you thank me properly? For instance, tonight. Shin Rulin felt her whole body go weak, her breathing turning ragged. She looked up at the wild look in my eyes, and strangely, not a single thought of resistance rose in her heart. This man had truly changed, become so strong, so reliable, so utterly impossible to resist. How do you want me to thank you? Her voice was thin as a mosquito's whine, carrying a trace of bashfulness. I hooked up a wicked grin and leaned down to her ear. Tonight, I want you to wear that red lace nightgown. Chun Rulin's face flushed red all the way down to the base of her neck, and she shoved me away in indignant embarrassment. You pervert. Yeah, so I'm a pervert now? You used to wear it every single night before. That was only because back then I could only last 2 hours. It had left her unsatisfied, forcing her to stir me up in other ways. Who could have guessed that last night I'd suddenly seemed like a completely different person, going at it the whole night through? As for tonight, Chun Rulin had really wanted to turn the tables and get her revenge. But thinking of how I'd run around all day today without a break, and hadn't slept last night either. Enough of your dirty talk. Hurry up and eat, get some rest early. You, oh you, do you really think you're made of iron? Working all day and not the least bit worn out. Watching her shy, coy expression, a wicked heat surged in my lower belly, and I half wanted to take this voluptuous beauty right then and there. But on second thought, the spirit spring space had only just bonded with me, and though this body had been remade, I couldn't push it too far. If I overdrew myself and ended up like my last life, it wouldn't be worth it. There'd be plenty of time ahead. This top-grade wife was already mine. She couldn't run even if she tried. All right, I'll listen to my wife. I'll go take a good nap after dinner, build up my energy. And once night falls, I deliberately drew out the last syllable, my gaze sweeping unabashedly across her chest. We'll settle the score properly. Under my gaze, Chun Rulin's heart fluttered anxiously, her cheeks burning fiercely. She bit her lower lip and shot me a reproachful glare. You've got no sense of decency. With that, she spun around and fled toward the kitchen as if escaping. I'm going to help Mom bring out the food. Watching her flee in disarray, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This woman, clearly dying with anticipation inside, but refusing to admit it out loud. Come nighttime, you'll be the one begging for mercy. Before long, the rich aroma of fish wafted out of the kitchen, teasing everyone's appetite until their mouths watered. Number 2, hurry and set the table. Wang Xiaohua called out. Coming. I strode into the main room, carried the square table out to the center of the courtyard, and wiped it down with a rag. Shin Rulin came out carrying a large bowl brimming with stewed grouper, the broth a milky white with a few sprigs of emerald green scallion floating on top. Smells so good. I sniffed, and my stomach let out an unruly growl. After a whole day of running around, I really was hungry. Mom's a good cook, and this wild grouper's naturally fresh to begin with, Chun Rulin praised. Chao Jiangwo came out of the house carrying a plastic jug, his face wreathed in smiles. Our family's really riding on number 2's coattails today. This wild grouper. I've fished my whole life and haven't gotten to eat it more than a handful of times. He set the jug on the table, grabbed 2 coarse porcelain liquor cups, and filled them with bulk liquor. Number 2, drink a couple of proper rounds with your old man today. Sure thing, Dad. I sat down. Tonight the two of us don't stop till we're drunk. Wang Xiaohua came out carrying a basket of piping hot white flour buns. What's all this drinking? She shot Chao Jiangwo a glare. Number 2's been running around all day. You make sure he drinks a little less. It's fine, Mom. I picked up a bun and handed it to Chun Rulin. I'm in great shape. The 4 of us sat around the square table in an atmosphere warmer than ever before. Wang Xiaohua picked out a piece of snow-white fish and put it in Chun Rulin's bowl. Rulin, eat more. This fish is very nourishing, and you've only just married in. You need to take good care of your body. Thank you, Mom. Chun Rulin picked up the fish and put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up instantly. It's delicious. The meat's so tender, not the least bit fishy, so fresh it just about melts your tongue. If it's good, eat more. Wang Xiuhua watched her with a beaming smile, finding her daughter-in-law more and more pleasing the more she looked. Chao Jiangwo raised his liquor cup and clinked it against mine. Come on, number 2, bottoms up. Father and son tipped back their heads and downed the bulk liquor in one gulp. The sharp, fiery liquid slid down into my stomach, and I felt warm all over. That hits the spot. I picked up a chopstick full of fish and stuffed it into my mouth. This wild grouper really was on a whole other level from the farmed stuff of later years. The meat firm and springy against the teeth, indescribably fresh and delicious. Chao Jiangwo picked up a ladle and dished out a bowl of the milky white fish soup for everyone. Come, come, everybody have some soup. This is good stuff. I lifted my bowl and took a big gulp, the rich, savory flavor exploding across my mouth. Number 2. Chao Jiangwo set down his bowl, his tone full of emotion. Today your old man's really come to see you in a whole new light. I always thought you were a tight-lipped dolt, solid at work, but not quick in the head. Never figured you'd quietly pull off something this big today. Over 200 yuan. How many days would your old man have to grind away at the sea to earn that back? Wang Xiuhua chimed in, her eyes going a little red. That's the truth. Our family suffered all these years, and we're finally seeing some money come back around. Number 2's made something of himself. Our days are sure to get more and more prosperous from here. Watching the two of them look so gratified, my heart ached. In my last life, I'd been a spineless wretch my whole life, dragging my parents down into suffering with me. This time, I would never let that happen again. Dad, Mom, don't you worry. My tone was resolute. From now on, your son will give you a good life for sure. Meat at every meal, liquor every day. I'll make up for all the hardship you went through before. Chao Jiangwo listened with delight, nodding again and again. He picked up his chopsticks and rummaged through the big bowl, plucking out the fattest, most succulent piece of belly meat and dropping it straight into my bowl. Number 2. Eat this belly piece. I paused. Dad, you eat it. I'll be fine with the back. I told you to eat it, so eat it. Where's all this fuss coming from? He shot me a glare. The belly's the most nourishing part. You're the pillar of this family now, and you've got to build up your strength. As he said it, his gaze made a circuit over Chen Ruolin and me, the implication needing no words. Hearing this, Chen Ruolin nearly spat out the fish soup she'd just sipped. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, a layer of red spreading all the way to the base of her neck. What her father-in-law meant. How could she possibly not catch it? This was plainly a hint that I needed to perform well tonight. Ahem, ahem. Chen Ruolin gave a light cough and quickly ducked her head to shovel down her rice. Wang Xiuhua kicked Chao Jiangwo under the table in exasperation. You dirty old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Ruolin's thin-skinned. Don't go running your mouth here. Chao Jiangwo let out a couple of dry, sheepish chuckles and raised his liquor cup to cover his embarrassment. Watching Chen Ruolin's flustered, indignant expression, I felt a wave of secret glee. I picked up that piece of belly meat and deliberately waggled it in front of her. Dad's right. I really do need to nourish myself well. Otherwise, if my health's no good, what'll become of the family? You. Chen Ruolin was so angry she stomped down hard on my foot under the table. I sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, but forced myself not to cry out, the smile on my face only growing wider instead. This woman, quite the strong kick on her. Dinner came to an end in an atmosphere that was warm with a touch of the risque. Wang Xiuhua and Chen Ruolin gathered up the dishes and chopsticks and went to wash them in the kitchen. Chen Ruolin stood at the stove, washing dishes while replaying everything that had happened today. I'd made big money, brought expensive seafood to her parents' place, given 100 yuan, and even helped set that good-for-nothing brother of hers straight. This man really did seem to have become a mountain she could lean on. At the thought, the corners of her mouth curved up on their own. I helped carry the table back into the main room and let out a yawn. After running around the whole day, even with the spirit spring water sustaining me, I was still a bit worn out mentally. Dad, I'm going back to my room to sleep for a bit. I called out to Chao Jiangwo, who was smoking in the courtyard. Go on, go on. He blew out a smoke ring. Get some good rest. Don't wear yourself out. I pushed open the door to the east room, shut it behind me, closed my eyes, and with a slight shift of will, entered the spirit spring space once more. The space was as brimming with life as ever, the spring bubbling and gurgling as it gave off wisps of white mist. I walked over to the spring, cupped a mouthful of the water, and drank it down. The sweet, crisp spring water slid down my throat and instantly turned into a warm current coursing through my whole body. All my former exhaustion was swept away, and every muscle in my body brimmed with strength. This thing really is a treasure. I clenched my fist, feeling the surging power inside me. With this spirit spring water, forget just one Chen Ruolin. Even a few more, and I wouldn't break a sweat. I exited the space and flopped straight down onto the bed. Almost the instant my head hit the pillow, I sank into a deep sleep. It was an extraordinarily comfortable rest. I don't know how much time passed before I hazily heard a faint patter of footsteps. Right after, a delicate scent of osmanthus drifted into my nose. I cracked my eyes open a sliver, and by the moonlight coming through the window, I made out the figure standing beside the bed. Chen Ruolin had already bathed, her half-dry hair loose over her shoulders. She'd actually gone and put on that bright red silk nightgown. The neckline plunged incredibly low, exposing a broad expanse of snow-white skin and that heart-stopping curve. She looked at me sleeping, but inwardly she was wrestling with herself, too. I'd done such a huge favor for her family today that her gratitude was beyond words. Add to that last night, and she'd actually developed a secret sliver of anticipation for tonight. Just as she was lost in thought, her eyes happened to meet mine, glinting with a wild light in the dark, and her heart skipped half a beat. She bit her lower lip, her hands twisting together nervously. You're awake. Wife, with you dressed like that. How could I not wake up? My voice was husky. I abruptly sat up and grabbed her wrist, yanking her hard. She yelped and tumbled straight into my broad embrace. My scorching chest pressed against her soft, delicate body, and the powerful masculine scent instantly enveloped her. What are you doing? Let go of me. She struggled a couple of times, for form's sake. Let go. I gave a cold laugh, flipped over, and pinned her beneath me. Tonight, don't even think about escaping. The wooden plank bed let out an agonized creak. Chen Ruolin's eyes went wide as she looked at me, mere inches away, her breathing turning ragged. You go easy. Her voice trembled, carrying a hint of pleading. Go easy. I lowered my head and bit down on her earlobe. That's not what you said last night. Didn't you complain I was useless? Tonight I'll show you who the real man is. The words had barely left my mouth before I sealed her red lips. After a whole night, when the first ray of morning light slipped through the cracks of the wooden lattice window and into the room, I leaned back against the headboard, my gaze sweeping over that bright red silk nightgown, now torn into several ragged strips. This originally pricey fabric now hung pitifully off the corner of the bed, still dotted with a few water stains. Chen Ruolin was curled up in the covers, only half of one round, fair shoulder exposed. I gave a light cough and looked at the voluptuous beauty beside me, collapsed from exhaustion, and a trace of guilt welled up in my heart. I hadn't kept myself in check again last night. I gingerly lifted the covers, terrified of waking her, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor and pulled them on, then tiptoed over and eased open the wooden door of the east room and stepped out. The courtyard was dead quiet, the early morning sea breeze carrying a chill. Only the faintest sliver of pale light had crept into the edge of the sky. The village roosters hadn't even started crowing yet. The moment I turned around, I spotted a dark figure crouched at the doorway of the main room, smoking. The cigarette ember flickered dim and bright in the gloom. Dad, I jumped and lowered my voice. Why are you up so early? Chao Jiangwo stood up and stubbed out the cigarette, but underfoot. You kid, pace yourself. All that racket last night, you think your mom and I are deaf? Listening to it left even your old man embarrassed. Your mom got up 3 times in the night for a drink of water. If you hollow out that body of yours now, you'll pay for it when you're old. I was so mortified I wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This old house had terrible soundproofing. I could even picture the 2 old folks tossing and turning next door, unable to sleep, in all their awkward glory. Dad, I get it. I coughed dryly a couple of times. I'll be more careful next time. Careful, my foot. Don't think that just because you're young you can go wild. There are only oxen worked to death, never fields plowed to ruin. That Chen Ruolin girl's got good childbearing hips, but you can't be so unrestrained either. Our Chow family's still counting on you to carry on the line. Don't go wrecking yourself first. I felt a wave of helplessness inside. I didn't want to be this wild either, but ever since bonding with the Spirit Spring space, my energy had been way too vigorous. But I couldn't exactly spill the secret, so all I could do was silently take the fall. Dad, I know what I'm doing. I forced myself to promise. I'll definitely rein it in from now on. Fine, I can't be bothered to meddle in you youngsters' business anyway. Chao Jiangwo rolled his eyes. He made the exact same promise yesterday, and then went at it like that last night. Sigh, young people, they just don't know when to hold back. Dad, you're up this early. Where are you off to work? I quickly changed the subject. That renovation job last time wrapped up. This time it's old Lee's place at the east end of the village doing a renovation. I'm going to help out for a couple of days, earn a little pocket money. I quickly grabbed hold of him. Dad, our family's not short on money anymore. If you feel it's too much, then don't do it. Your son will earn the money. Cut the nonsense. What you earn is yours. Chao Jiangwo shook off my hand. Your old man's not so decrepit he can't move around. I don't need you to support me. Besides, you just got married. There'll be plenty of things to spend money on down the road. While I can still work, I'll save up a bigger nest egg for you too. And I don't know why, But I woke up this morning feeling like I've got more energy than I know what to do with. I've got to go blow some of it off. In an instant, I realized it was the spirit spring water I'd secretly mixed in taking effect. The greatest gain of this rebirth was, without a doubt, this spirit spring space. Not only could it change my fate, it could also help nurse Mom and Dad's health back to strength. At that thought, I stopped trying so hard to hold him back. With a temperament like Chao Jiangwo's, keeping him from working, leaving him to loaf around idle like some street bum, would be worse than killing him. In any case, I had the spirit spring water to keep him nourished. All right, Dad, be careful then. Quit dawdling with me here. I've got to get going. With that, Chao Jiangwo clasped his hands behind his back and ambled leisurely out the courtyard gate. Watching him go, I drew a deep breath. With the old man gone, it made what I was about to do next a lot easier. While Mom was still asleep, I had to hurry and take care of the real business. Once I'd confirmed no one was in the courtyard, I strode quickly toward the old well in the corner by the wall. This well had some years on it. The bluestone slabs around its rim were covered in moss. Its water was crisp and sweet, and it had sustained several generations of the Chow family. I leaned over and peered inside. The deep, dark well water reflected my sharply defined face. I closed my eyes, gave a slight shift of will, and instantly connected with the spirit spring space inside me. There, the mist-wreathed spring pulsed with vigorous life. I extended my right hand over the mouth of the well, and a stream of clear, transparent spirit spring water appeared out of thin air, dropping from my fingertips down into the well. Drip. The moment the spirit spring water touched the well water, faint ripples spread from the bottom of the well. The once still water took on an unusual vitality, growing visibly clearer before my eyes. A faint, refreshing fragrance floated up from the depths and drifted into my nose, invigorating just to breathe in. I didn't stop, continuing to pour it in until it was about right. This spirit spring water's effects were too potent. Pour in too much, and it might raise suspicions. Slow and steady was the way to go. I leaned over the well rim, watching the gently rippling water, the corners of my mouth curving up in satisfaction. Nourished by this spirit spring water, Mom and Dad's health would surely improve day by day, and the hidden ailments left behind by years of hard labor would heal without them even noticing. And Chun Rulin too. Drink this water, and her body would surely become even more radiant and supple. I straightened up and gave a big stretch. Creak. The wooden door of the east room was pushed open, and Chun Rulin came out with a coat draped over her shoulders. Her legs were still a bit weak, and she walked with a slight unsteadiness. But to my surprise, this woman's complexion was actually far better than yesterday morning. Yesterday, she couldn't even get out of bed, and I'd had to feed her. Today, she'd actually walked out on her own. It seemed the spirit spring water's body-transforming effects were slowly beginning to show on her. Given a little more time, this voluptuous wife of mine would definitely be able to keep up with my pace. By then, even if I opened fire full throttle and went at it all night long, she'd be able to handle it. She'd just walked to the middle of the courtyard when she looked up and ran straight into my heated gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly, and she reflexively pulled her coat tighter. "You, what are you doing up this early?" "Couldn't sleep." I leaned in a little closer, grinning wickedly. "What about you? Why not sleep in a while longer? After all that action last night, if you don't rest enough and end up feeling lousy, your husband here would be very heartbroken." Chen Rulin was nearly furious enough to keel over. "Chow Fei, you rotten scoundrel, you wicked jerk. The one who did all the wearing out was clearly you. How are you acting like nothing happened now? What on earth kind of constitution is this? Even I can't take it. I'm coming out to use the bathroom." I reached out and wrapped an arm around her slender, willowy waist. "Still sore all over?" Her body went slightly stiff, then she melted limply into my embrace. It was strange, though. She'd been worked over so hard last night that she'd figured she'd be flat on her back in bed again today for sure. Yet when she woke this morning, though her back and waist ached, her spirits were surprisingly good, and that bone-deep exhaustion had eased considerably. Could this man actually know some kind of dual cultivation, art, and had he actually nourished her? "You've still got the nerve to bring it up. That silk nightgown of mine cost quite a bit of money. And what did you do?" "Tore it into ragged strips in 2 or 3 moves flat." The more she talked, the more it pained her. That had been her prized possession, tucked away at the bottom of her chest, one she was normally too reluctant to even wear. Last night, she'd kindly worn it for him to see, and this brute had gone and dismantled it by sheer force. I tightened my arm around her. "Broken is broken. Out with the old, in with the new. When I've got some time in the next couple of days, I'll take you into town to buy some. We'll just get 8 or 10 of them, a set in every color. Then you can wear them however you like, and I can tear them however I like." Chen Ruolin's eyes went wide, hardly daring to believe it. You pervert." She raised her little fist and pounded it against my chest a couple of times. Buy 10 of them just to tear them? What kind of dirty garbage has this man got packed inside his head? I seized the moment to grab her little hand. How is buying clothes for my own wife being a pervert? Besides, who was the one who dressed like that to seduce me last night? Her face flushed red all the way to the base of her neck in an instant, even her earlobes burning hot. She wrenched her hand back forcefully. It was obviously you who told me to wear it. And now you're running your mouth here. I said wear it, and you wore it. Haha, my wife's so obedient. I like it. Chun Rulin. She realized she was completely no match for me in an argument. This guy was slick-tongued to the absolute extreme. If not for that face, that body, he really would be the same old Chow Fei she used to know, the 2 hours in bed one. She'd all but convinced herself this man had been body snatched by some sea spirit. Having lost the exchange, she could only change the subject. So what are you planning to do in a bit? I pointed at the tool shed in the corner of the courtyard. While the tide's out, I'll head down to the shore and poke around, see if I can dig up some good stuff. Boss Joe's still waiting on a supply, and I've got to earn more money, so I can buy you nightgowns. A trace of sweetness welled up in Chun Rulin's heart. This man might have no filter on his mouth, but when it came to working and earning money, he was genuinely, rock-solid reliable. Then wait for me a sec. She turned and headed for the kitchen. I'll make you breakfast. Eat your fill before you go. I pulled her back into my arms. Where do you think you're going? Your body's not recovered yet. Get back inside and lie down, quick. But you haven't eaten yet. She hesitated. It's just one breakfast. I can handle it myself. I pushed her straight toward the east room. Your only job right now is to rest up. When I get back from the shore, we'll settle up last night's account properly. Chun Rulin's face was a mass of question marks. Hey, wait. What account was there from last night? I haven't even settled up with you. After seeing her back to the room, I went into the kitchen, rolled up my sleeves, and expertly lit the fire and fed in the kindling. In my last life, I trained up a fine set of cooking skills. Never mind ordinary home cooking. Even the signature dishes at big restaurants, I could pull off pretty close to the real thing. This life, with the spirit spring water backing me up, the food I made would absolutely be a taste of heaven. This time, let's give it a try. I scooped 2 bowls of brown rice from the rice jar and rinsed it clean. While no one was around, I took spirit spring water straight from the space and poured it into the iron pot, submerging the brown rice. The flames in the stove licked at the bottom of the pot, crackling and popping. Then I dug out a few eggs, cracked them, and dropped them into a big coarse porcelain bowl, whisking rapidly, the golden liquid tumbling in the bowl. Next, I chopped a handful of emerald green scallions and grabbed a small handful of dried baby shrimp. By the time the brown rice congee in the iron pot was rolling and bubbling, a rich rice aroma spread through the air in an instant. This congee, mixed with spirit spring water, the flavor was out of this world. Even the plainest brown rice was now giving off a fragrance mouth-wateringly fresh. I swallowed hard and drizzled the egg mixture evenly into the piping hot congee. It instantly set into blooms of golden egg flowers, tumbling up and down with the rice. Finally, I scattered on the scallions and dried shrimp and drizzled a couple of drops of sesame oil. An indescribable savory fragrance shot up to the heavens. This pot of dried shrimp silken egg congee could absolutely make a person's tongue melt with freshness. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. Wang Xiuhua, a garment thrown over her shoulders, came rushing out of the main house. Number 2. She stood in the kitchen doorway, her face full of shock. What good thing are you cooking? How is it so fragrant? I turned my head. Mom, I brewed some dried shrimp silken egg congee. Hurry and give it a taste. I ladled a full, brimming bowl and handed it to her. Wang Xiuhua took the bowl and, heedless of how hot it was, took a big gulp straight away. The delicious flavor exploded across her mouth, slid down her throat into her stomach, and left her feeling comfortable through and through. My heavens above. Her eyes went wide. How did you brew this congee so delicious? It's more flavorful than what the big restaurants in town sell. How had she never known that her tight-lipped number 2 had this kind of talent? If it's good, drink more. I picked up 2 more bowls. I'll bring a bowl in for Ruolin, and the rest you can take to the work site for Dad. Wang Xiuhua nodded again and again, then crouched down on the threshold with the bowl and started slurping it up. I carried the 2 bowls of steaming congee and pushed open the door to the east room. Chen Ruolin was leaning against the headboard, and the moment she caught that overpowering fragrance, her stomach let out an uncooperative rumble. Gurgle, gurgle. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly clutched her stomach. Hungry, huh? I walked over to the bed and set the bowl on the nightstand. Hurry and eat it while it's hot. Chen Ruolin looked at the golden egg flowers and emerald scallion bits in the bowl and swallowed. It was clearly just simple congee, an everyday breakfast utterly commonplace in this village. So how could it smell this good? You made this. If not me, then who? Here, taste it and see if it suits you. I handed her the spoon. She scooped up a small mouthful and put it in her mouth. The next second, her beautiful eyes flew wide, her face written all over with shock. This congee melted the instant it hit her mouth, fresh and richly savory, carrying an indescribable sweetness. Once a bowl of hot congee was down, she felt warm all over, and the little bit of soreness left over from last night miraculously vanished. It's so delicious. She drank it down in big gulps, not even sparing the effort to lift her head. Watching her wolf it down, the corners of my mouth curved up in a smug arc. The power of this spirit spring water truly lived up to its reputation. Once I got this voluptuous wife's body completely tuned up, the days ahead would be plenty of fun. Eat slower, there's more in the pot. I reached over and wiped a bit of congee from the corner of her mouth. Ruolin lifted her head and looked at this thoughtful, attentive man before her, and the softest place in her heart was fiercely stirred. This man could not only earn money and throw down in a fight, and was outrageously formidable in that department. He could also cook up a marvelous meal. Just what kind of celestial husband had she married? Chow Fei. She set down the bowl. What is it? You're really good to me. Ruolin suddenly leaned in and gave me a light peck on the cheek. The soft sensation touched and pulled away in an instant. Yet it was like a current of electricity spreading through my entire body. Even though we'd already been through all sorts of modes these past days, this fresh, sweet little peck between a courting couple stirred my heartstrings all the more. You have to understand, whether in my last life or this one, Ruolin was my first woman and my only woman, my true first love. Even though this marriage had come about because her would-be husband ran off, and I'd had no choice but to stand in for Chow Yong and marry her in his place. But this time, because bonding with the spirit spring space had solved the problem of satisfying her, I recognized for the first time what she truly was to me. My wife across 2 lifetimes, and my first love, the first woman I ever gave myself to. That's it. I threw an arm around her waist, eager and raring to go. That's not nearly enough. Hey now, stop messing around. Ruolin let out a delicate cry and quickly pushed me away. Aren't you supposed to be going out to work the tide? Hurry up and go. I still need to recover. You've been way too much these past couple of nights. I'm afraid I can't hold up anymore. Even Ruolin, proud beyond measure and with tremendous appetites of her own, had no choice but to concede weakness this time. After all, I really was too formidable, 2 nights running, and I still had the appetite for more even now. If we went another round at this critical juncture, forget whether I could take it. She was afraid she couldn't take it herself. This time it truly was a field plowed to ruin, not an ox worked to death. Fine, we'll save it up for later. In the end, I did still feel for my wife. A little lesson was enough. I didn't want to push things too far. So I stood up, picked up my own bowl of congee, downed it in 2 or 3 gulps, wiped my mouth, and felt my whole body brimming with strength. Rest up nicely at home, and wait for me to bring back the big haul. Also, if you've got time today, head back to your parents' place and check in. I'm worried your dad might have actually beaten your brother into some sorry state. Go comfort him a bit. Young people are bound to take a wrong turn now and then. You just correct it in time, and that's that. Ruolin nodded. I got it. With that, I strode out of the room, grabbed the bucket and iron rake from the tool shed, and headed toward the shore with big strides, facing the morning sun. Today's tide had gone out especially low. That deep water reef zone had to be hiding even more top-grade seafood. My eyes flickered with excitement. My grand money-making scheme was only just getting started. The morning sea breeze carried a salty, briny tang, cool against my face. Carrying the bucket, I strode across a few moss-covered reef rocks. The tide had gone out very low today, and that deep water reef zone was more than half exposed. I drew a deep breath and focused my mind on my eyes. The originally murky seawater instantly turned clear and transparent, my vision piercing through layer upon layer of ripples, laying the seabed seen fully bare. This spirit spring space's ability is really handy. Iron rake in hand, I waded deeper through the knee-high water. A massive black submerged reef up ahead caught my attention. In a crevice at its base, a splash of gorgeous color faintly flickered. My heart leapt. I quickened my pace and moved in close. Through the water's surface, I could clearly see an enormous ornate spiny lobster crouched deep in the stone crevice. That lobster was easily as long as an adult's forearm, its multicolored, iridescent shell shimmering faintly underwater. Jackpot! Back in the year 2000, this thing was an absolute rarity. Bring it into town, and those big restaurant owners would fight to snap it up. And it was thanks to it being 2000. Environmental pollution wasn't so severe yet, and the sea hadn't been overdeveloped. Otherwise, in a spot like this, there'd be no way to catch an ornate spiny lobster at all. 20 years down the road, if you wanted to eat a real ornate spiny lobster, you'd have to shell out extra, and most of them would be farm-raised anyway. For a reborn fisherman like me, with a built-in spirit spring space, This place was simply the best gold mine around. I softened my movements and slowly slid the iron rake into the water. Sensing danger, the lobster waved its two long antennae, trying to shrink deeper into the crevice. My eyes were quick and my hands quicker. I abruptly jammed the rake to block its retreat. Then my big rubber-gloved hand shot out like lightning and clamped down on its back shell. Splash! Amid the spray of water, I hauled the enormous ornate spiny lobster straight up out of the water. It thrashed its tail with all its might, its tremendous force sending my wrist tingling numb. Whoa, this thing's got some real power. I grinned and tossed it into the bucket. With this promising start, my drive kicked into higher gear. Sweeping through the reef zone, my spirit spring vision guaranteed I never came up empty. The wild giant abalone hidden in the stone crevices, I pried them out one by one. The tiger groupers lurking in the sandy patches couldn't escape my rake either. In less than an hour, that oversized bucket was packed to the brim. I straightened my back and looked at the top-grade seafood in the bucket. Sold to Zhou Daong, this batch would fetch at least several hundred yuan. The money for a cell phone, wasn't it just about all there? Just as I was calculating how much I could earn today, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the distance. Help, help me. The sound came in broken fragments, mixed in with the crash of the waves, hard to make out clearly. I furrowed my brow and whipped my head toward where the sound was coming from. That was a whirlpool zone with fierce currents. Normally, the village fishermen didn't dare go near it, since there were countless undertows below. I focused my gaze and saw a human figure bobbing up and down on the surface, thrashing desperately in the water, hands flailing and slapping the surface, on the verge of being sucked into the heart of the whirlpool. I didn't hesitate for a second. I dropped the iron rake and broke into a sprint. Splash! I dove headfirst into the icy seawater, arms stroking hard. My body, transformed by the spirit spring water, unleashed astonishing power in that moment. I moved through the water like a nimble swordfish at a startling speed, reaching the person's vicinity in a mere 10-odd seconds. When I got a clear look at that face, I froze for a moment. It was actually the widow Lu from the village. By now she'd already swallowed several mouthfuls of water, her face ashen, her consciousness growing hazy. Her wildly flailing hands clutched at my collar like a drowning person grabbing at a lifeline. Save me. Widow Lu weakly forced out a few words. A drowning person has enormous strength, and that grab of hers nearly dragged me under the water too. With a cold face, I grabbed her wrist and forcibly pried it open. Stop thrashing. I circled behind her, locked one arm tightly around her neck to hold her head above the water, and stroked hard with the other arm, towing her toward shore. Wave after wave crashed against us, but my stamina seemed inexhaustible. Battling against the undertow by sheer force, I dragged her onto the shallow sandbank. Cough, cough, cough. The moment we got ashore, Widow Lu sprawled on the beach, coughing violently, spitting up mouthful after mouthful of seawater, breathing heavily. I stood off to the side, catching my breath. Auntie Lu, do you have a death wish? Even the old fishermen don't dare go near that whirlpool zone. What were you doing over there? I saw a few big crabs over there. She lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Thought I'd catch them to sell for a little money. Who knew my foot would slip and I'd fall into a deep pit and get swept away by the waves, drifting farther and farther out. Her voice trembled, tinged with lingering fear. If I hadn't stepped in, she'd very nearly have died. I shook my head helplessly and was about to speak when my gaze inadvertently fell on her. That one look, and my breath instantly hitched for half a beat. Widow Lu was wearing a white polyester shirt today, now completely soaked through by the seawater and clinging tightly to her body, tracing her full curves in plain view. The fabric had turned semi-transparent. You could even clearly make out the outline of the red undergarment beneath. With each heavy pant, that astonishing curve at her chest rose and fell, on the verge of bursting out of the shirt at any moment. Add to that the black slacks plastered wetly against her legs, the lines of her ample hips and thighs fully exposed. This scene, she was absolutely a deadly temptress. I hastily looked away, coughing dryly a couple of times to cover my awkwardness. As long as you're all right, hurry home and change your clothes before you catch a chill. Watching my evasive eyes, Widow Lu was first stunned for a moment. Then the corner of her mouth curved up in a barely perceptible arc. She was a woman of experience. How could she fail to notice the change in my gaze just now? This Chow number 2 really is a virile, red-blooded man. Widow Lu's husband had died years ago, and she'd never remarried. It wasn't that there'd been no men introduced to her for matchmaking, but they were either dirt poor or ugly and skinny as bamboo poles, and she simply looked down on them. As one thing led to another, she dragged it out for so many years that she'd gotten on in age, and it was no longer easy to find someone with good prospects. But I was different. 6 feet tall, handsome, in my early 20s and in my prime, and most crucially of all, that physique. an absolute king among kings. Surely I could give her a fine time, send her rocketing to bliss. Ow! Widow Lu suddenly let out a delicate cry and dropped down to sit on the sand, both hands clutching her ankle, brows knit tight. What's wrong? I turned my head. I think I twisted my ankle. She lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. It hurts terribly. I can't stand up. I frowned slightly, walked over and crouched down, reaching out to squeeze her ankle. Does it hurt here? SSSS, it hurts. Widow Lu drew in a sharp breath and leaned her body forward as she did. With that lean, the proud scenery at her chest thrust directly before my eyes, and even brushed against my arm in the process. That soft sensation made every muscle in my body clench tight in an instant. Auntie Lu, stop moving around. I lowered my voice and took half a step back. Number 2. Auntie owes it all to you today. Widow Lu bit her red lip, her voice so soft and sweet it could practically drip. If not for you, Auntie's life would have been left out in that sea. You saved Auntie's life. Auntie doesn't even know how to repay you. As she spoke, she extended her fair, delicate fingers and lightly rested them on my shoulder. How about? Widow Lu leaned in close to my ear, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Auntie offers herself to you as thanks. How does that sound? My heart gave a violent leap. This woman was actually starting to seduce me in broad daylight. Even though I already had that top-grade wife Chenrulin, faced with this kind of blatant come-on from a mature married woman, any normal man would have a reaction. All the more so now that I'd been transformed by the spirit spring water, my vitality astonishingly robust. But my mind was crystal clear. This Widow Lu had a bad reputation in the village, tangled up in murky relationships with several bachelors. If I got involved with her, it would absolutely be a huge headache down the line. Later on, when we moved away from Peach Blossom Village, I'd even heard she'd contracted a venereal disease. Auntie Lu, quit joking around. I'm a married man. So what if you're married? Widow Lu wouldn't let up, tilting her head to look up at me. That little slip of a girl Chenrulin. Sure, she's pretty, and her figure's passable enough. But does she know how to please a man? Auntie's a woman of experience. I know what you men want most. As long as you're willing. Auntie guarantees she'll make you feel wonderful, and I'll never cling to you afterward. Those words were extremely explicit, the heat in her eyes not concealed in the slightest. I spoke coolly. Auntie Lu, I don't think there's anything much wrong with that foot of yours. Since you can talk this much, walking back on your own shouldn't be a problem. With that, I turned and headed toward where I'd left the bucket. Widow Lu was stunned for a moment. She never expected me to be so oblivious to romance. She gritted her teeth and stood up from the sand, without the slightest trace of a twisted ankle. Chow number 2, don't be so ungrateful, she shouted at my retreating back. Your auntie's throwing herself at you, and here you are putting on airs. I stopped in my tracks and turned my head. Auntie Lu, I advise you to put those thoughts away. I, Chow Fei, may not be some upstanding gentleman, but I'm not the type to wear any old shoe that's offered, either. You. Widow Lu was so furious her face flickered through shades of green and white. Hurry back and change your clothes. I picked up the bucket. Otherwise, when the villagers come around in a bit and see you in this state, they'll think I did something to you. I strode off toward the village with big steps, not even glancing back. Widow Lu stood rooted in place, watching my tall, straight-backed figure, a flash of resentment and venom crossing her eyes. Fine, you Chow number 2, just you wait. No man I've set my sights on has ever gotten away from me. Carrying the heavy bucket, I walked along the dirt road back to the village. That little episode just now hadn't dampened my good mood in the slightest. This top-grade seafood in the bucket was what I cared about right now. I had to hurry and find a phone to get Zhou Daong to come collect the goods. Just as I reached the village entrance, I spotted the village party secretary, Li Daming, strolling under a tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Uncle Li, I called out at the top of my lungs. Li Daming turned his head, and seeing me carrying a big bucket, he came over with a beaming smile. Number 2, been out working the tide again? Yep, Uncle Li. I was just thinking of coming by to borrow your phone. Borrow the phone. Li Daming was momentarily puzzled. Who are you calling? Boss Zhou from the big food stall place in town. I patted the bucket. Got some good stuff today, having him drive over to collect it. Li Daming leaned in and took a peek into the bucket, and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Good heavens. An ornate spiny lobster this big, and this tiger grouper too. You kid, did you go and rob the Dragon King's whole family fortune today? Just got lucky, that's all. I smiled. Uncle Li, I'll cover the phone charge, of course. Is it convenient? Convenient, convenient. Come on, to my place. Li Daming enthusiastically pulled me along toward his house. Li Daming had always had a decent impression of me. Even though there'd been that messy business of standing in for my elder brother to marry his ex-fiancée, he could tell I'd been forced into it, a duck driven onto the perch, with no other choice. Add to that the fact that the Chow and Chun families hadn't fallen out over it afterward, and he'd chosen to turn a blind eye. Now that I'd made something of myself and could catch so much good stuff working the tide, he was genuinely happy for me. Maybe I could even help drive Peach Blossom Village's economic development, so why not? Getting on good terms with me could do no harm. At Lee Daming's place, I skillfully dialed the number on the business card. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. "Hello, who's this?" Zhou Daiyong's booming voice came through. "Brother Zhou, it's me, Chow Fei, from Peach Blossom Village." "Ah, Brother Chow." His voice instantly warmed up. "So, got good stuff again today?" "Landed an ornate spiny lobster, plus a few tiger groupers, and some wild giant abalone." I rattled off the list. "Think you can move that much on your end?" The line went silent for 2 seconds, then burst into a peal of hearty laughter. "Move it. I can absolutely move it." Zhou Daiyong was so excited his voice was trembling. "Brother Chow, you really are my lucky star. I was just fretting over not having any impressive premium dishes to put out for the boss's banquet in town tomorrow. You've done me a huge favor. Just wait there in the village. I'll drive over right away." I hung up the phone and let out a long breath. This deal was as good as sealed. I thanked Lee Daming, left 20 cents for the phone charge, and carried the bucket back home. The moment I pushed open the courtyard gate, I saw Chen Rulin sitting in the yard doing laundry. She'd already changed into a floral print dress, her long hair casually pinned up at the back, exuding a gentle, demure married woman charm. It was just that voluptuous figure of hers. It really was hard not to think of how this woman had been through countless battles. Seeing me return, Chen Rulin quickly stood up, wiped her hands, and came to greet me. "You're back. Tired?" "Not tired. What about you? Didn't you say you were going to your parents' place to check on your brother?" "Even if I'm going to see my brother, I've got to finish the household chores first. Otherwise, I won't feel easygoing." "Hee hee, wife, the way you put that. How come I just love hearing it so much?" Looking at that gorgeous face of hers, the fire inside me got a little hard to hold back again. "Wife, I caught a real big one today. Boss Joe's coming to collect the goods any minute now. Once I've got the money, I'll take you into town to buy some new clothes." Chen Rulin leaned in for a peek into the bucket and covered her mouth in surprise. "Such a big lobster. You're amazing." "You call this amazing?" I leaned in close to her ear and lowered my voice. "The truly amazing part. I'll let you experience it slowly tonight." Her face flushed red to the base of her neck in an instant, and she shot me a coquettish sidelong glare. This guy, his mind really was full of nothing but that. 2 nights running of going at it, and he still had the energy. "All right, where's Mom?" "Not back yet. She went to bring Dad his breakfast. Probably stayed there to help him with the work." "Oh, so right now it's just the 2 of us at home? Wife, are you feeling any better?" Hearing this, Chen Rulin immediately guarded her chest, her cheeks reddening. "You, Chow Fei, you already went at it all night, then ran off to work the tide. Don't even think about taking advantage of Mom and Dad being away to go again, you hear?" I grinned wickedly. "What kind of talk is that, wife? I'm just showing some concern for your health. After all, both yesterday and today you could barely get out of bed." "You? I don't believe a word of it. You rotten Chow Fei." Just as the 2 of us were flirting and bantering, a harsh screech of brakes suddenly came from outside the courtyard. And right after, "Chow number 2, get your ass out here." That sudden, furious bellow shattered the quiet of the little courtyard. Chen Rulin's face changed slightly, and she instinctively edged closer to me. "What's going on?" I patted her shoulder, my tone flat. "It's nothing, just a few mad dogs barking wildly." "Stay home. I'll go take a look." Chen Rulin grabbed my arm, her eyes full of worry. "Be careful. By the sound of it, whoever's here means trouble. Should I go get my dad?" "No need." I turned my hand to grasp her smooth, soft one. "Your man can handle it. Wait inside and don't worry." With that, I turned and strode toward the courtyard gate. Creak. The gate was yanked open. Hands in my pockets, I coldly eyed the whole spectacle outside. A blue Fumanlu purchasing delivery truck was parked sideways across the middle of the road, blocking the way. 5 or 6 people stood in front of the truck. The one leading them was none other than Qian Fugue, the guy I'd shot down and left hanging in disgrace yesterday. This lard ass had changed into a flowery shirt today, his slick back hair combed glossy and smooth, sticking out his beer belly with a face full of cold sneers. Standing beside him was the scoundrel Hai Guzi, whose wrist I'd snapped and nearly crippled yesterday. His right hand was wrapped in thick bandages, and his left held a baseball bat. Behind them trailed a few yellow-dyed hair street punks, gripping steel pipes and wooden clubs, oozing thuggishness. I curled the corner of my mouth, a flicker of mockery crossing my eyes. So they got beaten as the small fry, and now they've brought in the big guns, rolling up as a group to hand me their heads? Well, Manager Qian, I said mildly. Bright and early in the morning, instead of going to collect your dead fish and rotten shrimp, you come barking your head off at my front door. What's that about? The slabs of flesh on Qian Fugue's face twitched violently, a vicious light in his eyes. Chow number 2, don't get too cocky, kid. Yesterday, you made me lose face in front of all those people. That's a debt I'm settling with you today, and settling it for good. Hai Guzi immediately took a step forward, brandishing the baseball bat in his hand. Chow number 2, you dared to hit me yesterday. Today, Manager Qian's brought the brothers to back me up. If you know what's good for you, get over here quick, kowtow and apologize to Manager Qian, and pay my medical bills, or today we'll smash your home to pieces. I watched him jumping around and couldn't help but laugh out loud. So your wrist doesn't hurt anymore, huh? Want me to go ahead and wreck your other hand for you too? Hai Guzi got so scared he stumbled back a step, instinctively hiding his left hand behind his back, and shouted with more bluster than backbone. Quit acting so damn tough. Manager Qian's here today. There's no way you're getting out of this. The commotion here was so loud it quickly drew the surrounding villagers. Li Dushing and Wang Digang had just gotten back from the shore, and hearing the noise, they hurried over. In less than a few minutes, the area outside my house was surrounded 3 layers deep, everyone pointing and murmuring. Seeing the crowd growing bigger and bigger, Qian Fugue didn't rein himself in at all. If anything, he got even more smug. This was exactly the effect he wanted. To grind me, this clueless Chow number 2 who didn't know his place, under his heel in front of the whole village, so he could win back his face as Fuminlu's purchasing manager. Listen up, everyone. Qian Fugue cleared his throat and yelled at the top of his lungs. This Chow number 2 has no respect for his elders. Yesterday, he not only refused to sell his seafood to us at Fuminlu, he cursed me out. I, Qian Fugue, have been working in town all these years. When have I ever had to swallow this kind of humiliation? The villagers exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Wasn't it that Qian Fugue himself lowballed the price too hard yesterday, and that's why Chow number 2 wouldn't sell? How'd that turn into him cursing Qian out? This Qian Fugue's talent for flipping the story and playing the victim is really something else. But he brought so many people with him. Chow number 2's probably going to come out of this on the losing end today. Qian Fugue gave a cold snort and pulled a wad of bills straight out of his pocket, slapping it down on the hood of the truck. Chow number 2, I won't even bully you today. As long as you kneel down in front of the whole village right now, kowtow 3 times with your head hitting the ground, shout Grandpa Qian, I was wrong 3 times, and promise to sell me every bit of seafood you catch from now on, and pay 10 times over if I ever catch you selling on the side. This 500 yuan is yours, and we'll call it even. But if you dare say a single word of no, Qian Fugue's eyes turned sinister and cruel. I'll break your legs today. The moment those words came out, the crowd let out a collective gasp. 500 yuan. In a small fishing village in the year 2000, that was a fortune. But to kneel and kowtow in front of the entire village, that would be a total loss of face. How could you ever hold your head up in Peach Blossom Village after that? I looked at Qian Fugue the way you'd look at an idiot. Qian Fugue, did you get your brain squeezed in the door on your way out this morning? I can work the tide. When could I not earn 500 yuan back? You want me to kneel for a measly 500 and hand over all my seafood to a bloodsucker like you? As if you're worth it. Instead of getting angry, Qian Fugue laughed. Well, aren't you a dog who won't drink a toast and insists on the forfeit? You really think I've got no way to deal with you, huh? He abruptly spun around to face all the villagers and bellowed at the top of his voice. Everyone in Peach Blossom Village, listen up. From today on, we at Fuminlu will not buy a single fish or a single shrimp from Peach Blossom Village. And it's not just Fuminlu. The owners of the other big restaurants in town are all my buddies. One word from me, and there's no way any of your Peach Blossom Village seafood sells for a single cent in town. That statement dropped like a bombshell, exploding through the crowd. Every villager's face went ashen in an instant, their eyes full of terror. Peach Blossom Village lived off the sea. Everyone depended on working the tide and fishing to earn money and feed their families. Fuminlu was the biggest seafood restaurant in town and their biggest buyer. It was only because Qian Fugue had lowballed the prices so brutally that he'd stirred up everyone's anger, which was why they'd sold to Zhou Daong instead. But if Qian Fugue really joined forces with the other restaurants to blacklist Peach Blossom Village, then who would they sell their catch to? Were they supposed to let it all rot and stink at home? Manager Qian, don't act rashly. Li Dushing panicked and quickly stepped forward with an ingratiating smile. This is a personal grudge between you and Chow number 2. You can't drag our whole village into it. That's right, Manager Qian. Wang Digang chimed in. We're still counting on selling our goods to you down the road. Be the bigger man and don't stoop to our level. The villagers spoke up one after another, pleading, terrified of having their livelihoods cut off. Manager Qian, our family's got elderly folks and little kids. We depend entirely on this bit of seafood to get by. Have a heart. The Chow family's business has nothing to do with us. You can't punish everyone for one man's fault. Watching the villagers grovel and lower themselves, Chien Fugui felt immensely pleased. He spat on the ground, his attitude arrogant to the extreme. Now you know to beg me? Too late. As long as this Chow number 2 refuses to kneel and apologize to me, and won't agree to my terms, I won't collect a single fish from your peach blossom village. If you want to blame someone, blame this Chow number 2, who doesn't know how good he's got it. Hai Guzi joined in the ranting, brandishing his baseball bat and pointing at the villagers. You hear that? Hurry up and make Chow number 2 kneel and apologize, or your whole village is going to be right there with him, going hungry. The villagers' eyes all landed on me in unison, their expressions complicated. There was worry, there was resentment, and there was helplessness. Li Dushing sighed and walked up to me, his tone carrying a note of pleading. Number 2, Uncle knows you got a raw deal, but this manager Chien is really someone we can't afford to cross. How about you just swallow your pride and admit fault? That's right, number 2. Wang Digang urged too. Everyone's got to eat. You can't smash the whole village's rice bowl over a moment's pride. Widow Lu crossed her arms over her chest, the corner of her mouth curling into a cold, gloating sneer. This Chow number 2 had been so oblivious to romance earlier. Let's see how he gets out of this today. Chen Ruolin, eavesdropping from behind the gate, was frantic with worry too. Watching the dense black mass of the crowd through the crack in the door, her palms were slick with cold sweat. This Chien Fugui was using the whole village's livelihood as a threat, an incredibly vicious move. If I didn't back down, I'd surely become the enemy of the entire village. But if I knelt, how could I ever face anyone again? Just as she was about to push open the gate and step out to bail me out, I made my move. I stood my ground. Facing Chien Fugui's threats and the pressure from the villagers, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic on my face. I even fished a cigarette out of my pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. Uncle Li, Uncle Wang. My tone was flat. Do you really think Chien Fugui is the only one in this town who buys seafood? Li Dishing spoke up with a bitter face. Number 2, Fumanlu's the biggest restaurant. If he gives the word, what other restaurant would dare buy our goods? That's not necessarily true. I curled my lip. In this day and age, anyone who won't take money is a fool. Hearing this, Chien Fugui threw his head back and roared with laughter, as though he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha. Chow number 2, are you damn well scared out of your wits? In town, my word, Chien Fugui's word is law. I'd like to see just who would dare come by your peach blossom village goods today. I flicked the ash off my cigarette, my gaze gradually sharpening. Chien Fugui, do you actually think a few words from you can blot out the whole sky over peach blossom village? Chien Fugui sneered again and again, lifting his chin. Whether I can blot it out or not, you're about to find out. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and kowtow right now, and I can still show you mercy. Kneel, or don't kneel. I threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stamped it out with my foot, and the corner of my mouth curved into an icy arc. Kneel, my ass. The moment those words came out, the whole scene fell dead silent. Everyone's eyes went wide, staring at me in disbelief. This Chow number 2 actually dared to defy Chien Fugui in public, without a care for the whole village's survival. The smile on Chien Fugui's face froze in an instant, replaced by boundless fury. Fine, fine, fine. Chow number 2, you've got guts. Since you're courting death, I'll oblige you today. He threw out an arm and bellowed at the thugs behind him. Get him. Break both his legs. Let's see how tough he stays then. Hai Guzi had long been unable to wait. He raised his baseball bat and, with a freakish cry, charged in first. Chow number 2 dropped dead. The few yellow-haired punks also raised their steel pipes one after another and lunged at me, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The villagers scrambled backward in fright, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Chen Ruolin let out a cry from behind the gate, and unable to care about anything else, threw open the courtyard gate and rushed out. Stop! Don't you hit him. I pulled her back behind me with one hand, a flicker of savagery crossing my eyes. Since this pack of scum was so set on courting death, then today I'd go all out. Beat these dogs until they hurt, until they were terrified. Instead of retreating, I advanced, and as Hai Guzi's baseball bat came smashing down at my head and face, I abruptly thrust out my right hand. Thwack! With a muffled thud, I caught the other end of the baseball bat firmly. Hai Guzi froze. He tried with all his might to yank the bat back, only to find it wouldn't budge an inch, as if it had grown right into my hand. You? Hai Guzi's eyes went wide, full of terror. The corner of my mouth curled into a cruel, cold sneer. My right leg shot up, and I planted a kick square in his gut. Ag! Hai Guzi let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, flying backward like a kite with its string cut and slamming hard into the muddy ground. That powerful, heavy kick instantly cowed everyone present. The yellow-haired punks stopped in their tracks, exchanging glances, none of them daring to take another step forward. Qian Fugui's face changed dramatically too, and he instinctively backed up 2 steps. You dare to hit people. Qian Fugui pointed at me, his voice trembling. I tossed the baseball bat aside, dusted off my hands, and closed in on him step by step. Hit people. I sneered. Today I'm not just going to hit people. I'm going to teach you exactly who calls the shots over Peach Blossom Village. Weren't you so cocky just now? Show me some more of that cockiness. Watching me press in closer step by step, the fat on Qian Fugui's face quivered wildly. He backed away in a panic, screaming himself hoarse at the yellow-haired punks. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get him, kill him. The punks glanced at each other, gritted their teeth, raised their steel pipes, and swarmed forward all at once. I gave a cold laugh, and instead of retreating, I surged forward, charging straight into the crowd to meet those steel pipes as they came crashing down. Twisting to dodge a heavy blow coming at my face, I clenched my right fist and smashed it into a punk's face. Accompanied by a dull crack of bone, the punk's nose bridge shattered, and he flew backward screaming. Right after, I grabbed another thug's wrist with a backhand and gave it a hard twist. His steel pipe clanged to the ground. I raised my right leg and rammed a knee viciously into his gut. That thug couldn't even get out a scream. He curled up on the ground like a shrimp, clutching his belly and retching up bile. And that wasn't the end of it. Using the momentum from the knee strike, I spun into a whip kick that landed solidly on the neck of the third yellow-haired punk. His eyes rolled back and he passed out cold, crashing heavily into the mud. In under 10 seconds, the thugs who'd been baring their fangs a moment ago were all lying on the ground howling and writhing, unable to even crawl back up. The surrounding villagers were all struck dumb. When had this Chow number 2 become such a fighter? Watching this scene, Chun Ruolin's beautiful eyes went round as saucers, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. She knew I had great strength in bed, but she'd never imagined I could fight this ferociously too. Qian Fugui was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He yanked open the truck door, trying to scramble inside. Damn it, how was this bastard like some god of war? Trying to run? I strode forward, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and yanked him down like plucking a chick. Slam. With one hand, I hurled the 200-plus-pound Qian Fugui hard into the mud, muddy water splashing everywhere. Before he could catch his breath, I raised my right foot and stamped it down on his chest. Gah! Qian Fugui's chest was crushed with the impact, and he nearly spat up a mouthful of blood, wailing in agony, his face contorted with pain. Grandpa Chow, I was wrong. He clutched desperately at my ankle with both hands, his voice thick with sobbing. Be the bigger man. Just let me off like it never happened. I beg you. I ground my foot down hard, my gaze sharp. Now you know you were wrong? Weren't you just talking about blacklisting Peach Blossom Village and cutting off everyone's livelihood? Qian Fugui's face twisted with pain. I was wrong. I've got a filthy mouth. I said the wrong thing. Li Dushing, watching Qian Fugui pinned underfoot, went pale with fright and hurried over. Number 2, hurry and let up. You've hit him. This thing's really blown up now. If he goes to the police station and reports you, you'll be the one thrown in jail. Wang Digang was so anxious he stamped his feet. That's right. Number 2, if this Qian Fugui really holds a grudge against us, then Peach Blossom Village's seafood really won't sell for a single cent from now on. The villagers nodded one after another, their eyes full of worry and dread. As much as everyone hated Qian Fugui to the bone, they feared having their rice bowls broken even more. In these times, who dared to go up against the big restaurants in town? Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps and angry shouting came from the outer edge of the crowd. What are you all gathered here for? The crowd automatically parted to make way. Village Chief Chen Jianya came striding in with a stern face and his hands behind his back. Trailing behind him was the village party secretary Li Daming, drenched in sweat. Chao Jiangwo and Wang Xiuhua squeezed in through the crowd too, and when they saw the whole spectacle in front of the courtyard gate, the old couple got the fright of their lives. Number 2, Wang Xiuhua saw me stepping on Qian Fugui and was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Dad, Mom. Seeing that people with authority had arrived, Chen Ruolin's eyes lit up and she hurried over. This isn't Chao Fei's fault. It's Qian Fugui who went too far, bullying us beyond all reason. Chen Ruolin quickly recounted everything that had just happened. The moment she finished, Chen Jianya's and Li Daming's expressions instantly changed. Li Daming pointed right at Qian Fugui's nose, trembling all over with rage. Qian Fugui, aren't you just too damn tyrannical? We in Peach Blossom Village have lived off the sea for generations, and one word from you is supposed to cut off our livelihood? Chao Jiangwo was even angrier, grinding his teeth. Son, that was a good beating, a masterful beating, a beating that hit the spot. Your old man's got your back. Damn it. Did he really think the Chao family had no one? That he could come bully us right on our own doorstep like this. Pinned under my foot on his chest, Chien Fugue panted heavily. Yet he was still stubborn as a dead duck refusing to admit its beak is done for. Secretarially, it was Chow Fei who threw the first punch. I'm telling you all, this isn't over today. The moment I get back, I guarantee your Peach Blossom Village won't be able to sell so much as a single crab in town. Hearing this, the villagers fell into a panic once again, and waves of whispering rippled through the crowd. The cold sneer at the corner of my mouth deepened. Chien Fugue, you really do think highly of yourself. I bore down with my foot again, drawing another scream of agony from Chien Fugue. What do you think you are, that you can represent Fuminla's owner? You're nothing but a lackey in charge of purchasing. You really believe you can cover the whole sky with one hand? Chien Fugue's eyes rolled back from the pain, and he argued through gritted teeth. I'm the purchasing manager. Whether or not we buy the goods is my word alone. Is that so? I lifted my foot, crouched down, grabbed him by the collar, and hauled him halfway up. Then let me settle a proper account with you. I swept my gaze around the surrounding villagers, my voice ringing out. Everyone, the mud crabs you usually catch. How much per pound does this bastard give you? Li Dushing was stunned for a moment, then answered instinctively. 10 yuan a pound. Sometimes for the smaller ones, only 8. I sneered. 10 yuan a pound. Do you know what the retail price is at the town farmer's market? The most ordinary mud crab retails for 15. At a big restaurant like Fuminlu, one plate of mud crab hits the table for at least 30 yuan. And the wild grouper you catch, he gives you 15, then turns around and reports it to the restaurant's books at least 25. The mantis shrimp you catch, he gives you 2 yuan a pound, but on the restaurant's books, it's absolutely 5. All these years, this bastard has abused his position, lowballing our purchase prices and then reporting high prices to the restaurant's accounting department. That 8 or 10 yuan difference in between all went straight into his own pocket. Hearing this, the arrogant color drained from Chien Fugue's face in an instant, and cold sweat burst out across his forehead. You're talking nonsense. This is slander. I'll sue you for defamation. Defamation? I sneered. You think you did it all without leaving a trace? As long as Fuminla's owner isn't stupid, he only has to check your account books from these past years through various channels. And the fact that you've been embezzling the restaurant's payments, could that possibly stay hidden? In my last life, it was precisely because his embezzlement got exposed that Chien Fugue absconded with the money and fled. This time, I was simply laying out this fact directly, leaving him nowhere to run. Chien Fugue trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. Everything I said was dead on. Over these years, he had indeed pocketed plenty of kickbacks, raking it in hand over fist. Fuminla's owner didn't normally concern himself with the specific purchase prices. He only looked at the books, which was exactly the loophole that let Chien Fugue exploit the situation. If this really got reported to the owner, he wouldn't just have to pack up and get out. He'd face enormous damages claims, and might even end up in prison. Hearing all this, Chen Jianya's face turned gloomy to the extreme. As the village chief, the thing he could least stand was seeing his own villagers bullied and exploited by outsiders. Chien Fugue, Chen Jianya bellowed. Just because the people of Peach Blossom Village are honest doesn't mean we're easy to push around. You earn your dirty money by squeezing the blood and sweat out of us fishermen. And now you've got the nerve to come to our door and beat people. If you don't give us an explanation for this today, our whole village won't let you off. By now the villagers had finally caught on too. They'd been working the tide by the sweat of their brow, and all of that money had been embezzled by this fat bastard. Fueled by collective outrage, the villagers raised their carrying poles and hosed one after another, surrounding the truck on all sides. Beat this black-hearted bastard to death. Give the money back. Cough up the blood and sweat money you stole from us. Don't let him get away. Haul him off to the police station. Looking at the furious villagers around him, Chien Fugue got so scared that a warmth spread through his crotch. He'd wet himself outright. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a day meant for establishing his authority would end with me stripping him bare, right down to his underwear. Watching him look as though he'd lost both his parents, the corner of my mouth curled into an icy arc. Weren't you just saying you'd cut off Peach Blossom Village's livelihood? I'll head into town right now and personally find Fuminla's owner, and we'll settle this account nice and proper. I'd love to see whether you'll still keep your seat as purchasing manager once the boss learns you've been putting on a loyal face while pocketing all that money behind his back. With that, I let go of Chien Fugue and made as if to leave. Chien Fugue trembled all over, the foul stench of urine wafting from his crotch. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, he scrambled up on all fours and dropped to his knees before me with a thud. Grandpa Chow, Ancestor Chow, I really was wrong. Please, whatever you do, don't go to the restaurant and settle accounts with the boss. If they dig into it, I'll spend the rest of my life in prison. I raised an eyebrow. Now you know to be scared? Weren't you just about to cut off Peach Blossom Village's livelihood? That was all hot air. I've got a filthy mouth. I deserve a beating. Chien Fugui swung both hands, slapping his own fat face wildly. The crisp smacks echoed outside the courtyard gate until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Watching this scene, the villagers all sucked in a sharp breath. Manager Chien, who normally lorded it over everyone in town, was now kneeling before Chow number 2 and begging for mercy like a dog. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they'd never have dared imagine it, not even in their dreams. Enough, cut the sob story act. I cut him off coldly. If you want to settle this privately, then show some sincerity. Chien Fugui, as if granted a pardon, quickly stopped, thought for a moment, and held up 5 fingers. I'll pay 5,000 yuan. Call it my apology to the folks. The moment those words came out, the villagers erupted. 5,000 yuan. That was a fortune. Peach Blossom Village didn't see that kind of money in a whole year. Chen Jianya and Li Daming were both jolted too. Split up, that money would have every family thrilled to bits, even if each household only got a few dozen yuan. But I only gave a cold sneer and sent Chien Fugui sprawling with a kick. 5,000 yuan? Are you fobbing off a beggar? There are over 100 households in Peach Blossom Village. Split 5,000 among them, and it's not even enough to buy 2 pounds of pork per family. Chien Fugui clutched his stomach, hissing through the pain. Grandpa Chow, sure I've raked in a bit these past few years, but my expenses are huge too. I really don't have much cash on hand. That's your problem. My tone was ice cold. Let me settle the account for you. 15,000 yuan, not a cent less. 15,000. The moment that number came out, the villagers' breathing froze. They stared at me blankly, as if looking at some kind of monster. 15,000 yuan. In the year 2000, that could buy a small courtyard house in town. The fat on Chien Fugui's face twitched violently, his heart bleeding with the pain of it. Grandpa Chow, 15,000 is way too much. I really can't come up with it. Can't come up with it. I sneered. Fine, then let's go into town right now and have a nice long chat with your boss. As I spoke, I turned and headed into the courtyard, making as if to push out my motorcycle. Chien Fugui was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He scrambled and crawled over, throwing his arms around my leg. 15,000, 15,000 it is. I'll get you the money right now. Only then did I look at him with a mocking gaze. Besides the money, I have 2 more conditions. Name them, name them. Whatever you say, I'll agree to. First, don't ever come cause trouble in Peach Blossom Village again, and our village won't sell a single fish to Fuminlu. Second, you can keep on being your purchasing manager. That's up to you. But you're not allowed to interfere by so much as a word in any deals between the other restaurants in town and our Peach Blossom Village. If I ever find out you're playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, I guarantee I'll pay your boss a visit and have a good talk with him myself. Chien Fugui nodded again and again, bobbing his head like a pestle pounding garlic. Rest assured, even if you lent me 10 times the guts, I'd never dare meddle in Peach Blossom Village's affairs again. I turned to look at Chen Jianya and Li Daming. Uncle Li, father-in-law, go get some paper and a pen. Have him write out a written pledge, sign it, and press his fingerprint on it. Let everyone here bear witness, so it's not just his word. Chien Fugui's heart lurched. Damn this bastard Chow Fei. Originally, seeing that all the thugs he'd brought had been beaten to the ground by me, and that he was outnumbered and at the mercy of the Peach Blossom villagers, he'd figured a head-on clash was unwise. Once he got back to town, he'd have plenty of ways to make excuses and wriggle out of it. After all, that was his turf. But now, with so many people watching and a written pledge and fingerprint on record, it was a completely different story. If he tried to pull any tricks, the Peach Blossom villagers could take that pledge and fingerprint straight to the boss, and he'd be in for a world of trouble. Li Daming came to his senses and hurried back to the village committee to fetch paper and pen. With no way to avoid it, Chien Fugui could only sprawl trembling over the truck's hood and, per my instructions, write out the pledge and then press his red fingerprint on it. I picked up the pledge, glanced at it, and tucked it into my pocket with satisfaction. Let's go. I patted his shoulder. I'll personally keep an eye on you as you go into town to get the money. Looking as if he'd lost both parents, Chien Fugui crawled up into the truck under my watch, thoroughly disgraced. Before leaving, I waved at Chen Rulin, Chao Jiangwo, and Wang Xiuhua. Wife, Dad, Mom, wait for me at home. I'll be right back. If Boss Zhou gets here first, explain the situation to him. As for Hai Guzi and the rest, father-in-law, you all handle them. Chen Rulin watched my tall, upright figure, her beautiful eyes full of adoration, and nodded hard. Chao Jiangwo cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone in reply. You got it, son. Go on and don't you worry. If these little punks dare come make trouble for our Chao family, we sure won't let them off. Chien Fugui and I left Peach Blossom Village. The whole way there, Qian Fugui kept sneaking glances at me sitting in the passenger seat. I swung up a hand and smacked him on the back of the head. What are you looking at? Keep your eyes on the road and drive. Yes. Having taken a slap, Qian Fugui didn't dare make a peep and drove on trembling and focused. This Chow number 2 was an absolute plague of a man, his gaze colder and sharper than a knife. Right now, all he wanted was to get this god of pestilence sent off as fast as possible and keep his rice bowl as purchasing manager. A little over half an hour later, we arrived back at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village. By now, beneath the big pagoda tree at the village entrance, a crowd of eagerly waiting villagers had already gathered. Everyone was whispering to one another, faces alight with barely contained excitement. The moment the truck came to a stop, the villagers swarmed over in a rush, their eyes fixed intently on the cab. Qian Fugui climbed down clutching a black plastic bag, trembling all over, his legs still wobbling. I snatched the plastic bag from him and tossed it straight to Chen Jianya. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, the money's here, count it. Chen Jianya opened the plastic bag with trembling hands, and at the sight of the stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills inside, his eyes instantly reddened. Li Daming was so excited he kept rubbing his hands together, nodding again and again. Once Chen Jianya had finished counting and confirmed there was no problem, Qian Fugui wrung his hands. Master Chow, Grandpa Chow, look, I've already paid the compensation. Can I go now? I delivered a kick. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. The kick had Qian Fugui grimacing in pain, but he didn't dare say a word. He hurriedly climbed into the truck, stepped on the gas, and vanished in a cloud of dust. Once Qian Fugui was gone. Good, wonderful. Chen Jianya drew in a deep breath and turned to look at me, his eyes full of gratification. Chow Fei, you've done a great service today. I smiled, my tone mild. Father-in-law, this is just what I ought to do. Everyone's looked out for our family plenty over the years. Consider this money a little benefit I've secured for all of you. Chen Jianya turned to face the villagers, held up the plastic bag, and announced loudly. Folks, this is 15,000 yuan. Divided by the number of households in our village, every family will get a good several dozen yuan. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Everyone's faces flushed red with excitement. Chow number 2's the man. Number 2, you're the great benefactor of our Peach Blossom Village. Li Dushing and Wang Digang squeezed to the front and gave me a thumbs up. Number 2, your uncle here had no eye for talent before. I never saw you were someone cut out for big things. From now on in Peach Blossom Village, if anyone dares say a single word against you, I, Wang Digang, will be the first to object. Chao Jiangwo and Wang Xiuhua stood in the crowd, and listening to everyone praise their son, they stood ramrod straight with pride written all over their faces. Today their son had won back every bit of face for the Chao family. Widow Lu stood in a corner, watching me being surrounded and fawned over by the crowd like the moon among stars, the heat in her eyes practically spilling over. This man wasn't just powerful in that department. Even his ways of making money and handling things were this impressive, keeping someone like Qian Fugui utterly under his thumb. He was simply a top-grade specimen. If she could sleep with a man like this even once, she'd die happy. After that, the villagers lined up to collect their money, joy radiating from every face. I didn't go join the fun. Leaving Chao Jiangwo and Wang Xiuhua to handle the aftermath, I turned and headed back to my own courtyard. Chen Rulin hurried over to greet me, taking a towel to wipe the sweat from my face. You must be exhausted. Come inside quick and have a drink of water. I took the opportunity to wrap my arm around her slender, handspan waist and leaned in close to her ear with a mischievous grin. What good's water? How about a taste of something else instead? Chen Rulin's cheeks flushed, and she shot me a coy, reproachful glare. You're incorrigible. Talking nonsense in broad daylight. So broad daylight's no good? Then late at night should work, right? You? Chen Rulin was so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. How had she never noticed before that Chow Fei could talk so dirty? But today I really had made everyone see me in a new light. Not only had I brought up a fine haul from the tide, but when Qian Fugui and Hai Guzi came looking for trouble, I'd fought my way to a beautiful comeback victory. Not only did I resolve the crisis, I even secured a windfall for the whole village. All right, tonight. Wait till tonight, and I'll give you a drink. I looked at Chen Rulin's voluptuous figure, and my eyes lit up. Haha, wife, then it's a deal. Just as the two of us were flirting and teasing, the sputtering roar of a three-wheeled cart came from outside the courtyard. Right after, Zhou Dayong's booming voice rang out beyond the gate. Brother Chow, you home? I let go of Chen Rulin and strode out the courtyard gate. I saw Zhou Dayong hop down from the three-wheeler and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Oh good heavens, what on earth's gotten into Peach Blossom Village today? His face was full of puzzlement. There's such a crowd at the village entrance, there's actually a traffic jam. My three-wheeler could barely get through. I smiled and passed him a cigarette. Nothing much, just dealt with a bit of a small hassle earlier. Zhou Daong took the cigarette and lit it, took a drag, and asked curiously, "A small hassle? I just saw that Fuminla truck tearing off like it was running for its life. Did that punk Qian Fugue come looking for trouble again?" I blew out a smoke ring and recounted the whole affair in an offhand, understated way. Zhou Daong listened, dumbstruck, the fingers holding his cigarette trembling. "Holy crap. Brother Chow, you're too damn impressive. That Qian Fugue's been throwing his weight around town for years, and you actually took him down flat. Not only made him cough up 15,000, but made him too scared to ever meddle in Peach Blossom Village's business again. Impressive, seriously damn impressive." I gave a faint smile and pointed at the water bucket in the courtyard. "All right, Brother Zhou, quit the flattery. Come take a look at the good stuff I got today." Zhou Daong's eyes lit up. He quickly tossed his cigarette butt and leaned in. When he saw the enormous ornate spiny lobster in the bucket, his breathing suddenly turned rapid. "Oh my goodness, an ornate spiny lobster this big. This is the cream of the crop." Zhou Daong crouched by the bucket, his eyes locked tight on that colorful ornate spiny lobster, his breathing growing extremely heavy. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully lifted the lobster out of the water, terrified of breaking off even one of its antennae. "Good heavens, Brother Chow, your luck is just unbeatable. This thing is prime stuff in town. You can't even buy it at any price." I stuck both hands in my pockets and gave a slight smile. "Brother Zhou, just name whatever price you see fit." Zhou Daong quickly fetched a spring scale from the three-wheeler, hooked on the lobster, and studied the reading carefully. His eyes instantly lit up. A full 4 pounds 2 ounces. This condition, this liveliness, incredible. "Brother Chow, I won't keep anything from you. If this ornate spiny lobster were sent to a big restaurant in the city, it'd fetch a good several hundred at the very least. I'll figure it at 800 yuan. How's that?" I nodded. "Sure, Brother Zhou's a straight shooter." Then Zhou Daong weighed the tiger grouper and the wild jumbo abalone too, his abacus clacking away. Together with the ornate spiny lobster, it came to 1,120 yuan in all. Zhou Daong counted out a thick stack of bills from the black leather bag he carried and handed it straight to me. "Brother Chow, count it." I took the money and casually stuffed it into my pants pocket without even a second glance. "No need to count. I trust you, Brother Zhou." Watching my calm, unruffled manner, Zhou Daong silently admired me. This Chow number 2 could fight and could handle heavy situations. He was definitely made for big things. After that, he carefully loaded the seafood into the water tank on his three-wheeler, even adding a bit of extra seawater. He put the lid on securely, then turned around, his expression growing somewhat grave. "Brother Chow, there's something I've got to warn you about." "Go ahead and speak plainly, Brother Zhou." I passed him another cigarette. The two of us lit up, and Zhou Daong lowered his voice, his tone carrying a note of worry. "That punk Qian Fugue took a big loss at your place today and had to cough up 15,000. But that man is pettier than a needle's point, and he'll retaliate over the smallest slight. He probably won't dare come stir up trouble in Peach Blossom Village anytime soon. But behind the scenes, he's sure to pull some sneaky moves. When you go into town from now on, you'd better be extra careful." I blew out a smoke ring, the cold sneer at the corner of my mouth gradually widening, a hint of scorn in my eyes. "Brother Zhou, do you really think he'll still get a chance to get back at me?" Zhou Daong was taken aback, looking at me with a face full of confusion. "Brother Chow, what do you mean by that?" I looked steadily at Zhou Daong and spoke word by word. "This whole thing blew up so big today, with the entire village watching. Qian Fugue paid out 15,000. Do you think that can be kept quiet? For Fuminlu to become the biggest restaurant in town, its owner is anything but a fool. The moment word leaks out, he'll follow the trail and check the account books. And then, tell me, will Qian Fugue still come out of this in one piece?" I remembered it clearly from my last life. Fuminla's owner had long suspected Qian Fugue. He just lacked evidence, and combined with how slippery the man was, he'd never made a move against him. Today's incident was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Once the news reached the boss's ears, his embezzlement would blow up ahead of schedule, with no chance of ever recovering. Zhou Daong sucked in a cold breath and slapped his thigh hard. "That's right. How did I not think of that? Qian Fugue embezzled so much of the restaurant's money that he could produce 15,000 on the spot. Would the boss tolerate his recklessness? If they really investigate, he'll absolutely end up in a jail cell." So, I picked up. Right now, he's like a clay Buddha crossing a river. He can't even save himself, let alone find the energy to deal with you. The look in Zhou Daong's eyes as he regarded me grew more and more admiring. "Brother Chow, I've got to hand it to you today. This killing with a borrowed knife trick, brilliantly played." I patted his shoulder, my tone turning heavy and my eyes going cold. "Brother Zhou, my principle for living is simple. If people don't cross me, I don't cross them. But anyone who dares climb up on my head and take a dump, anyone who makes themselves my enemy, I won't leave them the slightest way out. I pull the weeds up by the roots, not just hurting them, but taking a good chunk out of them too. The words carried a murderous edge. Cold sweat instantly beaded down Zhou Daiyong's back. Looking at me, this young man over a decade his junior, a deep sense of awe took root in his eyes. Ruthless in his methods, decisive in battle. This was a man of ambition and cunning. Thank goodness he'd befriended me from the start and hadn't repeated Qian Fugui's mistake. Seeing how tense he was, I gave a small chuckle, and the murderous air vanished at once. Don't be nervous, Brother Zhou. I only go after treacherous, small-minded people. To my friends, I, Chao Fei, give my whole heart. He wiped his sweat and nodded again and again. Of course. Brother Chao, I know very well what kind of man you are. Brother Zhou, you do business honestly and you're a decent, upright man. I've got a good feeling about you. As long as you're willing, the two of us will keep this friendship going. From now on, every fine haul I bring up is all yours. Zhou Daiyong's heart pounded wildly, and even his breathing quickened. He'd seen my tide-working skills with his own eyes. In just 2 short days, everything I'd brought up was top-grade seafood that others wouldn't even dare dream of. If they could keep cooperating and monopolize this high-end supply, his food stall would absolutely soar. Turning it into a big restaurant would be no problem at all. This was exactly what every seafood boss in town dreamed of. His food stall had been open a year and had built up quite a few regular customers. Wealthy bosses came especially to eat there, drawn by the fact that his cooking was even better than Fumanlu's. If he could use the flavor of the ingredients to draw in a few more distinguished patrons, then the next stage of his enterprise could be laid out ahead of schedule. Brother Chao, those words speak straight to my heart. He gripped my hand tightly. Getting to have you as a friend is the greatest honor of my life, Zhou Daiyong's. From now on, anywhere in town you need your big brother, just say the word. Up the mountain of knives or down into the sea of flames, I won't so much as furrow a brow. I curled the corner of my mouth. Applying kindness and authority together, this Zhou Daiyong was won over now. He'd be a food service giant down the road. Binding him to my wagon ahead of time would make the road ahead so much smoother. All right, Brother Zhou, no need for the pleasantries. Hurry and haul the goods back so you don't hold up tonight's business. He nimbly climbed onto the 3-wheeler, and the engine roared to life. You got it. Come find me in town when you've got time. Amid the sputtering din, the 3-wheeler drove off from the little courtyard. I stood at the courtyard gate, watching him disappear into the distance, a glint of ambition in my eyes. I didn't even notice Chen Rulin walk up to me. He's long gone. What are you still staring at? I came back to myself, smiled, and pulled her into my arms, breathing in the faint scent of osmanthus on her. Watching our family's future money tree. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot me a coy glare. What money tree? What wicked scheme are you cooking up now? How is this a wicked scheme? I leaned into her ear and lowered my voice. This is called strategic business planning. Just like how you invested in me. At first I could only hold out for 2 hours, but now going all night is a breeze. That's what you call a successful investment. She was stunned for a moment. Then it clicked, and her little fist pounded my chest. You're so bad. Absolutely terrible. Ahem, ahem. A deliberate cough shattered the tender mood. The two of us turned toward the sound and saw Dad and Mom standing not far off with their hands behind their backs, their old faces flushed crimson. They'd just been at the village entrance handing out money, surrounded by villagers, listening to one compliment after another, and had finally managed to collect their share and come home. Who would have thought that the moment they reached the courtyard gate, they'd catch their son and daughter-in-law hugging and embracing in broad daylight? My mom, still holding the empty lunchbox in her hand, glared at me in irritation. Dad, Mom, you're back. I greeted them brazenly. Chen Rulin turned red all the way to the roots of her ears and shoved me away as if she'd been electrocuted, frantically straightening her collar. Dad, Mom, don't get the wrong idea. We weren't doing anything. Ahem. Well, number 2. My dad gave a light cough. It's broad daylight, and you didn't even close the courtyard gate. You two get along well, sure, but you've still got to mind appearances. Chen Rulin was so mortified she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. She glared at me and thumped my arm with her little fist. It's all your fault. Always picking on me. Wife, when did I pick on you? I put on an innocent face. I was just discussing serious business with you. You're still at it. So embarrassed, she turned and fled back into the east room. Bang, the wooden door slammed shut tight. I couldn't help but laugh. This woman, she was complaining in bed earlier that I couldn't hold out for 2 hours, and now getting caught with a single hug at the courtyard gate had her this bashful. Really adorable. My mom shot me a look. You rotten brat. You've been picking on Rulin again, haven't you? Mom, I really haven't. I can't dote on her enough. Cut the sweet talk. She put on a stern face. Rulin's a good girl. If you dare let her suffer the slightest bit, see if I don't beat you with a broom. Got it, Mom. I'll wait on her hand and foot, all right. I led Dad and Mom into the courtyard, brought over a long bench for them to sit on, and poured my dad a cup of water. Dad, what's so scandalous about that? We're a lawful married couple, not carrying on an affair. Besides, my wife's so pretty, any normal man couldn't resist. You. My dad was left speechless and rolled his eyes. More and more shameless. But seriously, though, everyone's at the village entrance collecting money, and here you are, hiding back home taking it easy. My mom sat down too, her face full of delight. Number 2. You brought honor to our Chow family today. Those women in the village grabbed my hands and kept praising you nonstop, saying our family raised a capable son who'll lead everyone to a good life down the road. In a small fishing village in the year 2000, having a few dozen yuan fall into every household's lap out of nowhere was enough to make people worship you like a bodhisattva. Mom, this is all small stuff. A guy like Qian Fuguei just needed to be taught a lesson. I paused. All right. Boss Zhou came by earlier. My dad was taken aback and quickly pressed. Boss Zhou? The one who runs the food stall? He came to buy today's catch? How much did it sell for? For a boss to come to the door in person, it meant I'd made another big profit today. Dad, take a guess. I kept him in suspense. He mulled it over for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. 200 yuan. In his eyes, 200 was already sky high. Yesterday counted as good luck, but how could today be that good again? Probably 100. But since it was his own son, he had to spare my feelings, so he guessed high. I shook my head. Not enough. Not enough. My mom's eyes went wide. Could it be 400? I shook my head again and pulled that thick stack of 100 yuan bills straight out of my pants pocket. Slap. I set it down on the stone table. 1,120 yuan. Not a cent short, it's all here. The courtyard fell dead silent in an instant. Dad and Mom stared at that stack of crisp bills, their breathing stopped. 1,120 yuan. My dad had fished his whole life and might not save up that much after half a year of hard work. Yet his son had earned it in a single morning. You earned all this morning? His voice trembled. Of course, genuine as can be. He picked up the money with trembling hands, wet his thumb with a bit of saliva, and counted it bill by bill. 100, 200, 300. As he counted, his hands shook harder and harder. He lost track and had to start over from the beginning. My mom's eyes reddened beside him. Mazu has shown her power. Our family has finally turned the corner. Once was luck, but twice. Maybe it really was Mazu's blessing, letting Chow Fei take off. I thought back to before, when my elder brother Chow Yang ran off with another woman, leaving a mess for me to clean up by marrying the bride in his place. From then on, the Chow family couldn't hold their heads up in Peach Blossom Village, getting pointed at wherever they went. Now things were good. The second son could not only handle heavy matters, but also earn big money. Number 2's made something of himself, truly made something of himself. My dad finally finished counting, gripping the money tight, his hands trembling as he looked up at me, tears glistening in his eyes. The clam-mouthed dullard from before, who couldn't be beaten into so much as a peep, had now become the pillar of the family. Good, so good. He said good 3 times in a row and pushed the money back in front of me. Number 2, how do you plan to use this money? I split the money into 2 portions and pulled out 500 to press into my mom's hand. You two keep this 500, buy something good to eat and build yourselves up, don't always scrimp. I'll use the rest as capital. In a while I'll go into town and buy a bigger fishing boat. We can't always just scavenge scraps along the shore. We've got to go out to the deep sea and catch the big stuff. That's the real road to making money. My dad's eyes lit up. Buying a big boat is good. Buying a big boat is great. Dad supports you. That's the way to do big things. My mom clutched that 500 yuan, her heart warm inside. Number 2, just having this thoughtfulness is enough for me. Here's what we'll do. Mom will hold on to the money for you for now, and when you're ready to buy the boat, just tell me. Our family isn't rich, but we've still got a little something put by. I shook my head. Mom, don't do that. This is you and Dad's retirement money. Keep it for yourselves. When I buy, I'll have plenty of certainty. Your son's grown up. I can manage on my own. Fine, it's settled then. You've been running around all day and must be tired. Go inside and rest. That girl Rulin's got thin skin. After we caught you too, who knows how embarrassed she is, hiding in the room. Go in and comfort her. Don't let her sulk. I stood up with a mischievous grin. Got it, Mom. I'll go comfort my wife right now. I strode into the east room and pushed the door open. The light inside was dim. Chen Rulin sat on the edge of the bed, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, the flush not yet faded from her face. Seeing me come in, she hastily raised her head, her eyes full of bashful vexation. What are you coming in here for? She turned her face away. So embarrassing. How am I supposed to face Mom and Dad now? I reached back and closed the door, then walked to the bedside. Wife, what's so embarrassing about it? We're making babies by imperial decree. Mom just gave the word, told me to come in and comfort you properly. She melted into my arms, her body softening involuntarily, and looked up at me, her eyes carrying both reproach and an affection that wouldn't dissolve. Quit using Mom as a shield. You think I don't know what's going through your head? You brood of an ox. We've already been at it 2 nights running. Aren't you tired? Wife, your man's made of iron. What's a little exercise like this? Stop that, she said, the last of her reason bringing her back to her senses. I still have to go back to my parents' house in a bit and check on how badly my little brother got beaten. I'd nearly forgotten about that piece of real business. She pushed at me, blushing, but instead of letting go, I held her even tighter. Going home to your folks can wait a few minutes. I lowered my head. Let your husband collect a little interest first. She struggled a token couple of times, then went limp in my arms. Chow Fei kissed her a good several times, kissing Chen Rulin until her face was crimson, before letting go, thoroughly satisfied. Let's go, back to your parents' place. I gave her soft, fair cheek a pinch. She panted heavily, shot me a glare, and turned to straighten her disheveled collar. Once she'd tidied up and we'd said our goodbyes to Dad and Mom, the 2 of us walked into the Chun family courtyard, one after the other, carrying fruit we'd picked up along the way. Dad, Mom, Chow Fei and I came to see you. The moment he heard our voices, my father-in-law Chen Jianya came out to greet us, his face wreathed in smiles. Ah, Lon Lon, Chow Fei's here, come in and sit. He warmly took my arm, his attitude a world apart from yesterday. My mother-in-law Lu Guixiang came running out of the kitchen in her apron. Number 2's here. Come inside. Mom will brew you some tea. I handed over the fruit. Dad, Mom, we picked up a few oranges on the way. You child, just come. Why waste money? She grumbled with her mouth, but the smile on her face couldn't be hidden. We went into the main hall and sat down. Chen Jianya personally poured me a cup of hot tea and gave me a thumbs up. Chow Fei, that business with Qian Fugui today was beautifully done. It vented a big grievance for our peach blossom village. That's right. Number 2, Lu Guixiang chimed in. Everyone's praising you as a man of real ability. I took a sip of tea. You flatter me. I just couldn't stand that petty, small-time look on Qian Fugui's face when he thought he'd made it. He wanted to bully me too? An egg smashing against a rock, courting death. No matter what, Chen Jianya slapped his thigh. You handled this both boldly and properly, gave everyone a windfall and solved the whole village's livelihood problem. Don't leave at noon. Let your mom cook up a few good dishes, and us 2 men will have a couple of drinks. Sure. Just as we were talking, the courtyard gate was pushed open, and my sister-in-law Chen Raju, wearing a plain-colored long dress, wheeled in a bicycle. She'd just gotten off work, and there was a trace of fatigue on her fair, delicate face. Big sister's back. Chen Rulin stood up to greet her. Chen Raju parked her bike and came in, her gaze landing on me with a complicated expression. On the way back to the village, she'd already heard countless villagers give vivid accounts of me beating up Qian Fugui. She simply couldn't believe that this Chow number 2, who'd married the bride in his brother's place, actually had such capability. Chow Fei, her tone had softened considerably. I heard all about what happened today. You did well. I nodded slightly. You're too kind, big sister. Watching my composed, neither servile nor arrogant manner, the prejudice in her heart finally dissolved. She realized the me before her was like a completely different person from the wooden dullard of before, the straight spine, the deep, penetrating gaze, the hint of wildness and confidence in every move. That kind of bearing couldn't be faked. Chen Rulin chatted with her for a while, then looked around. Dad, where's Ruosong? At the mention of that good-for-nothing son, Chen Jianya's smile instantly vanished, and he gave a cold snort. That little rascal. I gave him a good thrashing yesterday, and he's still lying in bed upstairs. Dad, you were too heavy-handed. Chen Rulin sounded a little worried. Heavy-handed, my foot. He put on a stern face. A beast like that who's always stirring up trouble needs a hard hand. Let him lie there a few days so he doesn't go out and cause more trouble. Lu Guixiang sighed, her eyes reddening. Your dad really lost his temper yesterday, broke 2 sticks. Chen Rulin grew even more anxious and tugged at my arm. Come on, come up with me and see him. I let her pull me along and went up to the 2nd floor by the wooden staircase. Pushing open the door to the innermost room, a strong smell of safflower oil hit my face. Chen Ruosong lay face down on the bed, shirtless, his back covered in crisscrossing welts and bruises, groaning in pain. Hearing the door open, he twisted his head with difficulty. When he saw me following behind Chen Rulin, his whole body gave a violent shudder, and he nearly rolled off the bed. The shadow of being beaten one-handed by me at the arcade yesterday was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Brother-in-law, why are you here? He stammered, his eyes full of fear. I stuck both hands in my pockets and looked down at him. What, I can't come. You can come. He swallowed hard and forced out a smile uglier than crying. Chen Ruolin walked to the bedside, and looking at her brother's wretched state, she was so heartsick she nearly cried. Ruosong, does it still hurt? Dad's really something. How could he beat you this hard? He put on a brave front and gritted his teeth. Sis, I'm fine. This bit of flesh wound is nothing. A real man bleeds, but doesn't cry. I sneered beside them. Is that so? Yesterday in the alley when you were begging for mercy, that's not what you said. His face reddened, and he quickly changed the subject. Oh right, sis. I heard a big ruckus at the village entrance earlier. What happened? Chen Ruolin wiped the corner of her eye and recounted the whole thing from start to finish. From Qian Fugui bringing Min to the door to provoke us, to my domineering intervention, to forcing him to pay 15,000 in compensation. She told it vividly, full of adoration. Chen Ruosong listened with his eyes going wider and wider, his mouth open enough to stuff an egg into. Sis, you're not joking, are you? That's Qian Fugui we're talking about, Fumanlu's purchasing manager, with several vicious characters under him. Why would I lie to you? Chen Ruolin gave him a glare. The whole village saw it, and the money's been handed out to everyone. He sucked in a cold breath, his head buzzing. Running around in town, he knew better than anyone just how much clout Qian Fugui had. That was a figure even seasoned hooligans didn't dare provoke. And yet he'd been ground under his own good-for-nothing brother-in-law's heel and forced to cough up 15,000. Watching my calm, composed manner, the fear in his heart instantly turned into fervent adoration. Brother-in-law, you're too awesome. He got so excited he forgot his injuries and struggled to climb up. You even dared to beat up Qian Fugui. Who in town would dare mess with you from now on? I stepped forward and pressed down on his shoulder, pushing him back onto the bed. Cut the flattery. If you really think I'm awesome, then behave yourself from now on and stop running around with those shady types. Otherwise, my fist doesn't have eyes. Yes, yes, yes. After chatting for a while, Chen Ruolin saw that her brother hadn't broken any bones and just needed rest, and she finally set her mind at ease. Especially since, after hearing about my whole operation, he was so full of adoration and energy there wasn't the slightest trace of an injured man about him. After telling him to rest up, the two of us left the room. I hope this beating teaches him a lesson. Chen Ruolin sighed and took a couple of quick steps to walk alongside me. Stop going out to run around with those hooligans. Sooner or later something big's going to happen. I took the chance to take her smooth little hand, gently rubbing it with my thumb. Don't worry. If he can't remember, then as his brother-in-law, I'll personally help him remember. For no particular reason, her heart settled. She gripped my hand back and lowered her voice. Just don't really go too hard on him. A good scare is enough. If you actually hurt him badly, Mom and Dad would be heartbroken. I know my limits. I gave her palm a squeeze. The kid's not bad at heart. He just needs a good straightening out. A few more knocks and he'll settle down. Besides, he's still got to carry on the Chun family line down the road. I just hope he grows up sooner. A trace of helplessness flickered in her eyes. By lunchtime, the main hall was filled with the aroma of food. In the countryside of the year 2000, a good meal was strictly a holiday and festival kind of treat. Today, to entertain me, the son-in-law who'd shown such mighty prowess, Chun Jianya had spared no expense. The eight immortals' table was packed full, all hearty dishes. A plate of glistening red-braised pork, neatly cut, marbled with fat and lean, coated in rich caramel color. A large yellow croaker fresh out of the water, red-braised with soy sauce and scallions, its aroma wafting through the air. Alongside were stir-fried clams, green straight from the family garden, plus a dish of deep-fried peanuts to go with the drinks. Lu Guoxiang came out carrying a steaming basin of rice. Chow Fei Lon Lon, come sit, it's time to eat. You got it. Chun Jianya was already seated at the head of the table, a bottle of liquor in hand, a gift from a friend long ago, high-proof, spicy, with an excellent flavor. He'd never have brought it out if it weren't for a distinguished guest. I pulled Chen Ruolin down to sit. My sister-in-law Chen Raju came over after washing her hands and sat next to her sister. Her hair was simply tied up behind her head, and in her plain long dress, she exuded the gentle grace unique to a schoolteacher. Chun Jinya unscrewed the cap, and the strong smell of alcohol spread out as he filled 2 cups to the brim. Chow Fei, for this meal today, Dad has to offer you a toast. He raised his cup, his face ruddy and glowing. I quickly picked mine up and clinked cups with both hands. Dad, that's too much. I should be the one toasting you. No, this cup I have to toast to you. His expression was moved. You didn't just deal with Qian Fugui. You brought honor to Peach Blossom Village and glory to the Chun family. With that, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. I didn't hold back either, draining mine in a single gulp. The spicy liquor slid down into my stomach, its burn warming my whole body. Good drinking. He laughed heartily and picked up his chopsticks. Come, eat up. Make yourself at home. Lu Guoxiang picked out the fattest piece of red braised pork and put it in my bowl. Chow Fei, eat more meat. You put in a lot of hard work today. Thank you, Mom. I took a big bite. The rich meat juices burst in my mouth. The particular fragrance of free-range local pork from the year 2000, fatty but not greasy, filling my mouth with savory delight. This all-natural ingredient tasted so much better than the feed-raised pigs of later years. Watching me wolf it down, Chen Ruolin couldn't help the corners of her mouth curving up. She ladled me a bowl of milky white fish soup and gently set it by my hand. Eat slowly, no one's fighting you for it. Chen Ruoju quietly shoveled down her rice, her gaze landing on me from time to time. She noticed that this once wooden brother-in-law now carried a steady, masculine air in his every move. That kind of confidence in taking command of a situation was something you'd absolutely never see on any other man in Peach Blossom Village. Thinking of how she'd mocked and sneered at me before, over the arranged marriage and the misunderstanding about me being a lecher, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt in her heart. Big sister, you eat too. Sensing her gaze, I called out with a smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head to eat. I'm eating. You have more. You worked hard today. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chun Jianya's floodgates completely opened. 3 cups in, his eyes had gone red and his tongue was a little tangled. Chow Fei, back when that beast Chow Yang ran off and your dad forced you to marry Lan Lan in his place, I know you had a belly full of anger too. But something that shameful was more than I could bear, and that's why I treated you badly. Back then, Dad figured Lan Lan would surely suffer being with you. After all, in the old days you couldn't be beaten into so much as a peep. Dad, don't say any more. Why bring this up on such a happy day? Chen Ruolin's eyes reddened. No, today it has to be said. He waved a hand. These past few years Dad's been shouldering debt for someone else, and the family scraped by, dragging everyone down with us. But today, Dad sees it clearly. You, Chow Fei, are a man who stands tall between heaven and earth. With Lan Lan by your side, Dad's at ease. Dad, let bygones be bygones. The old me really was unreliable, and what's more, it was our Chow family who did wrong first. It's only right that your Chen family resented us. I raised my cup, my gaze sincere. But I've woken up now. As a husband, as a man, I swear, as long as I'm here, Lan Lan will never suffer the slightest grievance again, and both the Chen family and the Chow family's days will only get more and more prosperous. Good. Chen Jianya slapped the table hard. The 2 of us clinked cups again and drained them in one go. A warm atmosphere pervaded the main hall. Eating the fragrant food, looking at my voluptuous, beautiful wife beside me, feeling the acceptance of my father-in-law's family, a strong sense of contentment welled up in my heart. This was what living was all about. Setting aside all the humiliations and grievances of my past life, now there was nothing but the most simple, honest family affection and steady, down-to-earth days. With the spirit spring space and the experience of a whole life lived over again. In this life, I'd give my wife and kids a warm home and lead both families to a complete turnaround. Oh right. Number 2. Chun Jianya set down his cup and glanced upstairs. That boy Ruosong, you'll have to put in more effort disciplining him down the road. Dad doesn't have much common ground with young people these days, and I know you can't teach a kid right through beatings alone, but it's the only method I've got. You're young. Take him under your wing from now on. Dad, don't worry. I tossed a peanut into my mouth. If he dares stir up trouble again, I'll beat him every time I catch him, guaranteed to straighten him right out. Chen Ruolin gave me a glare. Go easy on him. Don't actually beat him to pieces. The wife has spoken, so I'll definitely show mercy. I grinned wickedly and secretly pinched her thigh under the table. Her body gave a shiver, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head to eat, her ears turning completely red. Number 2, what are your plans going forward? Chen Jianya's tone turned serious. First, I'll save up some money and go into town to buy a bigger secondhand fishing boat. I set down my chopsticks. Coastal resources are getting scarcer and scarcer. Only by going out to the deep sea can you catch the truly big stuff and make real money. He nodded again and again, his eyes full of approval. You've got ambition. Dad supports you. If you're short on money, Dad will go round it up for you in the village. No need. Dad, I can handle the money issue myself. I'm planning to buy a 12-horsepower diesel outboard boat. It stands up to wind and waves, goes far, and with a bit of luck you can earn back half the cost of the boat in a single day. Chen Jianya sucked in a cold breath. A 12-horsepower outboard boat, that's a rare thing. That's got to be at least 10 or 20,000 in town, right? The moment those words came out, everyone at the table was shocked. In these times, 10 or 20,000 was no small sum. They knew the Chow family's circumstances well. For them to produce that much money all at once was harder than reaching heaven. About that, but I've got it figured out, don't you worry. I smiled confidently. This meal lasted over an hour, and the dishes on the table were swept clean. Chow Fei not only had an astonishing tolerance for liquor, but a frighteningly big appetite too. He ate a full 3 big bowls of rice. His body, transformed by spirit spring water, had an extremely fast metabolism and needed large amounts of food to replenish its energy. Watching her son-in-law eat this much, Lu Guoxiang was overjoyed, repeatedly praising that a big appetite was a blessing. Chen Ruozhu got up to help her mother clear the table. Chen Ruolin wanted to help too, but Chen Jianya held her back. Lan Lan, come here for a moment. She was taken aback and quickly followed. Father and daughter walked to the shade of a tree in the courtyard, out of view from inside the house. Chen Jianya fished out a half-pack of Hongtishan cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. Dad's got something to tell you. You've got to keep an eye on Chow Fei for Dad. He said today he wants to buy a boat. Dad can tell he really wants to make something big of himself. But buying a boat is no small sum. How much money can a young fellow have on hand? Men care about their pride, especially at their father-in-law's house. He definitely won't feel comfortable asking to borrow money. He sighed, his eyes weary. These past few years Dad's been paying off debt, and there's not much left in the family, but there's still a bit of a nest egg, savings put aside for your brother's wedding. If Chow Fei really does buy a boat and comes up short, tell him quietly that he can borrow that nest egg first to tide him over. Chen Ruolin's eyes instantly reddened, a warm current welling up in her heart. She knew that money was the Chun family's last bit of security, and her father's willingness to take it out meant he regarded Chow Fei as his own son. Dad, I'll accept your kind thought on Chow Fei's behalf. She wiped the corner of her eye. But that money, better keep it for Ruosong's wedding. You girl, Dad's serious? He put on a stern face. I know you're serious. She leaned in and lowered her voice. Dad, do you know how much Chow Fei earned working the tide this morning? He caught an ornate spiny lobster, plus a tiger grouper and a wild jumbo abalone. It all sold for 1,120 yuan. The cigarette butt in Chun Jianya's hand dropped to the ground with a plop, his face full of disbelief. 1,000 plus? You're not tricking your dad. Over 1,000 in a single morning. Why would I trick you? I saw the money with my own eyes, not a cent short. Chow Fei's very capable now, and he's got it all figured out. If he's really short on money, he'll surely speak up. Don't worry about it. He sucked in a cold breath, his head buzzing. Over 1,000 in one morning. This Chow Fei was absolutely the god of wealth reincarnated. In an era when average monthly income was only a few hundred yuan, over 1,000 was more than half a year's expenses for an ordinary family. Good, so good. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. The Chow family ancestral graves must be giving off auspicious vapors, producing such a remarkable young fellow. Lan Lan, you've struck gold. Chen Ruolin's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart sweeter than if she'd eaten honey. She recalled Chow Fei's powerful physique last night, and his domineering, protective demeanor this morning. This man could handle heavy matters out in the world, and at home could wring her out until she was half dead with pleasure. To have married a man like this, her life was well worth it. Meanwhile, having eaten and drunk my fill, I felt my belly was bloated, so I walked out of the main hall toward the outhouse in the back courtyard. The outhouses in the countryside of the year 2000 were all in a corner of the yard, built of red brick, extremely crude. After relieving myself, I came out feeling thoroughly comfortable, stretched, and my bones gave a series of cracks. With a body transformed by spirit spring water, even elimination was smoother than for an ordinary person. Just as I reached the well, I saw a tall figure washing a rag with her back to me. It was Chun Ruozhu. She'd changed out of the plain long dress into a homey floral print blouse and black slacks. Though she didn't have Chun Ruolin's breathtaking voluptuousness, she won out with a tall, well-proportioned figure. Her slender, handspan waist and long, straight legs exuded a cool, intellectual air. A few loose strands of hair hung by her fair cheek, and the sunlight cast a faint halo over her. I stepped forward, turned on the tap to wash my hands, and offered a casual greeting. Big sister, washing a rag. Her body stiffened slightly. She straightened up and turned around. Just tidying up after the meal. She instinctively tucked the loose hair behind her ear. All right, you carry on. I shook the water droplets off my hands and was about to go. Chow Fei, wait a moment, she suddenly spoke up. I stopped in my tracks. What is it, big sister? Something you need. She drew in a deep breath, lightly bit her thin lip, guilt flickering in her eyes, seeming to wage an inner struggle. About before, I'm sorry. She finally made up her mind. I treated you badly in the past and said plenty of harsh things. Back then I thought you were some ne'er-do-well and was afraid Lan Lan would suffer being with you. It wasn't until today that I realized I'd misjudged you. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big sister, you stopped me just to say this? We're all family. Besides, that whole business back then, our Chow family really did do wrong. My brother ran off and left a mess, so it was only right that you were angry. Xiao Fei, am no saint, but I'm not so petty as to hold a grudge over something like this. Her tightly strung nerves finally relaxed, and the corner of her mouth curved into a faint smile, gentle amid the coolness, like a spring breeze brushing your face. I couldn't help being taken aback. This sister-in-law's looks really held up, a completely different style from Chun Ruolin, each with her own merits. Chun Jianya and Lu Guixiang's genes really were something. Both daughters were first-rate beauties of Peach Blossom Village, one voluptuous and gorgeous, the other cool and gentle. Chun Ruaju noticed my gaze and touched her face in puzzlement. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? I came back to myself and gave a light cough. No, I just think you're quite pretty when you're not angry, big sister. Just like Lon Lon, you're both great beauties. You, at this sudden compliment, her face flushed and her heart skipped half a beat. This wooden, rough fellow, how had she never noticed before that he had such a smooth tongue? He was practically a different person. But looking closely at my 6-foot frame, my sturdy build, my crisp buzz cut, and my angular features, I was actually pretty handsome. No wonder that back when Chun Ruolin lost such face over being married off in place of the groom, she still didn't choose to divorce in the end. 1. She feared shaming both families, and 2. She'd probably also taken a fancy to this appearance. Since I was complimenting her looks, she had no reason to be angry. Then she put away her smile and turned serious. All right, cut the sweet talk. I heard you say at the table just now that you want to buy a boat. My teaching these past years hasn't cost me much, so I've saved up some money. If you're really short, I can lend it to you. Surprise flickered in my eyes. I really hadn't expected this sister-in-law, who'd always treated me coldly, to actually offer to lend me money, and it was wages she'd hard-earned. In this era, a rural elementary school teacher's salary wasn't high, and saving up a sum was no easy feat. This show of trust warmed my heart. Big sister, thank you. I accept your kind thought. I gave a sincere smile. But keep the money as your dowry. I can figure out a way to buy the boat myself. Her brow furrowed slightly, thinking I was just being polite, and her tone grew anxious. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Family should help each other. It's only right. You need money right now, and this money sitting with me is just a dead number anyway. Take it to buy the boat, and pay me back once you've made a profit. Watching her earnest manner, I was inwardly amused. She was a good woman too. I really couldn't say who'd be lucky enough to marry such a fine wife down the road. Big sister, I really am not just being polite, I said. I already earned over 1,000 working the tide this morning. Together with the savings I've got on hand, buying a second-hand boat in a while will be more than doable. Her eyes went wide all of a sudden. Over 1,000. Her monthly salary was only a few hundred, and I'd earned several months of her wages in a single morning. This pace utterly overturned her understanding of things. So, keep your little private savings for yourself. I winked. Her face instantly flushed, even her ears burning hot, as she realized just how laughable her anxious manner had been a moment ago. Here I wasn't short of money at all, and she'd been eagerly pushing to lend it. If you've got money, why not say so sooner? She glared at me coyly. I spread my hands with an innocent look. You didn't ask, either. And besides, it's not that I've got money. I've just got the ability to make money and confidence in myself. She was so exasperated by my rascally manner that she laughed, and the awkwardness dissolved along with it. She found that getting along with me carried an indescribable ease, no deliberate flattery, and no lofty, condescending distance. All right, I won't trade quips with you. Hurry on to the front courtyard. Lanlin's probably looking for you. Remember, if you're really short on money, come find me. Don't suffer just to save face. Got it. I nodded and turned around, but after a couple of steps I stopped and glanced back at her figure. That tall, slender build was especially alluring in the sunlight. Big sister, I suddenly called out. She turned her head. My gaze was firm. If you run into any trouble down the road, just tell me. You're Lanlin's big sister, and my big sister too. As long as it's something I, Xiao Fei, can do, I'll never refuse. With that, I walk straight off. When others treat me well, I treat them well too. That's my creed for living. Chun Ruaju was willing to apologize on her own initiative and willing to lend me money, truly trusting me as her brother-in-law. I couldn't let that trust down. Chun Ruaju stood frozen in place, watching my tall figure disappear around the corner. She lightly bit her thin lip, a trace of complicated emotion flickering in her eyes, and her heart uncontrollably beat a few notches faster. This brother-in-law really was quite reliable. I came to the front courtyard, where Chun Ruolin was helping Lu Guixiang tidy up odds and ends, her voluptuous figure especially eye-catching in the sunlight. Lon Lon, we should head home. She stopped what she was doing and wiped her sweat. Heading back already? There's serious business this afternoon. I took the broom from her hand and set it in a corner. All right. After saying goodbye to my in-laws, the two of us walked out of the Chun family courtyard side by side. On the way home, villagers greeted us warmly one after another, and I responded to each with a smile, earning plenty of face. Back at the Chow family courtyard, my dad Chow Jiangwo was sitting under the eaves cooling off, and my mom Wang Xiuhua was washing dishes in the kitchen. Dad, Mom, we're back. Ah, you're back. Wang Xiuhua poked her head out. Did you eat well at your father-in-law's at noon? Ate very well. I pulled Chen Rulin into the courtyard and turned to look at her. Go inside and change your clothes. She was taken aback, her beautiful eyes puzzled. Change clothes for what? To take you into town, of course. I grinned wickedly. We agreed on it this morning. Agreed on what? Her face was full of bewilderment. To buy sleepwear, of course. I leaned into her ear and lowered my voice. I said I'd buy you 10 sets, one in every color. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading to her fair neck. An image immediately surfaced in her mind. That red silk nightgown torn into shreds last night, and the scene of my tireless ox of a body going wild on the bed. You're actually buying them, she scolded, shy and vexed. Of course, for real. I raised an eyebrow. Your man is as good as his word. I said 10 sets, and not one less. She was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground, and pounded my chest with her little fist. Keep your voice down. Don't let Mom and Dad hear. What's there to be afraid of? We're a lawful married couple. So what if we buy a few clothes? I grabbed her hand. Hurry and change. I'll go get the motorcycle. She couldn't win against me, and ran into the east room with a flushed face. I wheeled out the second-hand motorcycle and went to Chow Jiangwo for the keys. He pulled out the keys and handed them to me. Number 2, where are you taking Lon Lon this fine afternoon? Into town for a look around, to buy her a couple of new outfits. Wang Xiuhua came out holding a rag, her face full of approval. Go, go. Lon Lon hasn't gotten any new clothes since she married in. Number 2, you've got money on hand, so buy her a few nice ones. Don't be stingy. Got it, Mom. Just then Chen Rulin came out having changed, a white Dacron short-sleeve shirt paired with light blue jeans, an ordinary style, yet it outlined her voluptuous curves to the fullest. Her handspan waist, her full chest, those round, perky curves. The sight sent heat surging through my heart. This woman was truly a born stunner. Get on. I patted the back seat. She sat down sideways with a flushed face, her hands resting awkwardly on her knees, not daring to hold my waist. I glanced back at her with a wicked grin. Hold on tight. The words had barely left my mouth when I twisted the throttle hard. The motorcycle shot off like an arrow loosed from a bow. Ah! She let out a cry of alarm, her body pitching backward hard. To keep from falling off, she instinctively reached out and clung tightly to my firm waist, those two astonishingly soft masses pressing solidly against my back. Feeling the sensation against my back, the corner of my mouth curved up wildly. Slow down, she shouted, pressed against my back. You got it. I agreed with my mouth, but didn't ease off the throttle one bit. The motorcycle bounced along the potholed dirt road, and with each bump, her body made intimate contact with my back once more. That maddening friction had all the blood in my body boiling. She sensed the impropriety too, her face burning frighteningly hot, but the speed was too fast to dare let go. She could only cling desperately to my waist and bury her face against my back. This wicked Chow Fei, rotten to the core. A little over half an hour later, the motorcycle rolled into the town. The town of the year 2000 exuded a strong period atmosphere. Low bungalows and 2- or 3-story buildings lined both sides of the street, their walls painted with yellowed slogans. The most common things running down the street were bicycles and 3-wheelers. The occasional Santana driving by drew envious looks from passers-by. I slowed the bike down and drove on down the main street. The roadside was packed with little stalls, and a tape vendor's loudspeaker was blasting Richie Jin's Too Soft-Hearted. Watching the lively street, Chen Ruolin relaxed too. She hadn't been to town in ages. Where are we buying from? She asked, leaning close to my ear. The department store, I answered loudly. They've got everything there and the best quality. She'd wanted to save me money. Beauty Street would do just fine, but thinking about how much I'd earned, she didn't want to bruise a man's pride, so she teased. Then I won't hold back. Don't hold back with me, wifey. I grinned wickedly. As long as you look good and you're happy, I don't care how much it costs. Silver-tongued. Her face flushed slightly, but she held me even tighter. The motorcycle stopped in front of a 3-story building, the biggest department store in town, with daily goods on the first floor and clothing and shoes on the second. I parked and pulled out the key, and she hopped off the seat and smoothed her wind-tousled hair. I took her hand and headed in through the front doors. Feeling the warmth of my palm, an indescribable sense of security welled up in her heart. Her man was just too capable. Inside, a mingled smell of merchandise hit us head-on. The first-floor counters were piled with vanishing cream, clam oil, and all sorts of gaudy plastic basins. I didn't linger and led her straight up to the second floor. The second-floor clothing section was quite spacious, with rows of racks hung with all kinds of clothes. In 2000, the Hong Kong Taiwan style was all the rage, bell-bottoms and batwing tops everywhere. Her eyes lit up at the sight, but one look at the price tags, and she quickly pulled her gaze back. Even an ordinary Dacron shirt cost over 10 yuan, way too expensive. At Beauty Street, one would run 2 or 3 yuan at most. I followed her line of sight. It was a cinch-waist floral print dress hanging in the most prominent spot, tagged at 12.50. Let's go. After we buy the sleepwear, let's check out Beauty Street, she said, tugging at the hem of my shirt. What for? I clasped her hand in return. The fabric over there's no good. It scratches you when you wear it. But it's too expensive here, she said, lowering her voice. Over 10 yuan apiece. That's enough to feed our family meat for several days. I gave her palm a squeeze and smiled. Expensive has its perks. The big stores got better cuts, and the fabric hugs your body. Besides, when you look pretty, in the end it's me who gets to enjoy it. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and she shot me a shy, annoyed glare. This man, blurting out whatever he pleased in broad public view. Ignoring her coy vexation, I waved directly at the saleswoman behind the counter. Comrade, take down that floral dress and let my wife try it on. The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s, sized Chen Rulin up and down, amazement flashing in her eyes. Oh my, this young lady's a real beauty. This dress might as well have been tailor-made for you. She deftly took the dress down and handed it over. Chen Rulin wanted to decline, but I pushed her straight into the fitting room. Hurry and change. If it doesn't look good, we won't get it. In the end, she was smitten with the dress, so she could only nod. Then all right. A few minutes later, the curtain was drawn aside by a fair, delicate hand. She stepped out with a flushed face, awkwardly pinching the hem of the dress with both hands. My eyes lit up and my breathing grew heavier despite myself. The cinch-waist floral dress outlined her voluptuous figure to the fullest, her slender waist, her chest thrust up high, a stretch of fair, well-proportioned calf peeking out below the hem. Combined with that gorgeous face, she radiated the ultimate charm of a mature woman. Beautiful. I stepped closer. This dress on you, it's perfect. She felt uneasy under my blunt gaze, yet her heart was sweet as could be. It's pretty. All right. Just too expensive, she mumbled softly. Wrap it up, I said, turning to the saleswoman. Besides this one, that pair of jeans and that white shirt, get them all in my wife's size. The saleswoman grinned from ear to ear and hurried to fetch them. Chen Rulin panicked and grabbed my arm. Are you crazy? Why buy so much? I won't be able to wear it all. Change into a new outfit each day. How could you not wear it all? I patted the back of her hand. Your man can make money now. What's a little money like this? The saleswoman quickly bagged everything up and clattered away on a calculator. 32.80 in all. I'll knock off the change, 32. Hearing that figure, she sucked in cold breaths, heart aching. 32 yuan. How much pork could that buy? Without so much as blinking, I pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. Taking the change and the clothes, I led her on further in. That's enough. That's enough. We really can't buy any more. She clung to me desperately. There's already so many clothes. Let's just hurry home. What's the rush? We haven't done the main business yet. I curved my mouth into a wicked grin and led her straight to the lingerie and sleepwear counter in the corner of the store. The shelves were hung with all sorts of lingerie and sleepwear. The styles in 2000 weren't as bold as those of later years, but they were still dazzling enough. At the sight of that thin fabric, her face flushed so red it nearly dripped blood. What did you bring me here for? To buy sleepwear, of course. I was matter of fact. We agreed this morning. I'm buying you 10 sets of silk. She was mortified beyond words, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the ground. How was this man still hung up on that? I forced her over to the counter and scanned the shelves, quickly settling on the top row of silk spaghetti-strap nightgowns. The fabric was light, thin, and smooth, the cut form-fitting, absolutely deadly worn on the body. Comrade, how much for these silk nightgowns? I rapped on the glass counter. Behind the counter was a young girl in her early 20s, head down knitting a sweater. At the sound she looked up. Seeing my angular face, she froze for a moment. This man was so handsome, broad-shouldered and solidly built. Then she looked at Chen Rulin beside me, face crimson and figure voluptuous to an exaggerated degree, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes as she quickly stood up. Big brother, these silk nightgowns are a new style, just brought in from the south, 5 yuan each. 5 yuan each, not exactly cheap. The bright red, the black, the purple, and that royal blue, I said, pointing at the shelf. 2 of each, then pick any 2 more colors. Make it 10 in all. The girl was flat out dumbfounded. 10. Normally people agonized for ages over buying even one of these, and he was buying 10 in one breath. She stared wide-eyed, her gaze darting back and forth between me and Chen Rulin. looking at my explosively powerful physique, then at her ripe figure. Some blush-inducing, heart-pounding scenes couldn't help surfacing in her mind. Buying so many silk nightgowns, how wild must things get? Looking at this big brother's build, he probably wore his wife out something fierce every night. No wonder she was blushing like that, barely able to walk steady. At the thought, the girl's face reddened too. She swallowed and quickly bowed her head to fetch the clothes, her heart pounding alarmingly fast. "Big brother, you're really good to your wife," she said softly as she bagged them. Of course, if a man doesn't cherish his own wife, is he going to leave that to someone else? I admitted generously. Chen Rulin stood to the side listening, her neck flushing red with embarrassment. She could feel the girl's odd gaze, tinged with envy and suggestive imaginings. Her whole body burned, and she wished she could bury her face in my chest. This wicked man had utterly humiliated her. The girl deftly split the 10 nightgowns into 2 bags. "Big brother, 50 in all." I readily pulled out 50 and handed it over, taking the bags. "Let's go, wifey." Head lowered, she followed behind me without a word, her steps hurried, wanting only to flee that girl's suggestive gaze. At the top of the stairs, I suddenly stopped. She wasn't paying attention and bumped headlong into my back. "Ow." She rubbed her nose and shot me a coy glare. "Why'd you stop all of a sudden?" I found it funny. "Wifey, why are you walking so fast? You've stepped on my heels several times." "Sorry, but I don't want to stay here anymore." She bit her lower lip. "It's all your fault, buying so much sleepwear. Who knows what that salesgirl thinks of us now? Let her think whatever." I pinched her burning cheek. "The two of us are husband and wife. Shutting the door and doing our business at night is only natural. Besides, I bought so many because I was afraid you wouldn't have enough to wear. That one from last night barely lasted a couple of goes. You got mad when I tore it, so if I buy 10 to last a while, then you won't be angry at me." Hearing this, she recalled the nightgown torn to shreds last night. Her legs went weak, and she looked in alarm at the 2 big bags in my hands. 10 silk nightgowns. This tireless ox of a beast. How exactly did he plan to wear her out tonight? She swallowed, panic flickering in her eyes, her voice trembling. "Chow Fei tonight. Can I have a night off? You've been tired lately too. You ought to rest up properly and show a little restraint." For the sexually voracious Chen Rulin to say something like this showed just how overpowering the Spirit Spring Space's boost was. I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter. This really was a role reversal. In my last life, it was me begging her like this. In this life, it had fallen to her begging me. Fortune's will turns indeed. But, watching her pitiful, delicate look, the heat in my eyes was instantly kindled. I leaned close to her ear, my voice husky and low. "Wifey, we bought new clothes. There's no reason not to try them on. You shameless rascal." She stamped her feet in exasperation. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Shy and vexed, she turned to run downstairs. The way that salesgirl had looked at her earlier practically dripped, and her head was full of that red nightgown torn to shreds last night. This man was a tireless ox of a beast. Wear a new nightgown and get worn out by him again tonight. And by tomorrow, she probably wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, I grabbed her slender wrist and pulled her into my arms. All right, I was just teasing you." I stifled a laugh. "I'll let you rest up properly tonight." She was taken aback and looked up at me. "Really? Of course, really." I put away the wicked grin. "Your man isn't made of iron. I've got to show some restraint too." Truthfully, I knew full well that with the Spirit Spring Space backing me, I had no idea what tired even meant. But she had an ordinary constitution, after all, and even with the gradual, subtle transformation of the Spirit Spring water, going at it without any restraint day after day might well leave lingering troubles. There was plenty of time ahead. A slow, steady flow was the way a husband and wife should go. Watching the earnestness in my eyes, that trace of panic finally dissolved. So this fellow knew how to be considerate. "I'll give you credit for having a bit of a conscience." She gave a coy little snort. I took the chance to wrap my arm around her handspan waist and leaned in a bit closer. "But then, no wearing you out tonight is no wearing you out. But you still have to wear these clothes for me to see." Only then did she realize she'd been set up again. "You wretched Chow Fei, you schemed against me too." Shy and vexed, she raised her little fists and rained blows down on my chest like a downpour. I didn't dodge, letting her pound away, and laughed heartily. This bout of flirtatious bickering drew the gazes of quite a few customers around us. Though she was wearing an ordinary short-sleeve shirt and jeans today, her exaggerated curves simply couldn't be hidden. Her full chest heaved up and down with the pounding motions, those round, perky curves. The sight had several men passing by swallowing hard. "This fellow's one lucky dog. That gal's really something. That figure's incredible." Several men whispered among themselves, their gazes at me full of undisguised envy and jealousy. In a remote little town in this era, To have married such a top-tier stunner was absolutely a case of the ancestral graves giving off auspicious vapors. Shenrulan sensed the odd stares, flushed to the ears, and quickly stopped and hid behind me. I coldly swept my eyes over the several men staring fixedly at her, my gaze sharp, my aura surging up abruptly. The moment they met my eyes, they shrank their necks in fright and slunk away. I wrapped her up tight in a domineering way, staking my claim. "Let's go, wifey, downstairs." Walking out of the department store, the afternoon sun was pleasantly warm. I hung the plastic bags full of clothes on the handlebars and mounted the seat. "Get on." She sat down on the back seat with a flushed face, and this time she'd learned her lesson, reaching out on her own to wrap around my waist. Those two astonishingly soft masses pressed against my back once more. I curved my lips in satisfaction, turned the key, and started up. "Are we going home now?" she asked, pressed against my back. "Not yet. We're making a trip to Boss Joe's food stall." "What for?" "To make an introduction, and to see how his business is doing these days while we're at it." I was calculating in my mind. Since I decided to work with Zhou Daong long-term, I ought to get a clear read on the other party's background and strength. By my estimate, he shouldn't expand his operations until 2 years from now, but with my rebirth and all the top-tier seafood I was supplying him, there was no telling whether that timing would come early. In my last life, I'd only heard tell of his exploits and eaten at the food stall a few times. I wasn't close with him, so I still needed to see for myself. Know yourself and know your enemy, and only then can you grow a business big. The motorcycle wove through the streets, kicking up a light breeze. A dozen or so minutes later, we turned into a spacious street, the town's famous dining street. Restaurants and snack stalls lined both sides, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of cooking. I slowed the bike down and scanned both sides of the street, quickly spotting a storefront with a Daong seafood stall sign. It was a decent-sized operation, with a spacious frontage and a huge red awning set up outside, beneath which sat over a dozen round tables. Business was booming. But right now the entrance was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, and from within came the occasional sound of cursing and the crisp crash of things being smashed. My brow furrowed slightly. I squeezed the brake, and the motorcycle came to a steady stop at the outer edge of the crowd. "What's wrong?" Chen Rulan poked her head out. "Looks like something's happened." I pulled out the key. "Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." "Be careful." She tugged at the hem of my shirt worriedly. "Don't worry." I patted the back of her hand and strode toward the crowd, using my 6-foot height to forcibly shove out a path. The moment I reached the front, the scene before me instantly turned my gaze cold. Several round tables had been overturned, the ground strewn with shattered beer bottles and leftover food. A few punks with dyed yellow hair, brandishing iron pipes, were arrogantly smashing plastic chairs. Zhou Daong, drenched in sweat, was shielding several waitstaff behind him, his face ashen, his white chef's uniform stained with several patches of grease. Clearly he'd just been in a scuffle. "Zhou Daong, you've gotten damn ballsy, huh?" A bald, burly man brandishing a baseball bat pointed at his nose and cursed up a storm. This bald guy had a face full of thuggish flesh and a thick gold chain around his neck, clearly not someone to be trifled with. "Baldy Chong, don't push it too far." Zhou Daong gritted his teeth, forcing down his fury. "I pay my management fee on time every month. What right do you have to trash my place?" "What right? I need a reason to trash your place? Then what would be the point of me running the show?" Baldy Chong sneered and spat a thick gob of phlegm at his feet. "Smash it up for me. Don't leave a single thing intact." Several yellow-haired punks charged in howling, iron pipes flailing wildly, plastic chairs shattering, beer bottles exploding out on the street. Zhou Daong, eyes gone red with desperation, grabbed a cleaver and was about to fight for his life, but the waitstaff held him back for dear life. "Boss, don't be rash. There's too many of them." Just then, one of the yellow-haired punks raised an iron pipe, about to bring it down on the female waitress in front of Zhou Daong. The waitress screamed and shut her eyes. In the instant the iron pipe was about to fall, my hand caught it out of thin air. The yellow-haired punk froze for a moment and gave it a hard yank, but the iron pipe didn't budge in the slightest, as if it had grown into my hand. He looked up and met my eyes, sharp as knives. I sneered, and with a sudden surge of force in my right hand, wrenched the iron pipe clean away, then raised my leg and kicked him in the gut. The punk flew backward like a kite with its string cut, screaming, and crashed over 2 tables. Everyone was stunned. When Zhou Daong saw who'd arrived, wild joy instantly flooded his face. "Brother Chow." I tossed the iron pipe aside and gave him a smile. "Brother Zhou, I'm late. Sorry to have given you a scare." Baldy Chong looked at his kicked-away underling, his face darkening to the extreme, and stepped forward brandishing the baseball bat. "Where'd this wild pup come from? Daring to butt into my business. Tired of living, huh?" I stuck both hands in my pockets and eyed him coldly. "Trashing someone's place in broad daylight. What kind of a thing do you think you are? Enraged, his thuggish flesh twitching violently, he roared at the punks behind him. What are you all standing around for? Get him, waste this kid. The 5 yellow-haired punks exchanged a glance and swarmed at me all at once, weapons raised. The onlooking crowd cried out and shrank back. Shenrulin stood at the edge of the crowd, so frightened she covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Fearless, I charged straight at them. My body, transformed by the spirit spring space, unleashed astonishing speed and power in that moment. I twisted aside to dodge a heavy blow, and my right fist slammed into the face of the punk at the front. His nose bridge shattered, and he flew backward screaming. Immediately, I grabbed another's wrist backhanded and wrenched hard. His iron pipe clattered to the ground, and he dropped to his knees clutching his arm, breaking out in cold sweat. I whipped a roundhouse kick into the third's neck, then chopped a knife hand into the second's neck, and both rolled their eyes back and passed out cold. In a flash of lightning, 3 punks lost their fighting ability. The remaining 2 were scared out of their wits, the hands gripping their pipes trembling, not daring to advance any further. Baldy Chong was dumbstruck, swallowing hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Where the hell had this kid come from? And how could he fight so fiercely? I clapped my hands and walked toward him step by step. What was it you said just now? You wanted to waste who? He gritted his teeth and put on a brave face, raising the baseball bat to bolster his courage. Kid, don't get cocky. I'm one of Brother Who's men here in town. Brother Who, Brother Chicken. What the hell do I care? I lunged a big step forward, right up to him. He was alarmed and swung the bat down at my head. I raised my left arm and blocked it head-on with a dull thud. The web of his thumb went numb and the bat nearly flew from his grip. Before he could react, my right hand seized his collar, and with the force of one hand, I hoisted his 170-gene body clean up into the air. Holy shit! Baldy Chong's eyes nearly split open. Hoisting me up with one hand? How much strength did that take? And that swing of the bat just now, he blocked it barehanded and acted like nothing had happened. Was this body made of iron? Before he could think further, I slammed him hard into the ground. He hit the floor thoroughly dazed, seeing stars, lying there groaning. I planted my foot on his chest and looked down at him from above. Can we talk properly now? Baring his teeth and grimacing, he was still stubborn. Kid, you dare lay a hand on me today. Tomorrow I'll have people tear your house down. Oh, tear my house down. I bore down suddenly with my foot, pressing his chest inward until he could barely breathe. Looks like you won't shed a tear till you see the coffin. You actually dare. What wouldn't I dare? I cut him off, bent down, grabbed his ear, and yanked upward. He let out a pig being slaughtered scream, both hands flailing wildly. Talk, who sent you? Nobody sent me. I just don't like the look of Zhou Daong. I sneered and let go, then backhanded a slap across his face. This slap came heavy and hard. Half his face swelled up on the spot, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still not talking? Another slap. Crisp slapping sounds rang out one after another at the entrance, and the scalps of those around went numb. Who could have imagined that the tyrant who collected protection fees all over this area would today be so humiliated by a young man, utterly powerless to fight back? After a few slaps, Baldy Chong was beaten black and blue, so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him, spitting out 2 blood-stained teeth, and fear finally showed in his eyes. Stop hitting me, stop. I stopped and spoke coldly. I just heard Brother Zhou say he paid the management fee, which means he followed your rules. You're in the protection fee business. The thing you fear most is one dog eating another and ruining your credibility. Yet you still did this, which means someone behind the scenes gave you an offer you couldn't refuse. I'll ask one last time. Who sent you? It's Boss Zhao from the Sea Overlord restaurant. He stammered, trembling. Zhou Daiyong's face changed drastically, and he lunged forward. Zhao Dezhu. I've got no grudge, no feud with him. What right does he have to trash my place? Baldy Chong shot me a fearful glance and hurried to explain. Boss Zhou, you can't blame me. It was all Boss Zhao's money that hired me. Because your food stall's business has been too good lately. They say your cooking's incredible, and you've stolen several of the restaurant's regular big customers. Boss Zhao couldn't stand it. So he gave me a sum of money and had me come teach you a lesson. He spilled everything like beans from a tube. Zhou Daong shook all over with rage, both fists clenched tight. That bastard Zhao can't beat me in fair competition, so he plays these dirty, low-down tricks. I already had a plan in mind and kicked Baldy Chong aside. Take your people and get lost now. Baldy Chong, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet and, calling to his underlings, fled in disarray. The crowd automatically parted to make way. After the punks had run off, Shenrulin pushed her way in through the crowd carrying the bags, her face full of anxiety. Chao Fei, are you all right? She looked me up and down to confirm I was fine before finally heaving a huge sigh of relief. I wrapped an arm around her waist and softly soothed her. Wifey, what could happen to me? I didn't even lose a single hair. You scared me to death. You're not allowed to be so reckless in the future. She bit her lower lip. Zhou Daong smiled bitterly, his face full of apology. Brother Chow, sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry today. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. This isn't your fault. It's that Zhao Dezhu pushing things too far. Ahem. This isn't a good place to talk about it. He glanced at the onlooking crowd, arranged for the waitstaff to clean up, and invited the two of us in to sit. Then he poured 2 cups of hot tea and brought them over, his brow tightly knit. Brother Chow, this Sea Overlord restaurant is a rival of Fumin Lu here in town, and Zhao Dezhu has people on both sides of the law. Him hiring people to trash my place today was to force me to close down my little small-time business. How can I fight him? I took a sip of tea, my gaze deep. Brother Zhou, your cooking is one of a kind in this town. Even the big customers are willing to come eat here. That's your greatest trump card. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. What good is good cooking? He just finds a few punks to make trouble every day and who'd still dare to come eat. Even if those bosses come, without the ordinary customer's business, it won't hold up for long. I looked at the mess covering the ground and fell silent, quickly flipping through my past life memories in my mind. In my last life, Zhou Daiyong's food stall had also suffered plenty of behind-the-scenes suppression. His cooking was too good. He'd stolen others' regular patrons, so he'd offended quite a few people and had once been on the verge of bankruptcy. But in the end, he'd stubbornly toughed it out and 2 years later soared to the sky. Rumor had it that a benefactor with vast connections had taken a liking to his character and his cooking and had given him a hand along the way. My gaze shifted slightly as I looked at him, downcast and gloomy. Brother Zhou, didn't you say earlier that you were entertaining a few distinguished guests today? He sighed. Yeah, and then Baldy Chong went and caused all this. They're coming to eat tonight. Just what kind of guests are they? A newly transferred deputy section chief at the town government, surnamed Lin, named Lin Jiaming. I hear he's bringing a few friends from the city to try something new. Lin Jiaming. My heart gave a sudden leap, and light burst from my eyes. It was actually him. In my last life, before I died, this Lin Jiaming had already risen smoothly all the way up to take the top seat in the province. During a special anti-organized crime campaign, under enormous pressure, he'd uprooted a criminal syndicate that had entrenched itself in the city for over a decade. Countless protective umbrellas toppled in response, and the entire officialdom was shaken by it. This man seemed to be just a young deputy section chief sent down to gain grassroots experience, but in truth his background ran unfathomably deep. Most crucially, he despised evil like a mortal enemy, couldn't tolerate a speck of grit in his eye, and acted with vigorous, decisive means. Wasn't he exactly that benefactor destined in Zhou Daiyong's life? Brother Zhou, this is a golden opportunity that comes once in 1,000 years. I lowered my voice, my tone certain. What opportunity? His face was full of bewilderment. Since this section chief Lin is a government man, entertain them well tonight. I curved my lips into a smile. And while you're at it, mention in passing how Zhao Daiju hired people to trash your place. Wouldn't this crisis then resolve itself? He was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Chow, you're being fanciful. He's only in his mid-20s, just transferred here a few days ago. How much real power can he have in hand? Zhao Daju's been running things for so many years, with people on both sides of the law. How could a young deputy section chief fight him? If we push Zhao Daju into a corner, and he does something desperate and drags section chief Lin down with it, then my sin as Zhou Daong would be enormous. Besides, we're just plain common folk. How could I bring myself to involve a leader in this kind of rotten business? This brother Zhou was an honest, decent man. He'd rather take the loss himself than cause others trouble. I inwardly shook my head. His cooking was beyond reproach. It was just that his temperament was too soft. In this era of the weak being prey to the strong, endlessly backing down would only make the wicked press their advantage. He'd probably have to go through some things before he'd become vigorous and decisive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened all those chain stores and become a great tycoon. Brother Zhou, you've got it wrong there. Whether or not he can handle it, someone's come all this way bringing friends to patronize you. As the head chef, shouldn't you bring out your very best skills and let them eat and drink to their heart's content? That goes without saying. He puffed out his chest. When I, Zhou Daong, cook, I never cut corners on anyone. Then it's settled. When soldiers come, a general blocks them. Set Zhao Daju's matter aside for now. Your top priority right now is to make tonight's meal well, to produce the signature quality of your food stall. As for whether he handles it, that's his business. You first have to be true to your own conscience, true to that golden brand of Zhou Daong. Zhou Daong looked at the calm, confident look in my eyes, and his panicked mood miraculously settled. He gritted his teeth. Brother Chow, you're right. I, Zhou Daong, make my living by my skills. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow. If that Zhao Dezhu wants to bring me down, it won't be so easy. All those regular patrons come here to eat because they recognize my worth and look down on their low-down tricks. As long as I've got this skill, I won't starve wherever I go. He suddenly stood up, his dejection swept clean away. Xiao Li Xiao Wang. He shouted at the waitstaff cleaning up the mess. Hurry and set the tables and chairs back up, then go to the market and buy some fresh side ingredients. We're open for business, as usual tonight. Yes. Seeing the boss revitalized, the waitstaff let out a sigh of relief and set to work briskly. Chen Rulin sat beside me, watching me resolve Zhou Dayong's despair with just a few words, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Her man's composure in the face of crisis was truly captivating. Brother Chow, sister-in-law. Zhou Dayong turned around, his face full of gratitude. Today I really owe it all to you two. If you hadn't stepped in to teach Baldy Chong a lesson, my food stall would probably have really been smashed to smithereens today. I curved the corner of my mouth. It was just a small effort. Brother Zhou, don't take it to heart. How can that be? He waved a hand. You two did me such a big favor today. You must stay for dinner tonight. I'll use the top-tier seafood you delivered to make you a sumptuous feast, so you can taste your big brother's cooking. Chen Rulin hesitated a little and turned to look at me. Chow Fei, let's just head back. Mom and Dad are waiting at home. It's fine. I'll call the village committee in a bit and have Uncle Li pass along a message. Brother Zhou's put his heart into it, so let's stay and have a taste. Truthfully, I had my own calculations. I'd originally wondered whether to secretly add some spirit spring water to Zhou Dayong's prep water to guarantee tonight's dishes would stun everyone. But on second thought, I quickly dismissed the idea. The spirit spring water was too heaven-defying. Using it occasionally was fine, but I could never let an outsider come to depend on it. If Zhou Dayong wanted to establish himself in the town's food and beverage scene, and even grow big and strong in the future, he'd have to rely on his own solid cooking skills. If he cheated by relying on spirit spring water, the day the supply cut off, his reputation would collapse in an instant. Better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. What's more, the spirit spring water was my greatest trump card. I could never expose it lightly. In my last life, he'd been able to conquer Section Chief Lin with these very skills. In this life, with my top-tier seafood, he'd only shine even brighter. All I needed to do was give a push from the sidelines and go with the flow. All right. Zhou Dayong slapped his thigh. You two sit and drink your tea. I'll go to the back kitchen and get ready right now. Tonight, I guarantee, I'll treat your palates to a real feast. With that, he plunged energetically into the back kitchen. Chen Rulin watched his retreating figure and chuckled softly. This boss Zhou has quite a straightforward personality. He's a friend worth getting to know well. I leaned back in my chair, then turned my head and found her staring blankly at the broken glass on the neighboring table, a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. I reached out, wrapped my arm around her shoulder, and pulled her into my embrace. What is it? Did that scare you just now? A little. She leaned obediently against my chest. Those punks were so vicious, and they had iron pipes in their hands too. I was really afraid they'd hurt you. Your man has trained. You know, those few little punks. Even 10 more of them wouldn't be enough to handle me. I smiled confidently. You just keep bragging. She gave me a coy little glare, but the worry in her heart had indeed lessened somewhat. She knew I was strong. Last night in bed, she'd been utterly unable to resist that brute force, and when she and Fugue's bunch came looking for trouble, I'd beaten them all flat. She just hadn't expected that facing Baldy Chong's crowd, armed no less, I'd be this impressive too. 1 against 6, a scene you'd only see in a kung fu movie, yet I'd handled it with total ease, as though it were nothing. Wifey, once we get our first sum of money, let's install a landline for the house. I suddenly changed the subject. Install a landline? She was taken aback. That must cost a lot, right? The installation fee alone is like 2 or 3,000. Money's not a problem. I pinched her cheek. In the future, when I do business, I'll inevitably need to keep in touch with people outside. I can't very well run to the village committee to borrow the phone every time. And with a phone, it'll be convenient for the family to reach anyone. Hearing this, her heart felt warm. Once this man made money, the first thing he thought of was the family. He was becoming more and more responsible. Okay, I'll listen to you. She nodded sweetly. Time ticked by minute. Outside the door, the mess was cleaned up, several brand new round tables were set back up, and the space beneath the red awning was restored to tidiness. The setting sun sank in the west. The sky gradually darkened, and the streetlights lit up one after another, giving off a dim yellow glow. Enticing aromas kept wafting out of the back kitchen, the sizzle of scallions and ginger in the wok mingling with the unique sweet freshness of seafood. Smelling this, my stomach betrayed me and growled a couple of times. No wonder Zhou Dayong had grown his business big in my last life. Mind you, I'd eaten meals I'd cooked myself with spirit spring water. My own cooking wasn't bad either. Yet the aroma of his stir-frying could still stir up the gluttony worm in me. Although the taste surely couldn't compare to what the Spirit Spring water empowered, for dimension-crushing other chefs' seafood dishes, it was more than enough. Just then, a black Santana slowly pulled up in front of the door. The car doors opened, and out stepped several young men in jackets. The one walking at the very front was around 27 or 28, with a slender build, a crisp short haircut, refined features, gold-rimmed glasses, and a black jacket over a white shirt. His attire was understated, yet his brow radiated an easy confidence. My gaze fixed intently, locking onto him, Lin Jiaming. This future provincial power holder who would command off far and wide had finally made his entrance. "Old Zhou, we're here," he shouted familiarly toward the back kitchen. Zhou Daong ran out wiping his hands on a towel, his face wreathed in smiles. "Oh my, Section Chief Lin, you've finally arrived. Please, come inside. The private room's all ready, and I turned on the AC ahead of time too." Lin Jiaming nodded, swept his eyes over the empty hall, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Old Zhou, how come there's only this one table of guests today?" He pointed at the two of us sitting in the corner. Zhou Daong's face immediately went awkward, and he rubbed his hands, not knowing how to explain. I stood up and strode over to his side. "Section Chief Lin, there's a reason for it. A gang of punks came to trash the place just now and scared off all the customers." Lin Jiaming pushed up his glasses, his gaze turning sharp. "Trash the place? In broad daylight. There's still this kind of thing going on in this town." "You said it." Zhou Daong sighed, pointing at the not-yet-dried water stains outside the door. "Zhao Dezhu from the Sea Overlord restaurant, seeing my business was good, spent money to hire Baldy Chang's bunch to come cause trouble." Lin Jiaming's face darkened, and he turned to look at the several friends behind him. Those few exchanged a glance, anger in their eyes. "Old Zhou, are you all right? Did you call the police?" "Thanks to this brother Chow Fei here." Zhou Daong looked at me gratefully. "He's a fisherman who supplies me seafood. He happened to run into it, and single-handedly drove that gang of punks off." Surprise flashed in Lin Jiaming's eyes, and he turned to size me up and down. This young man was tall and sturdy, and facing him, his gaze was neither servile nor overbearing, without the least bit of the timidity of an ordinary common person. "Young brother, quite the skills you've got." "Section Chief Lin overpraises me," I said mildly. "I'm just a fisherman. I can't stand those who bully and lord it over the marketplace." He gave me a deep look, filing me away in his memory, and said no more, turning to wave a hand at Zhou Daong. "Old Zhou, let's start serving the dishes. My few friends here came a long way. They've been hungry for a while." "All right, this way to the private room, everyone." Once they'd gone into the private room, the hall fell quiet again. The door was left ajar, and you could faintly hear the sound of talking inside. "Jamming, a food stall in this little town, what could it possibly have that's good to eat?" one friend complained. "Don't be impatient. This boss's cooking is definitely more authentic than the big restaurants in the city," Lin Jiaming said with certainty. "As for that Sea Overlord place, I've eaten there. Not only is it a lot more expensive than here, but the ingredients aren't even fresh. The taste is worlds apart. And now they've been driven to use these low-down tricks to make trouble for old Zhou. Heh, truly shameless." Eavesdropping with the five senses I'd enhanced through the Spirit Spring space, I curved my lips into a smile. As long as this meal went well, Zhou Daong's golden brand would be firmly established. With a big fish like Lin Jiaming backing him, Zhao Dezhu would never dare come make trouble again. His future food and beverage empire would even get its curtain raised early thanks to tonight's meal. And as his sole supplier of top-tier seafood, I would naturally rise along with the tide. This was far more secure than fighting solo, going to the market to sell fish. Chen Rulin leaned close to me and lowered her voice. "Chow Fei, how come this Section Chief Lin just left after hearing it out? It's like he didn't take it seriously at all." She was a little worried. "Wifey, this is where you don't understand." I smiled faintly. "He's a government man. When he handles matters, he pays attention to rules and evidence. Since he now knows about it, he's got a plan in mind. Making a show of taking a stance to your face would actually be the inferior move. Just watch. That Zhao Dezhu won't be jumping around for many more days." She nodded, half understanding. Before long, Zhou Daong came out of the back kitchen carrying a large tray. "Brother Chow, sister-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting." He set several steaming dishes on the table. A plate of braised tiger grouper, its sauce rich, garnished with shredded scallions. A plate of steamed jumbo abalone with minced garlic and glass noodles, the flesh plump, the garlic fragrance hitting the nose, and a plate of blanched mantis shrimp, big and meaty, and finally, a large bowl of seafood dough drop soup, with greens and clam meat floating in it. "These are all the good goods you delivered today." He wiped his hands. "I specially set a portion aside. Hurry and taste it." "Brother Zhou, this is too extravagant." "Among brothers, what's there to stand on ceremony about?" You were even willing to offend Baldy Chong and Zhao Dezhu to help me. If I didn't thank you two properly, would I even be human? If it's not enough, just tell me. There's more in the back kitchen. He gave a hearty laugh. You two eat first. I'll go prep the dishes for Section Chief Lin and the others. With that, he ducked back into the back kitchen. I gave a knowing smile. This brother, he was worth getting close to. This temperament, this character, I genuinely liked it. I picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the bones, and placed it in Chun Rulin's bowl. Wifey, try this tiger grouper. It's good stuff from the deep sea. She lifted it into her mouth, and her eyes instantly lit up. It's really delicious. The fish is so smooth and tender, without the slightest fishy taste. Brother Zhou's cooking is beyond reproach. No wonder business is so good. Watching her satisfied expression, I peeled a mantis shrimp and set it in her bowl. Eat more. You've been a bit run down lately. You need to build yourself back up. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave me a coy little glare. And whose fault is that? Wearing me out every single night. She muttered under her breath. I curved my lips into a mischievous grin and leaned in closer. That's right. Brother Zhou makes his living by his craft, after all. But wifey, how do you think his cooking compares to mine? She blinked, and the pot of shrimp skin egg drop congee I'd made with spirit spring water that morning surfaced in her mind. That fresh flavor still lingered on her palate. Yours tastes better, of course, she answered honestly. My grin deepened, my gaze drifting down along her fair neck. Oh, is it my cooking that's better, or my other skills? She had just lifted her bowl to sip the soup when her hand gave a violent tremble. She looked up, met my heated gaze, and her cheeks flushed all the way to her ears. This wicked man, cracking that kind of joke in front of everyone again. You, what nonsense are you spouting? She glared at me, flustered and indignant. Hurry up and eat, the food's getting cold. I wasn't spouting nonsense at all. I put on an innocent face. I was asking about my skill at gathering the sea's bounty. Where did your mind wander off to? She was so annoyed she stomped on my foot under the table. You're nothing but a scoundrel. I'm not talking to you anymore. I sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, but couldn't help bursting into laughter. Taking the chance, I caught her small hand under the table, my thumb gently stroking the back of it. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I set the jokes aside. Hurry and eat. Once we're done, we'll head home. She couldn't pull free and could only let me hold on, sipping her soup with her head lowered and her face red. Once we'd both eaten our fill, I went to the counter to settle the bill, but Zhou Daong absolutely refused to take it. Brother Chow, now you're being a stranger. You did me a huge favor today. This meal is on me. He set his face sternly. I didn't press further, said my thanks, and led Chen Rulin out of the food stall. We stopped nearby to buy a big pile of snacks, a bottle of good liquor, and a carton of Furong Wang cigarettes, planning to bring them home to honor my parents. Night had fallen, and the streets had grown much quieter. I swung onto the motorcycle, and Chen Rulin climbed onto the back seat with practiced ease, reaching out to wrap her arms around my waist. Wifey, hold on tight. I twisted the throttle. The motorcycle sped through the night wind, kicking up a cool breeze that fluttered her hair and carried over the fresh scent of osmanthus shampoo. Chow Fei, you bought so many clothes today, that must have cost a lot of money. She pressed against my back, her tone tinged with tenderness and concern. Money's earned to be spent. I called back loudly. From now on, not only will I buy you clothes, I'll buy you gold necklaces and a big house. I don't even want a big house. She hugged my waist tighter. As long as our whole family is safe and sound, that beats everything. Silly wifey, stick with me. The good days are still ahead. I sped up. By the time we got back to Taohua village, it was already past 8 in the evening. Most of the houses had gone dark, with only a few barks echoing through the night sky, while the Chow family courtyard still glowed with dim yellow light. Chow Jiangwo and Wang Xiuhua were sitting in the main room watching TV. Still that second-hand, bulky old set from the 1990s, low resolution, yet the two of them watched with relish. After all, in the early 2000s, killing time meant watching TV or playing cards. Hearing the motorcycle, the two elders hurried out to greet us. Second son, Rulin, you're finally back. Wang Xiuhua stepped forward. Have you eaten? We saved you some food in the pot. Ma, we ate in town. I parked the motorcycle. Chen Rulin, carrying the plastic bag of clothes, greeted her in-laws with a red face and quickly ducked into the east room. Wang Xiuhua watched her daughter-in-law's fleeing figure, then turned to fix her eyes on me. Second son, tell me honestly, did you bully Rulin in town? Ma, I wouldn't dare. I set the things down on the stone table, putting on an innocent face. Doting on her is all I have time for. Then why's her face as red as a monkey's rear? She shot me a look. It's a hot day. Riding the motorcycle, the wind blew on her face, that's all. I fibbed casually and quickly changed the subject. I could hardly say it was because I'd bought 10 sets of racy nightwear that I planned to put to use tonight. Ma, look what I brought back for you. I took the things out of the bag one by one. Two beautifully packaged bottles of Shifeng liquor, a fresh carton of Furong Wang cigarettes, and a big bag of walnut cookies and malted milk powder. Chao Jiangwo stared at the things on the stone table, his eyes going wide. Second son, what are you doing buying such expensive smokes and liquor? Normally, he smoked Hongmei at a yuan a pack. He'd never so much as touched Furong Wang. He brought the cigarettes up to his nose and sniffed them again and again, his face full of reluctant heartache. Pa, your son can earn money now. Of course I've got to let you smoke something nice. I laughed. Even so, you can't just throw money around like this. His mouth grumbled, but his hands gripped that carton of cigarettes tightly, unwilling to set it down. Wang Xiaohua looked at the several boxes of expensive malted milk powder and cookies, and her heart ached too. You silly child. If you've got money, wouldn't it be better to save it and buy Rulin a few outfits? Why buy these things that look nice but aren't practical? Ma, I've already bought all of Rulin's clothes. A good dozen pieces, in fact. I stepped over and put an arm around her shoulder. I got lucky and made money gathering the sea's bounty. So of course I've got to let you two elders enjoy the good life along with me. There are plenty of good days ahead. Whatever you want to eat or use, just tell me. That little speech left both elders warm inside. Chao Jiangwo turned away and secretly wiped a corner of his eye. His eldest son, Chao Yang, was a scholarly type, full of grand principles, yet too stingy to even buy the family an egg. And in the end, he'd pulled a stunt like running out on his own wedding, dragging the whole Chao family's face through the mud. Thankfully, the younger son had risen to the occasion, not only shouldering the family, but also winning over the Chun family's daughter so completely. Second son's grown up. He's a man who can hold up the sky now. Chao Jiangwo's voice trembled. All right, Pa, don't get all sentimental in the middle of the night. I patted his back. Hurry and open the pack for a taste. The two of us will each have one and satisfy the craving. All right. He hurriedly tore open a pack, drew out a cigarette, and handed it to me, then lit it for me himself with a match. Father and son each took a deep drag and blew out smoke rings, both faces full of contentment. Chao Jiangwo squinted, staring at the cigarette in his hand, and said in puzzlement, how come I feel like my Hongmei's still got more kick to it? This expensive smoke doesn't seem all that great. The last time I had one this good was at somebody's banquet. That one was good. I chuckled. I feel the same, too mild. Hongmei's more satisfying. Chao Jiangwo shot me a look. Hey, second son, don't go picking up your old man's habits. I've had a poor, hard life. I'm used to smoking the cheap stuff. But you're sure to make big money down the road. When that day comes, you won't smoke Furong Wang. You'll smoke cigars, foreign brands. I curved my lips into a confident smile. All right, then I'll take my old man's lucky words to heart. Once I make it big, I'll take you two elders off to live the good life. Wang Xiaohua wiped away her tears, smiling through them. Once the cigarette was finished, she spoke up. Hurry inside and check on Rulin. She's been running around all day. She must be worn out. Got it, Mom. And remember, she set her face sternly, no bullying my daughter-in-law. Don't worry. Waiting on her hand and foot is all I have time for. I answered with a laugh, then turned and strode toward the east room. I pushed open the door. The room glowed under a dim yellow incandescent bulb. Chen Rulin was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding those few gossamer thin silk nightgowns, her face bright red as she stared blankly into space. Hearing the door, she jolted all over and hurriedly stuffed the nightgowns under the quilt, looking up in a fluster. You're done talking with Ma and Pa? I shut the door behind me and slid the bolt into place. A soft click, especially clear in the quiet room. At that sound, her legs went weak of their own accord. It was all too familiar. Last night, I'd bolted the door just like this before wearing her out completely. Why are you locking the door? It's not even bedtime yet. She bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. I strolled to the bedside with my hands in my pockets, a wicked grin on my face. Wifey, what are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. She guiltily turned her face away. I suddenly bent down and threw back the quilt. 10 colorful silk slip nightgowns spilled across the sheets, crimson red, sapphire blue, black, each one made from precious little fabric. Mortified beyond words, she reached out to snatch them, but I caught her wrist. They're already bought. What's there to be embarrassed about? I sat down and pulled her into my arms. She tumbled onto my lap, feeling my scorching body heat, and her body instantly went soft. Let go of me. Why press so close on a hot day like this? She struggled coyly. Not only did I not let go, I tightened my arm around her slender waist. Wifey, we agreed at the mall today. I leaned close to her ear. Even though I won't wear you out tonight, you still have to try these on and show me. Her cheeks were so red they nearly dripped blood, even her ears burning hot. I'm not trying them on. There's barely any fabric. It's like wearing nothing at all. How can that be? I picked up a black one. This cost me 50 yuan. If you don't try it on, how will we know if it fits? If it doesn't, I'll have to take it back to town tomorrow to exchange it. When we were newlyweds, you wore nightgowns just fine. Never saw you get shy then. You were perfectly poised. So why so bashful now? His twisted logic made her laugh in exasperation. You're nothing but a rogue. How could a mall ever let you return or exchange intimate clothes like this? Besides, back then you were even. Back then my body had been so frail I could barely satisfy her at all. It had gotten to the point where, to entice me, she'd had no choice but to put on the nightgowns. Who'd have thought that a few days ago I'd changed as if into a different person, leaving her begging for mercy in every way. Truly, the tables had turned. I don't care. Today you absolutely have to pick one and put it on. My tone was domineering, though my hand roamed restlessly, and even through the thin short sleeve I could clearly feel a startling softness. Her body shivered, and she let out a sweet little sound through her nose, knowing she couldn't win against this brute of an ox. Fine, I'll try them on, all right? Let go first. She gritted her teeth and gave in. Satisfied, I released her. She stood, rummaged through them with a red face, and picked out a relatively conservative sapphire blue one. Turn around, no peeking. She shielded her chest. We're husband and wife. There's not an inch of you I haven't seen. I sat with arms crossed, showing no intention of turning. You rogue. She stomped her feet in exasperation, her eyes misting over. Seeing that she was genuinely about to get upset, I could only turn around, resigned. Fine, 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 I won't look. Hurry up and change. Behind me came the soft rustle of clothes. The friction of fabric was magnified endlessly in the quiet room, teasing at my nerves like a little brush. My mind couldn't help conjuring her ripe, breathtaking figure. I swallowed, my whole body burning, a wicked heat rising in me. This body, remade by the spirit spring space, was good in every way, but its vitality was frighteningly abundant, unable to withstand the slightest provocation. Done yet? My voice came out hoarse. Not yet, don't rush me. Another half-minute passed before things behind me finally went quiet. It's done. Her voice was faint as a mosquito's. I spun around, and the sight before me made me suck in a sharp breath. She stood by the bed, hands nervously clutching the hem. The sapphire silk slip clung to her, tracing every curve of her figure to devastating effect. The dim yellow light lent her the ultimate allure of a mature woman. My breathing turned heavy, my eyes locked on her, the heat in them all but spilling over. Under my stare, her whole body prickled, and she shut her eyes in shame. Seen enough yet? If you've seen enough, I'm changing out of it. Not enough. I abruptly stood and closed the distance to her in a single stride. Startled, she stepped back, her calf hitting the edge of the bed, and she dropped straight down onto the soft bedding. I leaned in over her, hands planted on either side of her, holding her firmly in place. What are you doing? You said you wouldn't wear me out tonight. She pressed against my chest in a fluster. I did say I wouldn't wear you out. I lowered my head until the tip of my nose nearly touched hers. But I never said I couldn't collect a little interest. With that, I claimed those two tender, blossom-red lips. Her eyes went wide, and after a token push or two of her hands, she went completely soft against the bed. My kiss was utterly domineering, carrying a forcefulness that brooked no refusal. Her mind went blank as she passively yielded. My large hand slid up along her slender waist, feeling that startling softness through the smooth silk. Her body trembled violently, and she let out broken, sweet little cries, like a strong dose of medicine, instantly kindling the flame in my heart. Just then, Wang Xiuhua's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Second son, there's still hot water in the pot. You enroll and wash your feet before bed. The voice startled her stiff. She even held her breath, eyes flying open in alarm as both hands clamped over her mouth. I, on the other hand, acted as if nothing were amiss, calling back at full voice. Got it, Ma. We'll wash up in a bit. Mortified beyond words, she gave my waist a fierce pinch. This scoundrel, with his parents right outside the door, and here he was still so brazen. I lifted my head at the sting, and looking at her strung to the limit expression, the heat in my eyes burned all the hotter. Wifey, what are you pinching me for? Ma's telling us to wash our feet. I lowered my voice with a wicked grin. You, get off me now. What if Ma and Pa hear something? Her voice was shaking. So what if they hear? A married couple doing their business. It's the most natural thing in the world. Still, it was a good thing Wang Xiuhua had spoken up when she did, or I nearly wouldn't have held back and would have truly broken my promise to her. As a real man, a promise to one's wife has to count for something. Besides, I worried that if things went on tonight, her body wouldn't be able to take it. I stole a few more kisses before reluctantly letting go, standing up and straightening my clothes. She had shut her eyes tight and gripped the sheets, fully braced to be carried away again. Then that scorching, pressing weight on top of her suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a faint hint of tobacco and the distinctive scent of a man. Her eyes flew open, and she looked at me standing there composed as ever, her beautiful eyes full of bewilderment. "You," she blurted out. "Why'd you stop?" The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Her cheeks went red enough to bleed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. My wicked grin grew more pronounced, and I crossed my arms and leaned in a bit closer. "What?" I raised an eyebrow. "Didn't get enough, wifey? Want me to keep going?" I did not. She jolted in alarm and quickly shook her head, hands scrambling to pull up the strap that had slipped off her shoulder, clutching herself tightly. I'm tired," she stammered. "You said you'd let me rest well tonight. You can't go back on your word." Looking at her adorable, on-guard expression, the wicked heat in me actually dissipated a little, and I couldn't help chuckling softly. "All right, I'll do as my wifey says." I turned around. "Sit tight and be good. I'll go fetch water for you to wash your feet." She was stunned for a moment. In the countryside of this era, the man was the sky of the household, responsible for earning the living. Whoever heard of a grown man fetching foot-washing water for his wife? What's more, today I'd just earned over 1,000, bought her new clothes, and put the once arrogant Chien Fugui firmly in his place. A man like that would surely lay down the law outside without question, yet at home, he was willing to lower himself to wait on her. "There's no need, I'll wash them myself." She hurriedly threw back the quilt to get out of bed. "Sit back down." I stopped in my tracks, my tone domineering. "When I tell you to rest, you rest, no more of that nonsense." With that, I pushed open the door and stepped out, pulling it shut behind me. She sat blankly on the edge of the bed, gazing at that wooden door, the corners of her mouth lifting despite herself, her heart sweet as honey. She glanced down at the gossamer thin nightgown on her. This wicked man had a wicked eye, all right. The clothes he'd bought really were devastating to wear. Before long, steady footsteps came from outside, and the wooden door was pushed open. I came in carrying an enamel basin painted with big red peonies, wisps of steam curling up from the water. I set the basin by the bed, draped a clean towel over my shoulder, and crouched down. I already tested the water. It's just right. I looked up. "Stick your feet out." Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shrank back awkwardly. "I'd better wash them myself. Ma and Pa are still out there. It wouldn't look good if they saw. They're watching TV with total absorption. They've got no time to bother with us. Besides, me waiting on my own wife. Ma and Pa would be nothing but delighted to know it. It'd prove they raised a good, responsible son. How could they be angry?" Without waiting for a reply, I reached out and grasped her fair ankle. She let out a startled cry, lost her balance, and toppled backward, hands catching herself on the bed. The sapphire nightgown rode up, revealing a stretch of smooth, evenly toned thigh that dazzled my eyes under the light. I swallowed, forced down the heat, and eased both her feet into the warm water. The moment the warmth wrapped around them, a comfort spread from the soles of her feet through her whole body, and she couldn't help letting out a soft hum. My large hand gently kneaded the top of her foot in the water, my movements soft and meticulous. Her feet were lovely, the arches curved just right, the toes rounded, the skin fair and delicate. As I washed, my thumb pressed the pressure points on her soles. Her body jolted, a numbing tingle shooting straight up her spine to the crown of her head. She quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, terrified of letting out another embarrassing sound, her beautiful eyes misting over. "Does it hurt?" I looked up and met her eyes directly. It doesn't hurt." She bit her lower lip. "It's just a little sore and a little tingly." Sore and tingly is exactly right. I lowered my head and pressed a bit harder. "You've been low on chi and blood these past few days, and with the poor sleep last night, your meridians are all blocked up." As I needed, the fatigue drained bit by bit from her body, replaced by the deepest relaxation. Leaning back against the headboard, she watched me crouched before her, her gaze growing more and more languid. My technique was too expert. Every press found exactly where she ached the most, the pressure just right. And especially when I pressed a certain spot on the sole of her foot, her whole body went limp, her toes curling in despite herself. That spot normally itched even when she touched it herself, and now, with my rough, big hands kneading it over and over, the sensation was unbearable. "Chow Fei," she panted, her voice drawn thin. "Go easy, I can't take it." Where on earth did you learn massage? You're so good at it." "Let's just say I've got my ways." "All right, wifey, even if you can't take it, you'll have to bear with it." I curved my lips into a wicked grin. "This is a secret technique. Once I'm done, I guarantee you'll sleep like a baby tonight." Inwardly, though, I couldn't help grumbling to myself. Of course my technique was expert. In my past life my body had been so frail I couldn't satisfy this woman with her voracious appetite. So every night, she'd forced me to learn massage. Every point on her body, every meridian, I knew like the back of my hand. I could find them with my eyes closed. Back then it had been a humiliation. Now it had become a weapon for deepening our marital bond. Who could I even complain to about that? Oh, keep bragging. She shot me a coy glare, though in her heart she was 80% convinced. After all, I'd changed so much these past few days, stronger, sharper-witted, able to make good money gathering the sea's bounty and to beat down the bad guys. If I said I'd really been hiding some secret skill, the old her wouldn't have believed it. But now, she actually did. I massaged her for a good 10+ minutes before finally stopping, taking the towel off my shoulder to carefully dry both her feet, then tucking them into the soft quilt. They are all washed. I picked up the basin and stood. She lay on the bed, savoring the lazy comfort spreading through her whole body, gazing at me with eyes full of tenderness. "Chow Fei, thank you," she said softly. "What's a husband and wife thanking each other for?" I looked at that sapphire nightgown draped in disarray over her, a great expanse of snow-white skin bared to the air, radiating a deadly allure. I felt that wicked fire in my lower belly, only just tamped down, flare up again, spreading wildly like a prairie blaze. This body remade by the spirit spring space simply couldn't withstand that kind of visual assault. "You go on and sleep." My voice came out hoarse as I fought down the urge to pounce on her. "I'll go dump the water and take a bath while I'm at it." I pushed open the door and stepped out, terrified that a moment's delay would break my resolve. The room fell quiet again. Chen Ruolin sat blankly on the edge of the bed, biting her thin lips, her mind filled with the image of me crouched on the floor just now, patiently washing her feet. Those broad, calloused hands had pressed against her soles with an indescribable comfort. A grown man who could beat a bully like Qian Fugui down until he begged for mercy, yet at home was willing to carry a basin of foot-washing water and wait on her. "Have I gone too far?" she murmured to herself, her eyes reddening. She thought back to the early days of their marriage, when her own appetite in that regard had been strong. She'd paid no mind to my objections, forcing me to pay my dues every night. Even when I was so exhausted I couldn't straighten my back, she'd never once felt sorry for me, because she'd thought I'd tricked her into marriage, standing in for Chow Yang to wed her, that I'd never respected her wishes, that it was no more than I deserved. Now the tables had turned. I'd become like a tireless ox, and she was the one who couldn't take it. Today I'd earned good money and bought her so many pretty clothes, and yet tonight, because her body couldn't handle it, she'd force me to swallow my fire and go take a cold bath. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt, a sourness welling up in her heart. This scoundrel, how did his stamina get so ferocious? Before, he couldn't even last 3 hours, and now once he gets going there's no end to it. If I let him have his way again tonight, my bones would fall apart. But he worked so hard today, earned so much money, and I still made him go take a cold bath. Am I being too selfish? She buried her burning face in both hands, and on impulse even thought about getting out of bed to call me back. But just as she moved to rise, a dull ache flared at the base of her thighs, and she went rigid. The scenes of these past 2 days' exertions surfaced in her mind, that brute strength that seemed bent on crushing her to pieces, and she gave a shiver. No, absolutely not. She quickly shrank back under the quilt and wrapped herself up tight. If we went another round tonight, she wouldn't even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Better to let him hold it in for now. At worst, in a couple of days I'll take the initiative and make it up to him. She muttered this with a red face, shutting her eyes and forcing herself not to picture those heart-fluttering scenes. Meanwhile, I carried the foot-washing water to the backyard, splashed it over the vegetable patch, set the basin down by the well platform, then turned and walked into the outhouse in the corner. I slid the bolt shut, drew a deep breath, and let a single thought stir. The scene before my eyes shifted in an instant, and the next second I stood within that private spirit spring space of mine. The air here was fresh, and the spirit spring was gurgling up its clear water. I walked to the spring's edge, stripped off my clothes, and used a wooden bucket to draw a pail of water. The icy spring water poured down over my head, streaming along the taut lines of my muscles, and that feverish, wicked fire finally began to recede under the cold water's bite. I let out a long breath and shook the water droplets from my hair. This spirit spring water didn't just strengthen the body. A cold bath in it was especially bracing and clearing to the mind. Feeling the abundant power coursing through me, I clenched my fist in satisfaction. After bathing and getting dressed, I took stock of the space. The dark, rich earth gave off the fragrance of soil, not large in area, but extremely fertile. Aside from the spirit spring in the middle, the surroundings were all empty and a bit monotonous. Hands in my pockets, I circled the spring once, calculating quickly. This spring water had a powerful transformative and growth-boosting effect on plants and animals alike. I couldn't just leave the space empty. Planting some ginseng and lingzhi would surely fetch a fine price, but the money I had on hand needed to go toward a cell phone, a landline, and a boat first. I'd wait for a chance to head into the mountains to look for rare medicinal herbs. With my body enhanced, plus my past experience roaming the hills, maybe I could strike it rich the way I had gathering the sea's bounty. I'll dig a little pond here and raise some seafood and river catch. Maybe I can speed up their growth and make the meat richer, too. I'm used to myself. Buying fry in town would cost money, and besides, where would I even buy any in the dead of night? Then I remembered the stream behind the village that connected to the big river. It never ran dry all year, and it held plenty of wild crucian carp, loach, and river shrimp. They weren't worth much, but if I got them into the space and raised them in spirit spring water, who knew? They might just mutate. No sooner said than done. With a thought, I withdrew from the space, pushed open the outhouse door, and crept quietly to the storage room to find a dip net and a small bucket, then headed toward the back of the village under cover of night. A little fishing village in the year 2000 went pitch black once night fell. There wasn't even a street lamp. But the moon was bright tonight, silver-white lights spilling over the country path. Bucket in hand, I strode along by the moonlight, the night breeze carrying the scent of soil and green grass, wonderfully soothing. Come to think of it, it had been several days since my rebirth, and so much had happened in that time that it felt like I'd been reborn ages ago. I'd never had a spare moment to properly wander this little fishing village that had raised me at night. At this hour in the past, I'd always be tangled up in the sheets with Chun-Rulin, and at that thought I shook my head. In my past life I'd found that sort of thing utterly repugnant, something I resisted. Who'd have guessed that in this life, because of the spirit spring space, I'd become even more enthusiastic about it than she was. Well, forgive me. After walking a dozen or so minutes, the babble of flowing water reached my ears. I quickened my pace, pushed through the dense reeds, and came to the stream. The water was crystal clear to the bottom, glittering with ripples of light under the moon. I crouched at the bank and focused, and the superhuman eyesight the spirit spring space had given me switched on in an instant. The once dim water surface turned utterly clear, the swaying water plants, the texture of the silt, even the moss on the stones at the bottom, all vivid and distinct. At the edge of the water plants, a few palm-sized wild crucian carp drifted lazily. In a crevice between stones, several utterly transparent river shrimp waved their pincers as they foraged. Without hesitation, I kicked off my shoes, rolled up my trousers, and stepped into the water. The stream was a touch cold, but my remade body couldn't feel the chill at all. If anything, it felt exquisitely refreshing. Gripping the dip net in both hands, I locked onto a large crucian carp busy foraging, its whole body glinting with a bluish sheen, its flesh looking plump and rich. I held my breath, then snapped my arm forward with sudden force, the net cutting an afterimage through the water. Water splashed everywhere. Before the crucian carp could even react, it was swept cleanly into the net, thrashing desperately, its scales flashing in the moonlight. Good size, half a gene at least. Take it to market, and it'd fetch a yuan. I hefted it with satisfaction, then with a thought sent it into the spirit spring space. On the space's ground, I'd already dug a shallow water pit. Worried that the too pure spirit spring water might be too harsh on these little creatures, I needed to run a test first, so I'd filled the pit with ordinary well water. Dip net in hand, I made my way upstream, my gaze piercing. With my superhuman eyesight and quick reflexes, I turned into a merciless fishing machine. Every scoop of the net brought up a few loach or big river shrimp, and now and then I'd come across a couple of greedy snakeheads, which I bagged without the slightest hesitation. This is all pure, glittering silver, I murmured to myself, my grin nearly splitting my face. This big snakehead looks like a good 2 gene. Stewed into a soup, it'd be a serious tonic. And these river shrimp are a really good size. Raise them a few days in spirit spring water, and they'll probably grow as big as prawns. The stream ecology of the rural year 2000 was simply too good. Clear waters and green hills. Nothing at all like what you'd find 20-some years later. The catch was fresh and fragrant, untouched by pollution, walking wads of cash, plain and simple. In under an hour, the little pond in the space was positively bustling. A dozen-odd crucian carp, several dozen river shrimp, and a whole batch of loach churning through the water, brimming with life. That's about enough. I'll raise them for now and see how it goes. I straightened up and wiped away my sweat, picking up the empty bucket, ready to climb ashore, put my shoes on, and head home. Just then, my ears suddenly caught a strange, faint sound. It was very slight, mixed in with the wind and the rush of water, hard to make out clearly. I stopped in my tracks and frowned, pricking up my ears to listen closely. Help! Let go of me, you bastard! A woman's cry for help drifted over on the night wind, full of terror and despair. My heart lurched. Why did that voice sound familiar? I whipped my head around and looked toward the source of the sound. It came from a small grove of trees upstream, a place the villagers rarely visited. Help! This time it was clearer, choked with suppressed sobs. My expression changed drastically. I'd finally recognized it. That was my sister-in-law Chun Roaju's voice. Why would she be in the woods behind the village at this hour, and in danger, no less? There was no time to think it through. I bolted toward the sound. Meanwhile, haha, Teacher Chun, it's the dead of night. You can scream your throat raw and no one will hear you. A sleazy man sneered. Don't come any closer. One more step, and I'm calling the police. Chun Roaju's voice was laced with despair. Call the police? The sleazy man sneered. I've been watching you for days. I know you sneak out here every night. Took me long enough to finally catch my chance. A woman your age, still not married, and your little sister already wed to that Chow Fei kid. You must be lonely and starved for it, huh? Better just give in to me nice and easy. And with that he reached out to grab her. Chun Roaju screamed in despair. Get away, don't touch me. Hearing that exchange, rage shot straight to the top of my skull, my eyes going red. Chun Roaju was Ruolin's own elder sister, normally aloof and cool, yet just this noon she'd offered on her own to lend me money to buy a boat. I'd taken that kindness to heart, and now, hearing she was in danger, how could I possibly hold back? You're asking to die, I warred. My spirit's spring-remade body erupted with astonishing speed, weaving through the dark like a leopard. I plowed straight through the dense reeds, their sharp blades slicing across my arms, though I felt none of it. The sleazy man was just about to lay his filthy hands on her when he heard the commotion behind him and spun around. The next second I was upon him, my right hand swinging around in a full arc. Crack! A crisp slap exploded through the night sky. The sleazy man let out a wretched scream, his body spinning a half-turn in midair before crashing hard into the mud, spitting out 2 blood-stained teeth. I planted myself in front of Chun Roaju, glaring coldly at the man on the ground. Sis, are you all right? Chun Roaju had fallen to the ground, her clothes in disarray, tears streaking her cool, elegant face. She stared blankly at the tall figure shielding her, her mind blank. The despair of that moment had vanished the instant she saw me. This normally dull, wooden brother-in-law of hers had, at this moment, descended like a god come down to earth, pulling her back from the abyss. Chow Fei. Her voice trembled. Why are you here? I came out to catch some fish, I said in a low voice. Good thing I did. The sleazy man on the ground clutched his swollen face and scrambled up, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. By the moonlight, I got a clear look at his face, and my fury surged again. This was Relied, the notorious old bachelor from the neighboring village, over 40 and still without a wife, an idle good-for-nothing who'd done plenty of petty thieving. He'd eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard to dare lay a hand on my sister-in-law. Relied, you're really asking to die. I strode forward. Seeing that it was me, Relied trembled all over in fright and scrambled on all fours, trying to flee deep into the woods. He'd heard about how I'd beaten Qian Fugue to a pulp today and knew he was no match for me at all. Trying to run? I sneered, closing the distance in 2 steps and seizing him by the back of his collar. He screamed like a pig at slaughter, his arms flailing wildly. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I'll never again. I gave him no chance to beg for mercy, lifting my leg and slamming a heavy kick into the small of his back. Splash! Relied flew over 2 meters with a wretched scream and dropped straight into the swift stream beside us. The water instantly closed over his head. He thrashed a couple of times before the current swept him downstream. Chun Roaju went pale with fright and braced her hands against the ground to try to stand. Chow Fei, save him, quick. Her voice was frantic. If someone dies, you'll go to prison. I stood at the bank watching Relied vanish beneath the surface, then turned and walked toward her. Scum like that, drowning would be a mercy. But, even if he's got the luck to survive, I cut her off. First thing tomorrow morning I'll go to the police station and report this. There's no way I'm letting this slide. Besides, we're all people of a seaside fishing village. Worthless as this idle bachelor is, his swimming's bound to be decent. He won't die? Humph. The good die young, and the scourges live 1,000 years. Hearing the certainty in my tone, Chun Raju's wildly pounding heart finally began to settle. Only then did she feel a piercing pain in her ankle. Her body went weak, and she slumped back down to the ground. SSSS. She sucked in a sharp breath, her brows knitting tight. I quickly crouched down, my eyes falling on her right foot. Twisted your ankle. I stepped wrong while I was running just now. She bit her lower lip. Let me take a look. Without a second thought, I reached out and grasped her fair, tender ankle. She let out a startled cry and instinctively tried to pull her foot back, her cheeks flushing scarlet in an instant. In all her life, apart from her father, no man had ever touched her feet. And the man before her, no less, was her own brother-in-law. Hold still, let me check whether you've hurt the bone. My tone was serious. I hadn't the slightest awareness of her embarrassment. Examining carefully by the moonlight, I found it was only a mild sprain, with no injury to the bone. I slipped off her sandal and, applying force with my thumb, gently kneaded the pressure points around her ankle. Chun Riju felt a wave of soreness and numbness spread through her ankle, and the once piercing pain miraculously eased a great deal. She looked down at me crouched so earnestly before her, and couldn't help her heartbeat quickening a few beats. She used to think I wasn't a good man worth relying on for a lifetime, and the whole business of standing in for her own brother to marry her own sister had disgusted her all the more. But now, this man had not only earned good money, he'd also stepped up in her moment of deepest despair. That stark contrast made the walls around her heart crumble in an instant. "What were you doing out in this wilderness in the dead of night?" I asked as I kneaded her foot. Her eyes darted away, and she stammered for a long while without getting anything out. I came to look for something." "What kind of thing can't wait for daytime? That you'd have to come in the middle of the night?" I frowned. "That thing, it only blooms in the dead of night," she said, lowering her voice. Seeing that she was reluctant to say more, I didn't press, only bearing down a little harder with my hands. "Whatever you're looking for, it's far too dangerous for a woman to come to a place like this alone at night. Next time something like this comes up, come during the day, or bring me along to keep you company." A warm current welled up in her heart. Thinking back on what had just happened, she truly was shaken. She'd assumed no one was following her, never expecting to slip up like that. If I hadn't happened to be nearby, she might really have suffered a terrible fate, and then she'd have wanted nothing more than to die. "I understand," she answered softly. After kneading for a dozen or so minutes, I let go and stood, brushing the dirt off my hands. "Can you still walk?" She tried to stand, but the moment she put weight on her right foot, the pain made her suck in a sharp breath, her body tipping forward out of her control. I reacted in a flash, catching her slender, willowy waist in one arm and pulling her steadily into my embrace. Chun Roaju's cheek pressed instantly against my solid chest. Through the thin shirt, she could clearly feel my powerful heartbeat. A strong wave of masculine scent washed over her, leaving her whole body weak. I'm sorry." She flusteredly pushed away from me and stood on one foot. Seeing how flustered she looked, I said nothing more. I just turned and crouched down in front of her. "Climb on. I'll carry you home on my back." "That's all right. I'll walk slowly on my own." She waved her hands over and over. "Out here in the middle of nowhere. How long would it take you to walk back? Get on, quickly." She hesitated a moment, then looked around at the pitch-dark woods. She really was a little scared, so she gritted her teeth and slowly lay against my back, her hands looping awkwardly around my neck. I hooked my hands under her thighs, rose easily to my feet, and strode off toward the village. She had a tall, willowy figure, filled out generously in all the right places, and those two soft mounds pressed snugly against my back, rubbing constantly with each step. All I could register was the astonishing sensation against my back. Ahem, this sister-in-law's figure was no less than Ruland's. You could only call them two different styles of beauty. She'd noticed the impropriety too. Her cheeks flushed nearly to the point of dripping blood, yet she didn't dare shift around. Neither of us spoke the whole way. Only the rustle of the night whined through the leaves. "Does it still hurt?" I tilted my head slightly. "Much better." Pressed against my back, her voice carried a trace of shyness. "Don't be so foolish next time. What flower is worth searching for in the dead of night? If you lose your life, no flower will do you any good." My tone held a note of reproach. "I understand. I won't do it again." She was as meek as a child who'd done something wrong. I nodded and carried her straight toward the Chun family courtyard. By now it was deep into the night, the village silent and empty of a single soul. At the courtyard gate, I set her down with care. She stood on one foot, bracing herself against the courtyard wall, her head lowered, not daring to look at me. "About tonight, thank you. We're family. No need to be so formal." I gave a small smile. "Hurry on in. Put a cold compress on the ankle. The bone's not hurt, so it'll be fine by morning. Then, what about the Lee business?" "I'll handle that. If it means calling the police, then I'll call the police. There's no way I'm letting that scum off." I narrowed my eyes, an aura of danger about me. "All right, I understand." She really had been frightened and could only defer to me, pushing the gate open carefully and going inside. Once I'd confirmed she was safely home, I turned and headed straight for Lily's house, murder in my eyes. The night was deep. In Yonglu village, next to Tawa village, weeds grew thick before a dilapidated adobe house. This was the home of Lily, the village's notorious old bachelor. At that moment, Lily pushed open his wooden door, soaked from head to toe. He'd scraped his life back from the stream, swept along by the current for several hundred meters before crawling ashore. The night stream water was bone-chillingly cold, and he shivered all over. With no time to change clothes, he groped his way into the mildew-smelling room and pulled the light cord. The dim yellow bulb lit up the messy space. What rotten luck, damn it, he cursed, yanking open a drawer in the ramshackle wooden cabinet and rummaging around, stuffing a few crumpled Tinuan bills into his trouser pocket and grabbing a couple of tattered garments. Chun Roaju, that slutty little tramp, running out to the woods in the dead of night, still putting on her chaste and virtuous act, he muttered through gritted teeth. And that meddling little bastard Chow Fei, how'd he get so strong all of a sudden? Once I lie low outside for a while and come back, I'm dumping rat poison down your well, see if I don't. He packed up quick and deft and turned to make his getaway under cover of night. I'd dared to beat even Qian Fugui today, and on top of that, Chun Roaju's father was the village head of Taohua village. If he stayed, he'd surely be hauled off to the police station tomorrow. The instant he turned, he saw a tall, imposing dark figure sitting quietly on the bench beside the table. The dim yellow light fell across the side of that person's face, casting a long shadow. Li Lizi's scalp went numb with fright, and the cloth bundle in his hand hit the floor with a thud. You, how did you get in here? His voice trembled, his legs backing away out of his control. I slowly rose to my feet, watching this piece of scum coldly. This busted door of yours doesn't even have a lock. I come in whenever I please. Hands in my pockets, I closed in step by step, a terrifying aura pouring off me. What was it you said just now? You're going to dump rat poison down my well. He swallowed and forced himself calm, puffing out his chest. Chow Fei, I'm telling you, this is my house. Breaking and entering is against the law. Against the law? I sneered. And what you were doing in the woods just now, that wasn't against the law. The words had barely left my mouth when I lunged a step forward, closing the distance in an instant. He paled in terror and spun to run, but my right hand shot out and seized him by the collar at the back of his neck. With one arm, I hauled his 100-some gene frame back and slammed him hard to the floor. Act! He let out a wretched scream, feeling as though every organ inside him had shifted out of place. Without the slightest hesitation, I stamped my foot down on his chest. Run then. Go ahead and run. Looming over him, I bore down suddenly with my foot. He felt as though 1,000 gene boulder pressed on his chest, and even breathing became difficult. Chow Fei, let me go. I know I was wrong. He clutched desperately at my ankle, trying to shove it off, but it was utterly useless. Now you know you were wrong? Too late. I bent down, grabbed him by the hair and yanked his head up, then swung my arm around in a full arc and slapped him. Crack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room. Half his face swelled up instantly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That slap was for my sister. I backhanded him with another slap, sending his eyes rolling with stars. That one was for your filthy mouth. After several big slaps in a row, he was already beaten black and blue, unable even to beg for mercy clearly. The commotion in the room was so loud that it finally woke Li Dajin and old lady Zhang, asleep next door, who's wailing like it's a funeral in the middle of the night. A shrill curse rang out as the door of the next room was flung open. Old lady Zhang came charging out in a patch-covered floral nightgown, her hair disheveled, a sorghum straw Kong broom in hand, her jowly face all bunched together. Behind her came Li Lizi's father, Li Dajin, a scrawny old man. Normally he loved to eat and hated to work, leaving all the farm labor to old lady Zhang, cut from the same cloth as his son. He gripped a rusty iron shovel, clearly spooked by the commotion outside. By the lamplight, old lady Zhang spotted her son pinned beneath my foot at a glance. My son. She let out a pig squeal shriek and rushed at me with the broom raised. Where'd this little bastard spring from, daring to run into my house and beat my son? I watched old lady Zhang charge at me with cold eyes, not dodging. When she'd closed in, I raised my left arm and steadily blocked the descending broom, then snatched it away with my right hand and snapped it hard. Snap! With a crisp crack, the sturdy sorghum straw broom broke, clean in two. Old lady Zhang froze, her face full of disbelief. What kind of strength was that? I tossed the broken broom to the floor and fixed her with an icy stare. Old woman, watch your filthy mouth. You think I'd covet coming to this dump of yours? Your son offended me. Just now he tried to rape my sister, and I caught him red-handed. I'm here to haul him off to jail. Offended? Rape? What a joke. Old lady Zhang was used to throwing tantrums and rolling on the ground around the village. How could she stand for this? She plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing at the top of her lungs. There's no justice in this world. They're bullying us, barging into our home to beat us. Somebody come quick, help. Her voice was so loud it carried far through the silent dead of night. Seeing his wife get the worst of it, Li Dajin gritted his teeth, gripped the shovel handle, and pointed a shaking finger at me. You're Chow Fei from Taohua village next door, aren't you? Let go of my son this instant, or I'll split you open with this shovel. I looked at this pair of freaks, the chill in my eyes growing colder. A crooked beam breeds a warped rafter. No wonder Relied was such scum. The whole root of it was rotten through. Want to split me open? I sneered. By all means, give it a try. Li Dajin felt a shiver down his spine under my icy gaze. But for his son's sake he steeled himself and brought the shovel down anyway. The rusty shovel came whistling straight at my face. Instead of retreating, I advanced, tilting my body slightly to dodge it with ease, my right hand snatching the wooden handle like a bolt of lightning. Li Dajin felt as though the shovel were clamped in an iron vise. It wouldn't budge an inch. He wrenched at it with all his might, but couldn't move me in the slightest. I gave a cold snort, threw my arm into it, tore the shovel away, and drove a kick into his belly. Li Dajin flew backward with a wretched scream and crashed hard into old lady Zhang. The old couple tumbled into a heap, groaning and unable to get up for a good while. I tossed the shovel aside and strode over to stand before them. If either of you dares wail one more word, I'll beat you along with him. Terrified out of her wits by the killing aura on me, old lady Zhang quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Li Dajin was even worse, curling up on the ground, clutching his belly and trembling. I turned and walked back to stand over Relied. Weren't you pretty good at cursing just now? Go on, keep cursing. He was utterly beaten into submission now, pleading through a face covered in blood. Brother Fei, Master Fei, I really was wrong. Spare me this once. I swear I'll never dare again. I'll stay far away from Teacher Chun. Spare you. I curved my lips into a cruel arc in your dreams. I bent down, grabbed him by the collar, and hauled him up. Scum like you belongs in a cell, doing some good soul searching. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll personally deliver you to the town police station. Hearing police station, he went limp with terror all over, and a patch of yellow water seeped straight out from the crotch of his pants. The moment old lady Zhang heard her son was going to be hauled off to prison, she forgot her fear and scrambled over to throw her arms around my leg, snot and tears streaming. Chao Fei, you can't be so heartless. We're all from neighboring villages. We're bound to run into each other. Let my son go. He just had a moment of foolishness. You've beaten him. You've let off your steam. Let it go. Why don't you? I frowned in disgust and slung her off with a sharp jerk of my right leg. A moment of foolishness? My voice was cold as ice. He tailed my sister in the dead of night with vile intentions. If I hadn't happened along, my sister's whole life would have been ruined. You call that a moment of foolishness? That's a crime. I turned to look at Li Dajin, cowering in the corner, my gaze sharp. You two never disciplined your son. Let him run around thieving and skulking, and now that he's caused real trouble, you know to beg for mercy? Too late. With that, I pulled a nylon rope from my pocket, one-eyed prepared beforehand, and deftly bound his hands behind his back with a dead knot. He hissed with pain, but no longer had the strength even to struggle. Tonight you're going to behave yourself. I kicked him over into the corner and swept my gaze across the trembling old couple. If either of you dares untie him or lets him get away, I paused, my tone domineering. Then tomorrow I'll break the legs of everyone in your family. I mean what I say. Just as I finished warning this pair of freaks, a clatter of footsteps suddenly rose beyond the courtyard gate. Several glaring beams of flashlights swept in over the crumbling courtyard wall, lighting up the pitch-black yard. What's all this racket in the middle of the night? A full-throated male voice called out from outside the gate. Wang Fuhai, the village head of Yanglu village, came in with a coat thrown over his shoulders and a flashlight in hand, his brow tightly knit. Behind him followed Zhao Taizhu, the party branch secretary, along with a dozen-odd villagers roused from sleep by the commotion. Old lady Zhang, who'd been cowering and trembling in the corner, saw Wang Fuhai and the others, and her murky, triangular eyes lit up in an instant, as though she'd grasped a life-saving straw. She scrambled over and flung her arms around his leg. Village head, you have to see justice done for us, she howled, snot and tears everywhere. This Chao Fei from Taohua village broke into our home in the dead of night, beat my old man till he couldn't get up, and now he's going to kill my son. Wang Fuhai and Zhao Tieju's expressions changed abruptly. Breaking into a home and attempted murder, that was earth-shattering business out here in the countryside. Chao Fei. Wang Fuhai raised his flashlight, the beam shining straight into the lit main room. The surrounding villagers murmured among themselves, pointing and whispering. Li Dajin also crawled up, clutching his belly, and hobbled over to Wang Fuhai's side. Village head, take a look at my belly here. It's from that little beast's kick. He gritted his teeth. If he walks out of Yanglu village today, where does that leave our village's face? The old couple sang the same tune in turn, and in an instant elevated a personal grudge into a matter of face between the two villages. Several hot-blooded young villagers immediately took offense, snatching up carrying poles and hose from against the wall. Go drag that kid out. Right? Off to the police station. Let him rot in a cell. Listening to the outcry, old lady Zhang curved her lips into a smug, cold smile. Little bastard, daring to run wild on Yonglu Village's turf. Today we'll skin you alive. I watched it all coldly from inside the room. Heh, this pair of freaks really had a first-rate talent for turning black into white. Just as the crowd, roused to fury, was about to charge into the room, the next second I grabbed Relied by the back of his collar with one hand and dragged him bodily out of the house like a dead dog. His hands bound behind him, his face bruised and bloody. He no longer had the strength even to whimper. My son, my precious boy. Old Lady Zhang made to rush forward, but a savage cut from my icy glare froze her in place, and she shrank her neck back. I walked to the center of the courtyard, casually tossed Relied to the ground, and calmly swept my eyes over the crowd. At 1.80 meters, standing tall and straight, I faced the dozen-odd villagers with their weapons without the slightest trace of fear. Wang Fuhai looked at the ghastly sight of Relied on the ground, his brow furrowing deeper. Chao Fei, what do you think you're doing? He demanded in a heavy voice. You really think there's no one left in Yonglu Village? I brushed the dust off my hands, my tone mild. Village head Wang, that's putting it too strongly. I came here today to rid your Yonglu Village of a scourge. Bullshit. Though old Lady Zhang feared me, this god of slaughter, she counted on the strength of the crowd and the backing of the village head and party secretary, and hopped about hurling abuse. You beat and injured my son, and you still dare spout this nonsense. Village head, don't waste words on him. Tie him up and send him to the police station. I watched her throwing her tantrum with cold eyes and curved my lips in mockery. Send me to the police station? Fine. I'll take him there myself right now. Let the police look into it properly, into how this Relied tailed my sister in the dead of night meaning to rape her, and see how many years he ought to get. The instant those words came out, the entire courtyard fell dead silent. Rape? In these times, the crime of hooliganism was a serious offense. Watch it, and you could catch a bullet. Wang Fuhai and Zhao Taizhu exchanged a glance, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Chao Fei, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you like. Zhao Taizhu stepped forward. Do you have proof? Proof. I pointed at Relied on the ground. I kicked him into the river right off, straight from in front of my sister. If I hadn't happened to pass by, my sister's whole life would have been ruined by this beast. I still remember the way to that spot. Just call the police. Send professionals to the scene to collect evidence, and they'll definitely find traces of his and my sister's DNA. After all, it was the year 2000, not as advanced as later decades, but DNA technology had already achieved some results. The crowd was left dumbstruck. What DNA traces? It sounded like some highbrow term from a Hong Kong TV show, a total dimensional strike against the villagers of a little fishing village. But going by those Hong Kong crime dramas, there really did seem to be such a thing. Seeing the situation turn against her, old Lady Zhang's eyes darted about, and she started stirring up trouble to muddy the waters. You're talking rubbish. She planted her hands on her hips. It was plainly that shameless slut of a sister of yours, running out to the woods in the middle of the night to seduce my son. My son is honest and simple. How could he do such a thing? I looked at her shameless, brazen face, the chill in my eyes deepening. You say my sister seduced him? My sister is an elementary school teacher in Taohua Village, a pure and innocent young woman, the village head's eldest daughter. Would she take a fancy to a 40-something old bachelor who can't even land a wife? Ugly as sin? Why don't you go take a leak and look at your own reflection? Look at how dirt poor and shabby your family is. As if he'd ever measure up. Old Lady Zhang flushed red to the ears, stammering, unable to get a word out. I turned to the onlooking villagers. Folks, all of you know what kind of man Relied is better than I do. Honest and simple. I sneered. Who stole the chicken from the widow's place on the west end of the village and roasted it in the middle of the night? Who peeped over the wall while old Lee's daughter-in-law on the east end was bathing? At the town market the day before yesterday? Who swiped the money pouch off that old man selling vegetables and got chased and beaten for 2 whole streets? And these are just the things I've happened to hear about over in Taohua Village. Who knows how much more he's done? With every sentence I spoke, the villagers' faces shifted a shade. Relied had long since made himself a stench in Yonglu Village, idling around, thieving and skulking, with every young woman and wife in the village giving him a wide berth on sight. I struck while the iron was hot. Scum like this is nothing but a menace kept in the village. Do you really want to guard against him like a thief every single day, in constant fear that one day your own daughter or wife will fall victim? By sending him to the police station today, I'm winning justice for my sister, and I'm cutting out this malignant tumor for all of you too. And you'd still shield him? Every word of that speech struck the villagers right in the heart. The several young men who'd been fired up with righteous indignation to help old Lady Zhang quietly set down their carrying poles. The crowd began murmuring in low voices. Chao Fei's right. Relied peeped at my wife nursing the day before yesterday. I've been wanting to thrash him for ages. Exactly. I've seen Teacher Chun. beautiful as a fairy and refined besides. How could she ever fancy Li Lizi? Old Lady Zhang's mouth is really foul. Her own son commits a crime, and she goes slinging mud at an innocent young lady. The wind shifted in an instant. The villagers pointed and whispered at Li Lizi and Old Lady Zhang, disgust written all over their faces. Old Lady Zhang was dumbstruck. Her tantrums in the village had always carried the day, yet today a few words from me had turned the whole crowd against her. Li Dajin, for his part, shrank his neck down and didn't dare make a sound. Wang Fuhai looked at the villagers seething with anger and made his own calculation. Li Lizi was indeed a malignant tumor, and if he could use my hands to get him put away, that was a good thing for him as village head, too. What's more, if things truly were as I'd said, and Li Lizi had committed the crime of hooliganism, then as village head he absolutely could not shield him. Chao Fei, since you put it that way, our Yanglu village will stay out of this. Take him to the town police station first thing tomorrow morning, and let the police decide the sentence. The moment Old Lady Zhang heard that even the village head was washing his hands of it, she panicked completely. Village head, you can't just stand by. He's one of our own Yanglu village people. She lunged over, trying to grab at Wang Fuhai's clothes. Wang Fuhai stepped back a pace in disgust, dodging her grasp. Zhang, you old woman. Your son pulled a stunt this rotten and wicked, and I didn't even run him out of Yanglu village. That's me showing him all the mercy in the world. And now you want my help? If he really committed the crime of hooliganism, that's breaking the law unknowingly. It just makes it worse. You want me, the village head, to break the law too? Just as Zhang was sinking into utter despair, a clatter of chaotic footsteps suddenly rose in the near distance, accompanied by several glaring torch flames. Who dares lay a hand on my son-in-law? A furious roar cracked out like a thunderclap. Chun Jianya came charging into the courtyard holding a torch, his face iron dark. He commanded enormous respect in Taohua village, and the people of Yanglu village had heard of him too. Though his family had fallen on hard times a few years back after he'd shouldered someone else's debt, the fire in his blood hadn't dimmed one bit. He'd been asleep at home when Chun Reju came running back in tears, saying she'd nearly been assaulted by Li Lizi and that I'd gone alone to catch the man and haul him to the police station. He blew up on the spot, grabbed a weapon, and went door to door rounding people up. The moment the villagers of Taohua heard that the village head's daughter had been wronged, they snatched up their tools without a word and followed. Behind him came more than 20 strapping young men from Taohua village, gripping shovels and carrying poles, every one of them radiating murderous intent. Chen Ruosong walked at the very front, hefting a wooden club as thick as a wrist, his freshly re-dyed black hair looking especially sharp in the night wind. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Never mind whether his own injuries had healed. He rushed up and looked me over from head to toe. Seeing Chun Jianya arrive with reinforcements, a warm current welled up in my chest. So my eldest sister-in-law had told my father-in-law everything after she got home. A man like Chun Jianya, who valued his face and fiercely protected his own, could never sit still after hearing that his eldest daughter had nearly been raped and that his second son-in-law had stormed into Yanglu village single-handed. I'm fine. I gave Chun Jianya a nod. The instant Chen Ruosong spotted Li Lizi bound on the ground, fire flared in his eyes. He rushed over and delivered 2 vicious kicks. Screw your ancestors. You dare touch my big sister? I'll kill you today. Li Lizi shrieked again and again, rolling on the ground in agony. I reached out to stop Chun Ruosong from going further and patted his shoulder. That's enough, Ruosong. Don't beat him to death. He's still got to go eat a bullet at the station tomorrow. Only then did he stop, panting, and spit viciously on Li Lizi. Chun Jianya strode over to my side, his sharp gaze sweeping across the Yanglu village crowd. Wang Fuhai, so your Yanglu village folks have grown some real nerve, huh? He jammed his torch into the ground. You even dare lay hands on the daughter of me. Chun Jianya, you really think I'm made of mud? Seeing his do-or-die stance, Wang Fuhai hurried forward with an ingratiating smile. Old Chun, cool down now. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. Chun Jianya pointed at Li Lizi on the ground. This animal's fine handiwork. My eldest daughter told me all about it. For this, your Yanglu village owes me an accounting today, or I'll level this broken-down yard right now. The strapping young men of Taohua village stepped forward in unison, their weapons glinting cold in the torchlight. The gunpowder between the two villages thickened to the breaking point in an instant. Watching this show of force, Zhang went weak in the legs and collapsed to the ground. She knew she'd truly hit a wall of iron this time. Cold sweat slid down Wang Fuhai's forehead. If this really came to a mass brawl and lives were lost, his days as village head would be over. What's more, Chun Jianya had the look of a man who didn't fear death. He really might end up with blood on his hands. He hurried forward 2 steps, piling on the smiles. Old Chun, don't act rashly. Whatever it is, Let's talk it through nice and calm. Talk it through my ass. Chun Jianya hawked a thick gob of phlegm at his feet. This animal tried to violate my daughter in the dead of night. And you want me to talk it through nice and calm? Wang Fuhai shrank back, waving his hands. Old Chun, I honestly had no idea about this. I only rushed over when I heard the commotion. Xiao Fei just laid it all out. And I've got a belly full of anger too. He turned to look at me, his eyes full of pleading. I stepped forward at just the right moment, planting myself in front of Chun Jianya. Dad, village head Wang really did just get here. This has nothing to do with him. Besides, I arrived in time. Sis only twisted her ankle, and she's safely home now. If we really fight it out here and someone dies, it'll only make more trouble. I'm no coward, but I call it as it is. The only criminal here was Relied. Wang Fuhai and the others had pressured me at first, sure, but once they'd heard the whole story they agreed to let me take Relied to the police station. That was the truth of it. Chun Jianya looked at me, the fury on his face easing somewhat. He glared savagely at Relied on the ground, itching to go finish him off then and there. I patted his shoulder and turned to Wang Fuhai. Village head Wang, Relied committed the crime of hooliganism, and this has to go through the legal process. We didn't come here to fight. We came to make an arrest and hand him to the police station. No objection, I take it. Wang Fuhai looked like a man granted a pardon, nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice. No objection, absolutely none. Scum like this ought to be handed over to the police. Our Yonglu village firmly supports cracking down on crime. He turned and bellowed at the villagers. Everybody put your weapons down. Nobody interfere. The villagers of Yonglu village had never wanted to get tangled up in Relied's mess and bring trouble on themselves anyway. At the village head's word, they set down their carrying poles one after another. Seeing the other side back down, most of Chun Jianya's anger drained away. Consider yourself smart, Wang Fuhai. He gave a cold snort and swept his big hand through the air. Ruosong, haul this animal up. We're taking him away. Chun Ruosong strode over, grabbed Relied by the hair, and dragged him up like a dead dog. Relied's eyes rolled back in pain, and he let out feeble whimpers. The crowd from Taohua village, a mighty procession, marched Relied toward the courtyard gate. Seeing her son about to be taken away, Zhang scrambled up with strength from who knows where. You can't take my son away. Hair wild, she rushed at the gate to block Chun Ruosong. Quick as a flash, Wang Fuhai grabbed her by the collar and yanked her back. You settle down. Zhang flailed her arms like a madwoman, her shrill voice stabbing at everyone's eardrums. Wang Fuhai, you good-for-nothing wretch. You'll just stand there and watch outsiders bully us. If my son goes to prison, I won't go on living. I'll hang myself at your door every single day. Wang Fuhai shook with rage, his face iron dark. This vile old crone was beyond all reason. He was doing his best to save the whole village, and she still dared threaten him. He suddenly swung his arm back in a full arc. Crack! A resounding slap landed hard across Zhang's face. The blow spun her halfway around, and she dropped onto the muddy ground on her backside, blood at the corner of her mouth, clutching her cheek and staring at Wang Fuhai in disbelief. So stunned she even forgot to cry. The entire courtyard fell silent in an instant. Wang Fuhai pointed a trembling finger at Zhang on the ground. You old thing, your son did something this heinous, and he's got it coming to him. And you still dare throw a tantrum and roll around here. You really think I can't handle you? He turned at once to Li Dajin, cowering in the corner, his eyes sharp as knives. Li Dajin, get your ass over here. Li Dajin gave a full-body shudder and crawled and stumbled over to him. Village head, calm your anger. His voice quavered. Keep that crazy wife of yours in line. Wang Fuhai jabbed a finger at Zhang's nose. Relied broke the law. The police arresting him is only right and proper. If you two dare make any more trouble and bring grief on Yonglu village, I'll run your whole family out of the village tomorrow. Go die somewhere else if you want to die. I sure won't be collecting your corpses. A villager chimed in loudly. That's right. Make more trouble, and out of the village you go. The instant Li Dajin heard he'd be driven out, he was scared out of his wits. The state their family was in, thrown out with no land to farm. The only road left was starving to death. Yes, 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 village head. Don't you worry. I'll keep her in line. I'll never bring trouble on the village. He nodded repeatedly, then whipped around and glared savagely at Zhang. Shut your mouth already. You really want to get the whole family killed? That bellow scared the wits out of Zhang, and she covered her face and sobbed quietly. Wang Fuhai waved his hand in disgust. Everybody clear out. It's the middle of the night. Go home and sleep. As for how it turns out, the officers will decide once they've finished investigating. Seeing there was no more spectacle to watch, the villagers drifted off in twos and threes, yawning. Wang Fuhai stood in the emptied courtyard, gazing in the direction the Taohua village crowd had gone, and let out a long breath. If he'd mishandled this, the two villages would surely have brawled until somebody died. Thank goodness that young man Xiao Fei was reasonable and had tamped the whole thing down. He thought back on the calm, steady way I'd carried myself and was privately astonished. This Chow family's second son used to seem like such a bottled-up dullard. So how had he turned so formidable? He'd actually slipped into Yonglu village alone and stormed Li Lizi's home in the dead of night to make an arrest. Facing down a whole crowd of villagers surrounding him with weapons and hollering, having mud slung at him by Zhang and Li Dajin, he hadn't flinched in the slightest. That look in his eyes, that presence, it was nothing like an ordinary fisherman. Looks like from now on, he'd better tell the village folk to steer clear of provoking the people of Taohua village. Meanwhile, on the dirt road leading to town, Chun Jinya walked at the very front holding a torch, while Chun Roasong and a few young fellows marched Li Lizi along behind. I walked at Chun Jinya's side, the night wind carrying wave after wave of cool air. Dad, dragging you out of bed in the middle of the night. It's been a hard night for you. What kind of talk is that? Chun Jinya turned, his eyes full of admiration. It's all thanks to you today. If not for you, Ruaju would have been ruined for real. He sighed at that, a trace of lingering fear in his voice. You're the benefactor of our whole Chin family. From now on, anyone who dares say one bad word about you, I, Chun Jianya, will be the first to say no. Dad, we're family. Say all that, and you're treating me like a stranger. I smiled. By the way, when I came over to Yonglu village, you rounded up so many people. Did you let Rulin know? After all, I'd been gone so long that if Chun Rulin woke and found me missing, she was bound to worry. I had your mother go tell her, and asked Rulin to keep Raju company so she doesn't come away with any lasting trauma. Good. Chun Jianya nodded, satisfied, liking his second son-in-law more the more he looked, brave and shrewd, calm in a crisis, and able to earn a living for the family too. To think his eldest daughter had once looked down on him, she'd truly been blind. Then again, so had he, back then. Who could have imagined that the mute block of wood who couldn't fart out a sound even after 3 whacks of a stick would turn into a man of such backbone? Chow Fei, once Li Lizi's handed over to the station, how many years do you figure he'll get? Hooliganism, plus intent to rape, and the circumstances are ugly. I narrowed my eyes. Several years at the very least. And people in prison hate rapists and human traffickers most of all. He'll have a rough time in there. In this era of harsh crackdowns, a charge like that was a serious crime. Li Lizi's life was basically finished. Chun Jianya gave a cold snort. Serves him right. Scum like that. Even a firing squad wouldn't satisfy my hatred. The whole company marched down the night road in a mighty column, torches lighting the way ahead. Li Lizi was dragged along the ground, his legs numb, and he shut his eyes in despair. He knew what awaited him was a long, dark stretch of prison misery. Chun Roasong walked in the middle of the group, gripping the nylon rope that bound Li Lizi tight, kicking him in the rear now and then and cursing. You old bachelor, you dare touch my big sister? I'll kick you to death. Li Lizi let out muffled groans of pain, without even the strength to beg for mercy. Hearing the racket, Chun Jianya stopped and shot Chun Roasong a glare. That's enough. Leave him breathing till we reach the station. Don't go killing him on the road. Chun Roasong pursed his lips and pulled back his foot, but yanked the rope in his hand even tighter. Chun Jianya looked at his good-for-nothing son, then at my steady presence beside him, and couldn't hold back his irritation. Roasong, take a good look at your brother-in-law. He pointed at me, his tone stern. Calm and decisive in a crisis, brave enough to go make an arrest in Yonglu village all by himself. That's what a real man does. Now look at you, goofing off in town all day long, stirring up trouble. You're the only male heir of the Chin family. If anything ever really happens to your 2 sisters someday, it'll be on you to hold up this family and protect them. Your 2 sisters dote on you so, and you want to keep on wasting away, and up like Li Lizi one day? Scolded in front of everyone, the old Chin Roasong would have stuck out his neck and talked back long ago. But today he glanced at me and, for once in a blue moon, didn't argue. Dad, I know I was wrong. He lowered his head. From now on I'll definitely follow my brother-in-law and work hard. I'll never hang around the arcade again. He said it in earnest. He'd witnessed my skills at the arcade, knew I'd dared to beat even someone like Qian Fugue, and had won such big benefits for Taohua village. And tonight he'd heard how I'd saved his eldest sister and taken on the whole Li Lizi household single-handed. His worship of me now surged like a mighty river, a hero. This was exactly the kind of great hero he'd dreamed of being. Huh, Roasong, so you've finally come to your senses. Chow Fei's such a big shot now. You really ought to learn from him. That's right, Chow Fei. If you ever find a way to strike it rich down the road, don't forget us Taohua village folks. Just say the word if there's anything you can use us for. We trust you, and we'll follow you for sure. Because of the way Qian Fugue had been made to hand out money, the villagers of Taohua village worshipped me almost to the same degree as Chun Roasong, and recent events had left them admiring me utterly. Sure. Hearing his son back down, Chun Jianya gave a cold snort and said no more. I watched all this, a faint smile curving my lips. This brother-in-law of mine used to be a reckless troublemaker, but he wasn't bad at heart. Properly molded, he'd make a fine helper down the road. Later on, I planned to buy a big boat, get into the seafood business, switch trades, and strike it rich, and I was short on exactly this kind of bold, hard-charging young man I could trust. The company pressed on, and soon the lights of the town police station came into view. By now it was past 5 in the morning, and dawn was near. There were only 2 officers on night duty at the station. Hearing the noise, the 2 of them threw on their clothes and came out. What's going on? Gathering to make trouble in the dead of night, an older officer barked. Chun Jianya hurried forward. Officers, we're from Tawa village. We've come to report a crime. He pointed at the dragged-in Relied, righteous fury on his face. This animal tried to rape my daughter in the middle of the night, and we caught him red-handed. The instant the 2 officers heard the word rape, all their drowsiness vanished. The older officer stepped up and shone his flashlight over Relied's ghastly face. Isn't this Relied from Yonglu village? Always sneaking around thieving. So he's grown this bold now. Clearly he knew this frequent visitor to the town. Officer, this is a vile business. You've got to see justice done for us. Chun Jianya said loudly. Don't worry. As long as it checks out, there'll be no leniency. This fellow won't learn his lesson, and now he dares commit a crime this big. He'll get 7 or 8 years at the least. The older officer waved his hand, signaling the younger officer to haul Relied inside. Which of you is the witness? Come in and give a statement. I stepped forward and strode in. I'm the witness, and I'm the one who caught him. The older officer looked me up and down and nodded. All right, come with me. Giving the statement went smoothly. I laid out the whole sequence in detail, including Relied's filthy language in the woods and how I'd subdued him. The older officer looked up at me several times as he took it down. This young man spoke with clear logic and showed not the slightest nervousness before the police. Truly rare. All right, we've got the picture. The older officer closed his notebook. We'll survey the scene tomorrow and talk to the victim to get her account. This kid sunk himself this time. Go home and wait for word. I thanked him, turned, and walked out of the interrogation room. Chun Jianya and the others were still waiting outside. Seeing me come out, they crowded around at once. How'd it go? It's taken care of, Dad. The police said they'll go collect evidence at the scene. Relied's not getting out. Chun Jianya let out a long breath, and the gloom on his face finally cleared. With nothing more to do, everything now left in the officer's hands, everyone headed back. The Chun family courtyard was ablaze with light. At the 8 immortals table in the main room, Chun Ruolin and Lu Guixiang sat on either side of Chun Raiju, holding her hands. Lu Guixiang's eyes were red and swollen. Clearly she'd just been crying. Raiju, you scared your mother half to death. If anything had really happened to you, I wouldn't have gone on living either. Chun Ruolin gripped her sister's cold hand, her lovely eyes full of worry. Sis, don't be afraid. Chao Fei went with Dad and the others. They'll definitely catch that scoundrel. Chun Raiju sat on a stool with a thick coat draped over her. Unexpectedly, there wasn't much terror on her cool, aloof face. The despair she'd felt in the woods seemed to have long been driven away by that broad, towering figure. The image of me shielding her replayed over and over in her mind, and the overwhelming sense of safety had already calmed her pounding heart. The only thing she worried about now was whether we'd come out on the losing end going to Yonglu village. That bunch was notorious for protecting their own. Mom, Ruolin, I'm fine. Chun Raiju clasped their hands in return. Thank goodness Chao Fei got there in time. That man never touched me. Lu Guixiang wiped away her tears, gritting her teeth. That damned animal Relied, sneaking around stealing chickens was one thing, but now he dares bully us here in Tawa village. Why won't heaven strike him dead with a bolt of lightning? Chun Ruolin's face was full of anger too, but more than that, worry. Mom, Chao Fei and the others have been gone so long and still aren't back. Nothing's happened, has it? The people of Yonglu village don't play fair. Just then, a clatter of chaotic footsteps rose beyond the courtyard gate. Chun Jianya strode into the yard, with me and Chun Ruosong behind him. The 3 women inside hurried out to meet us. Dad, Chao Fei. The moment Chun Ruolin spotted us, the worry weighing on her heart finally lifted. She hurried to my side and looked me over. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Taking the cue, I clasped her soft little hand, a smile tugging at my lips. What could possibly happen to me? I didn't even lose a single hair. Lu Guixiang hurried over to Chun Jianya and asked anxiously, Old man, how'd it go? Did you catch Relied? Chun Jianya gave a cold snort. Caught him. That animal's already been handed over to the town police station. The officers said, hooliganism plus intent to rape, and adding up his prior cases, That's enough to put him away for 7 or 8 years. Lu Guoxiang pressed her palms together and murmured Amit Ba over and over. Chen Ruolin let out a long breath too. That's exactly how it should be. The longer they lock him up, the better, so he can't get out and bring grief to the world. Locked up that many years, even if he did get out, the man would be finished. There was a villager who'd been sentenced back in the 90s, only 5 years in, and he came out an idiot. And that was assuming he even came out alive. Chen Ruoju stood on the steps, her gaze passing over everyone to land squarely on me. She looked at my sharply defined face, gratitude plain in her eyes. Chao Fei. She spoke softly, her cool voice carrying a barely perceptible tremble. I turned my head and met my sister-in-law's gaze. Sis, does your foot still hurt? She shook her head, her eyes reddening slightly. It doesn't hurt anymore. What happened last night? Thank you, truly. If not for you, I really don't know what would have become of me. She said it in dead earnest. I waved a hand, my tone easy. Sis, what kind of talk is that? We're family, and family doesn't stand on ceremony. Scum like that. Even if it hadn't been you he ran into, if I'd seen it, I'd have dealt with him. Chun Jianya nodded in satisfaction beside us, his gaze on me growing ever more admiring. Chao Fei's right. We're all family. You all didn't see it, but today it was all thanks to Chao Fei's courage and cunning. He stormed into Yonglu village single-handed and dragged that animal Li Lizi right out bound up. That bunch surrounded him with carrying poles and hoes. And he didn't so much as blink. He talked that whole crowd into submission. Even that old fox Wang Fuhai had no choice but to back down like a good boy. He recounted it with pride all over his face, spittle flying. Hearing her father praise her man like that, Chen Ruolin felt sweetness bloom in her heart, and the look she gave me now held a hint of worship on top of her reliance. Chen Ruosong nodded along too. Sis, Dad's right. Brother-in-law was too awesome today. From now on, whenever you want to go somewhere in the dead of night, just call me. I'll go with you. And let's see who dares touch a single hair on you. He said it with ringing conviction. That long yellow mop of his had been cut short and dyed black, with none of his old hooligan swagger left. Chen Ruoju looked at this little brother who usually did nothing but stir up trouble, and a warm current welled up in her heart. After I'd taught the kid a lesson, tonight he'd acted like a real man. His injuries from the earlier beating hadn't even healed, yet the moment he heard her tearful account, he'd gotten up without a word and gone off to Yonglu village with Chun Jianya, wooden club in hand. Being protected like this by her own little brother warmed her heart as the eldest sister. All right. A faint, gentle smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Watching this touching scene, I spoke up at the right moment. Sis, you still haven't said. You ran off to that patch of woods behind the village in the dead of night. What on earth were you looking for? There's usually not even a ghost shadow out there. It's far too dangerous. The instant I said it, every eye in the courtyard focused on Chun Ruoju. Chun Jianya knitted his brow too, his tone turning sterner. That's right, Ruoju. You're usually the most sensible one. How'd you do something so foolish today? What in the world were you doing out there in the middle of the night? Under everyone's stare, Chun Ruoju's fair cheeks flushed slightly. She hesitated a moment before explaining softly. I went to gather a certain medicinal herb. Medicinal herb? Lu Guoxiang was taken aback. Are you sick? No. She shook her head. I've been preparing lately to test into the correspondence bachelor's program at the Provincial Teachers University. There's a specialized course in botany that requires a plant specimen experiment. The book says there's a plant called fleeceflower vine that only blooms deep in the night, when its medicinal value is highest. I remembered seeing it before in the woods behind the village, so I wanted to go gather some to make a specimen. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. Clearly she knew she'd been too reckless. Everyone suddenly understood. Around the year 2000, becoming a teacher with just a vocational secondary diploma was common enough, but to earn a professional title and a raise, you had to keep studying and test for an associate's or bachelor's degree. Chun Ruoju had always been driven. She was the only person in the village with an associate's degree, so wanting to test for a bachelor's made perfect sense. Chun Jianya sighed. Child of mine, even if you want to study, you can't throw your life away over it. If something had really happened to you, what good would coming out top of the class do? Chun Ruoju lowered her head like a child who'd done wrong. Dad, I know I was wrong. I'll never go out alone in the dead of night again. Chun Ruosong hurried to add, Sis, whatever herb you need to gather, tell me in the daytime, and I'll go get it. And if it can't be found in daylight, I'll come with you at night with a flashlight. I nodded too, my tone earnest. Ruosong's right. Sis, studying is a good thing, but safety comes first. Whatever materials you need from now on, just tell us, and we'll get them for you. Chun Ruoju lifted her head, looked at these family members who cared about her, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She nodded hard, and the great weight on her heart finally settled. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, carrying a chill. I glanced at the sky, The east had already turned pale as a fish's belly. Dad, Mom, it's already light out. The business with relied is settled. Everyone's been at it all night. Go get some sleep. Oh, and sis, the police may come before long to take your statement. Will you be okay with that? After all, word of something like this getting out was hardly flattering to any young woman, especially in a little fishing village in the year 2000. It might even affect her future marriage prospects. Chen Ruaju shook her head. As long as it brings Li Lizi to justice, I'll cooperate fully with anything. You don't need to worry about that. What's more, at that, she gave me a deep, lingering look. Her look baffled me. What's more what? Chen Ruaju drew her gaze back and spoke lightly. What's more, you saved me. The worst outcome never happened. As for other people's idle gossip, let them say what they will. Sis, you really are strong. I remarked sincerely. An ordinary woman going through something like this would probably be scared witless, might even fall into depression, and would need a long time of fear and sleeplessness before pulling through. Yet Chen Ruaju had gone from that initial panic to this calm composure, truly rare. Chen Ruolin proudly tilted up her little face. Of course, she's my big sister after all. That's right. She's a worthy daughter of me, Chen Jianya. Chen Jianya yawned and waved his hand. All right, everyone go to bed. Chow Fei, you and Ruolin get on home now. Take it slow on the road. I answered with a sound and, taking Chen Ruolin's hand, walked out of the courtyard. Chen Ruaju watched our departing figures, her gaze deep. That tall figure was like a great mountain, standing steady against all the wind and rain. She bit her lower lip gently. On the dirt road back to the Chow house, Chen Ruolin walked shoulder to shoulder with me. Chow Fei, you really scared me to death tonight. She pressed her lips together, unable to hide her worry. Running off to Yonglu village all by yourself. What if they'd come to blows? I turned to look at that stunningly beautiful face of hers and gave a wicked grin. What? Feeling sorry for your man. Her cheeks reddened, and she shot me a coquettish glare. Who's feeling sorry for you? I'm just afraid of you getting crippled, so there'd be no one left to earn a living for the family. Stubborn talk. I stopped and pulled her into my arms. She let out a cry of surprise, her body pressed tight against my chest. What are you doing? We're still out on the main road. She struggled fitfully. It was already this time of day. Someone might well be up and about for work. The village was only so big, and everyone knew everyone. How embarrassing to be spotted. So what if it's the main road? I'm holding my own wife. Who's got any say in that? I wrapped my arm domineeringly around her waist. Wife, I performed a great feat tonight. How do you plan to reward me? Enveloped in the strong masculine scent coming off me, her body went half limp in an instant. She lifted her head, met my burning gaze, and couldn't help but picture that royal blue silk nightgown in her mind. You, how do you want to be rewarded? Her voice was thin as a mosquito's whine. I lowered my head to her ear, my warm breath falling against her neck. You still didn't wear that nightgown enough last night. When we get back, shall we pick up where we left off? Her cheeks flushed red to the roots of her ears in an instant. She shot me a reproachful glare and lightly thumped her fist against my chest. This man was getting more and more improper, saying such embarrassing things right out on the road in broad daylight. But her mind quickly flashed to the sight of me crouching down last night to wash her feet, and to that valiant image of me charging into Yonglu village single-handed and hauling Li Lizi off to the police station. Her man could not only earn a living but also protect her sister's honor at the critical moment. That sense of responsibility filled her heart with an indescribable feeling of security. What's more, last night I'd clearly had a bellyful of pent-up desire, yet I'd forced myself to hold back out of care for her body. At that thought, her shyness actually faded, replaced by a deep sense of guilt. All right. She bit her lower lip, her voice light as a mosquito's hum. I'll do whatever you say. I was momentarily stunned. I hadn't expected this girl to agree so readily. Looks like this bout of heroics rescuing the fair maiden hadn't just earned my sister-in-law's gratitude. It had my wife bending to my every wish too. But, she raised her head, her lovely eyes carrying a hint of pleading. Could you not go at it all night this time? My body really can't take it, and I have to get up tomorrow to help Mom with the chores. As a daughter-in-law, coming out of the room every day only after the sun's high, leaving all the work to Mom, it's just not right. And I'm worried about my sister, too. Once the chores are done, I'd like to go back and check on her. Looking at her pitiful little expression, I curved my lips in a wicked grin. Wife, you didn't used to talk like this. As I recall, right after we got married, you complained every single night about how useless I was, saying I couldn't even last 2 hours. How come now you're the one begging for mercy? Hearing me dredge up that old account, she was so mortified she wanted to dig a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Back then, it was only because her needs had gone unmet and resentment had built up that she blurted out those mocking jabs. Who could have imagined this man would now seem like a completely different person, with stamina frightening enough to give one pause? If she could do it over, she'd never dare complain a single word again. I, I was just talking nonsense back then. She stammered out her explanation. Don't hold it against me. Watching her flustered state, my mischievous streak was thoroughly satisfied. Since you used to think 2 hours wasn't enough for me. I pressed close to her ear and lowered my voice. Then how about 4 hours this time? At that she let out a cry of alarm, her legs going weak, nearly dropping her to the ground. 4 hours? How is that any different from going at it all night? This brute really did mean to take her apart. No. She was so anxious that tears nearly spilled. 4 hours is too much. Chow Fei, you're bullying me. I burst out laughing, scooped her up crosswise into my arms, and strode toward home. Put me down. How humiliating if someone sees. She struggled a couple of times in my arms, but couldn't budge me in the slightest. What's there to fear? I'm carrying my own wife. Not even the king of heaven himself could say anything about it. My tone was domineering, but my feet quickened a bit. By the time we got back to the little Chow courtyard, the day was fully bright. The morning sunlight spilled into the yard, where a few old hens pecked leisurely in a corner. Chow Jiangwo and Wang Xiuhua had long been up, washing at the yard. Seeing me walk and carrying Chen Ruolin, the old couple both froze. Chen Ruolin buried her face in my chest, too embarrassed to look up at her in-laws. I, on the other hand, kept my composure and set her steadily down. Second son, where'd you two run off to so early in the morning? Wang Xiuhua wiped her hands and came over, her face full of confusion. How come you were out all night? And why is Ruolin's face so red? Does she have a fever? I paused, then looked at Chen Ruolin. Mom and Dad still don't know? She nodded. It all happened so suddenly. When Ruosong came looking for me, Mom and Dad didn't wake up, and I was thinking about getting to my sister right away, so I didn't tell you. I just left first. Chow Jiangwo sensed something was off and quickly pressed. What on earth happened? Why did Lanlin's little brother come over? Where did you two run off to last night? Mom, Dad, hear me out. I recounted the whole of last night's events from start to finish, from going to catch fish in the stream, to hearing the cries for help and saving my sister-in-law, to charging into Yanglu village single-handed and hauling Li Lizi off to the police station. I told it in an offhand way, but the old couple listened with their hearts pounding, especially when they heard how Li Lizi had nearly defiled Chun Ruoju's honor. Wang Xiuhua trembled with rage. That damned animal, she cursed. Sneaking around stealing chickens was one thing, but now he dares bully us right here in Taohua village. A girl as fine as Ruoju, if she'd really been defiled, her whole life would have been ruined. Chow Jiangwo's face went iron dark too, his hands clenched into fists. This Li Lizi's got some nerve, the guts of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to touch even the village head's daughter. Scum like that ought to be sent off to eat a bullet. He looked at me, his eyes full of admiration. Second son, you did a fine job this time. This was saving Ruoju's whole life. Wang Xiuhua came up close and looked me over. You went off to Yanglu village all by yourself. You didn't get bullied, did you? That bunch in their village is notorious for protecting their own. They didn't beat you, did they? Mom, don't worry. I smiled. That handful of misfits wasn't even enough for me to take on with one hand. And besides, my father-in-law showed up later with the folks from Taohua village, and they didn't dare make a peep. The Yanglu village head was reasonable too. Once he knew it was Li Lizi's doing, he handed the man over to us like a good fellow. Only when they heard that their in-law had brought people over too did the old couple finally let out a long breath. What a blessing, truly a blessing. Wang Xiuhua pressed her palms together and bowed toward the sun rising in the east. Second son, you performed a great feat this time. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, and all the more so when it's your own sister-in-law you saved. Chow Jiangwo patted my shoulder, pride all over his face. Your father-in-law's surely got to thank you properly. Our Chow family's really got some face this time. Chen Ruolin looked at me with boundless gratitude too. The words of thanks had already been said too many times back at her parents' home. Saying them again now would only seem affected. All right, you two have been at it all night. You must be worn out. Wang Xiuhua looked at the red veins in our eyes and urged us tenderly. There's hot porridge in the pot. Have some and get back to your room for a nap. No chores at all today. Thank you, Mom. Chen Ruolin answered sweetly, got up, and went to the kitchen to bring out 2 bowls of hot porridge. The two of us sat by the stone table and finished the porridge quickly. I set down my bowl and chopsticks, took her hand, and strode toward the east room. Dad, Mom, we're heading back to our room to sleep now. Go on, go on. We'll call you for a meal when you wake up. Wang Xiuhua smiled and waved a hand, then turned to clear away the bowls. Pushing open the wooden door of the east room, I reached back and bolted it shut. Chen Ruolin couldn't help but give a little shiver. She knew this man was about to make good on the promise from the road. I turned around, my gaze fixed intently on her. The light in the room was dim, yet my eyes were startlingly bright. Under that stare, she went weak all over, her breathing quickening. After Chinroasong woke her last night, she'd hurriedly changed clothes and gone out, and the nightgown she'd taken off was still on the bed. She gritted her teeth, walked to the bedside, and lifted the quilt. That royal blue silk nightgown lay quietly on the sheets, giving off an enticing sheen. She picked up the nightgown and turned to look at me, her cheeks red enough to drip blood. You turn around. I'm going to change." I stood leaning against the door panel, arms folded across my chest, and gave a wicked grin. "Didn't we just agree on the road that you'd do whatever I say? We're husband and wife. What's there to hide? Change right here." She shot me a mortified, indignant glare, but didn't dare talk back. She knew my temper. If she didn't go along with me, there was no telling how I'd carry on later. What's more, she owed me a big favor, and it was only right to pay it back properly. She drew a deep breath and, with trembling fingers, undid the buttons of her blouse. The morning sunlight slipped in through the gaps in the window lattice, falling just so upon her fair skin. Biting her red lips, she slid the blouse down off her fragrant shoulders, and a broad expanse of snowy white was bared to the air, carrying the full, ripe charm unique to a mature woman. I leaned against the door panel, my gaze roaming down her long, slender neck. Those astonishing curves rose and fell faintly with her breathing, yet her waist was slender enough to be encircled by a single grasp. Years of labor hadn't coarsened her skin at all. Instead, it held a healthy, dewy glow. Under my burning gaze, she went weak all over, her legs pressing together of their own accord, and she flustered as she snatched up the nightgown and fumbled it onto herself. The delicate straps hung over her rounded shoulders, the silky fabric instantly clinging to her alluring contours. The royal blue set off her skin even wider, the hem falling just enough to cover the top of her thighs, leaving a pair of long, straight jade legs fully exposed, radiating a deadly allure. She pinched the nightgown awkwardly, not daring to look up at me, her voice tiny. I'm changed." I tucked my hands in my pockets and straightened up, walking step by step toward the bedside. The steady sound of my footsteps was especially clear in the silent room. Listening to the footsteps drawing near, her heart pounded wildly, her mind full of that line about going at it for 4 hours. This man's stamina was outrageous now, if he really went at it for 4 hours, in broad daylight. But she owed me so much, and she couldn't go back on what she'd promised. All she could do was force herself not to dwell on it any further. Until I reached her. She squeezed her eyes shut in fright, long lashes trembling ceaselessly, and sat straight down on the bed, gripping the sheets hard with both hands, her body leaning slightly back, braced to weather the coming storm. Seeing her adorable, bracing for battle look, I couldn't hold back any longer, and the corners of my mouth shot up wildly. I bent down abruptly, planting my hands on either side of her body. She let out a cry of surprise. You be gentle. And it's broad daylight. Mom and Dad are right outside. Don't really go for 4 hours." Her face flushed. She squeezed her eyes shut in resignation. "Wife, what wild things are you imagining?" Instead of roughly tearing at her clothes as usual, I simply lay down beside her, stretched out a long arm, and pulled her full, soft body into my embrace. She froze. The fury she'd braced for never came. She opened her eyes in bewilderment, gazing at the face right before hers. "What are you doing?" She thought I was up to some new trick in broad daylight again. After all, her husband was just that wicked, like a different person, a big bad scoundrel, rotten to the core. I tightened my arms, locking her firmly in my embrace, my chin resting against her forehead. "Don't move. Let me just hold you a while." Her body stiffened, and feeling my warm body heat, her heart skipped a beat. "Didn't you say 4 hours?" She bit her lower lip. I finally couldn't hold it in and let out a low chuckle. "Silly wife, I was just teasing you." I gave her soft cheek a pinch. Her eyes went wide, full of disbelief. "You were fooling me. Last night, I went off to catch fish, then got into a fight with Relied, carried your sister back, rushed nonstop to Yonglu village to make an arrest, then went to the town station to give a statement. I've been at it right up till now." I sighed, a trace of weariness in my voice. "Your man is made of flesh too. Even a body of iron couldn't hold up." The bit of shame and indignation in her heart vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep tenderness. Only now did it dawn on her. This man had been through a fierce battle last night, charging into Yonglu village alone, facing that whole crowd of villagers with weapons, and still having to protect her sister's honor. The danger in all of it made her shudder just to think of it. It was only that I loved teasing her too much, leaving her unable to tell which words were jokes and which were serious. Add to that my naturally sturdy frame and boundless energy, and she simply hadn't thought that I might be genuinely tired. Her eyes reddened slightly as she reached out a small hand and gently stroked the stubble on my chin. "I'm sorry. Just now I actually thought you." Her voice choked. "Thought I wanted to have my way with you in broad daylight." For 4 hours, no less. I laughed. If you really want it, wife, then as your husband, I'll just have to sacrifice myself for your sake. After all, a man can't have his own wife calling him useless. Chen Rulin. The sorrow that had just welled up vanished in an instant. Wicked Xiao Fei. She raised her fist and lightly thumped it against my chest. You can't be serious for a moment. All right, no more fooling around. I caught her small hand and kissed it. Sleep well beside me, and don't think about a thing. You said it yourself, humph. I've been wishing for exactly this, you bad husband. Haha. She nestled obediently against my broad chest. I pulled over the thin quilt from the side and draped it over the two of us. Warmth quickly rose inside the covers, mingling with the faint scent of osmanthus shampoo on her. I drew a deep breath and felt a sense of peace I'd never known before. Though the spirit spring space had remade my body and given me abundant stamina, the mental fatigue was real and true. In the few days since I'd been reborn, I'd been busy the whole time. I really did need a good rest. And now, with the soft, curvaceous beauty of a wife in my arms, it'd be a waste not to sleep. Chen Rulin pressed against my chest, listening to my heartbeat, her own heart at perfect peace. She tilted her head up slightly, looked at my closed eyes, and a satisfied smile curved her lips. Xiao Fei, she called softly. My eyes stayed shut, my voice thick and nasal. Thank you. Her tone was earnest. Thank you for saving my sister, and for being so good to me. What are a husband and wife doing talking like this? I ruffled her hair. All right, go to sleep now. I'm dead tired. She answered with a sound and obediently closed her eyes. Not until my breathing turned even did she know I'd fallen asleep. She quietly opened her eyes and, by the faint light seeping through the gap in the curtains, studied me carefully. The thick brows, the tall bridge of the nose, and those lips that always carried a wicked grin. Come to think of it, back when she discovered she'd been tricked into marrying the wrong brother. Though she'd been so mortified and furious she'd wanted a divorce. One of the important reasons she ultimately couldn't bring herself to go through with it was this. This fellow wasn't just physically sturdy, he was devilishly handsome too, far better looking than his own brother Chao Yang, and more manly besides. She couldn't help leaning in and pressing a light kiss to my lips. Silly. She mumbled it with reddened cheeks, then nestled back into my arms and quickly drifted off to dreamland. The two of us slept especially soundly this time. It wasn't until past 2 in the afternoon that a clatter of footsteps rose in the courtyard. I opened my eyes groggily, feeling refreshed and full of energy. My body, remade by the spirit spring water, had astonishing recovery power. Just a few hours of sleep and the fatigue was swept clean away. I looked down at Chen Rulin in my arms. This girl was still sleeping sweetly, her long lashes casting shadows on her eyelids. The royal blue silk nightgown had ridden up halfway in her sleep, exposing a broad expanse of fair skin. I swallowed hard, forced down the wicked fire in my chest, carefully slid my arm out, tucked the quilt around her, and slipped stealthily out of bed. Once I dressed, I pushed open the wooden door of the east room and walked into the yard. Chao Jingwo was sitting by the stone table smoking, his brow tightly furrowed. Seeing me come out, he called, "Second son, you're up." "Dad, what's happened? There's quite a commotion out there." I walked over. He sighed and pointed beyond the courtyard gate. "The town police station sent someone over a little while ago to take Ruaju's statement at your father-in-law's place." His tone was heavy. "The whole village is buzzing now. People are saying all sorts of things." "Saying what? What else would they say? Nothing good ever comes out of those gossips' mouths." He gave a cold snort. "They're saying that Ruaju ran off to the woods in the dead of night. So Li Lizy must have had his way with her, and that she's only reporting it now to cover her shame." A flash of cold light crossed my eyes. That was just how the countryside was in the year 2000. Rumor and gossip could kill. Especially for an unmarried girl, a stain like this on her reputation was a torment worse than being killed. "Dad, don't you worry about this. I'll handle it. Don't act rashly." He quickly grabbed hold of me. "This kind of thing only gets murkier the more you try to explain. If you go quarrel with those women now, you'll only make it harder on Ruaju. The mouths are on other people's faces. If they discuss it privately, what can we do?" I drew a deep breath, knowing my father was right. The best way to deal with rumors wasn't to explain, but to slap them down with facts. It was just that my sister-in-law was probably in for a rough time. I know my limits. I patted the back of his hand. After talking it over with him for a while, I went back inside. Chen Rulin was sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Awake." Seeing me come in, she quickly tugged up her slipped strap, her cheeks tinged pink. "What was Dad saying out there?" I vaguely heard something about rumors. Her voice still carried the hoarseness of having just woken. I sat down at the bedside and told her in detail about the police coming and the village gossip. Her face went pale in an instant, all drowsiness gone. and she gripped my arm tight with both hands. How could this be? How can those people smear an innocent person's name out of thin air? The mouths are on other people's faces. We can rule over heaven and earth, but we can't stop other folks from crapping and farting. I sneered. Her eyes reddened, and she was so anxious tears nearly fell. This won't do. My sister's always cared about her reputation. Running into something like this, she's surely hiding in her room, crying in secret. Chow Fei, come with me to my parents' place right now. I have to go see her. I patted her back and soothed her gently. All right, hurry and change. We'll head over right away. She fumbled off her nightgown, changed into that newly bought floral dress, and pulled me toward the door. The two of us said a quick goodbye to my parents and headed straight for the Chun family courtyard. Along the way, quite a few villagers were gathered in twos and threes along the village road. Seeing the two of us, those people immediately lowered their voices, pointing and whispering, their eyes full of a spectator's relish. We could faintly hear a few gossips murmuring with their heads together. Io, did you hear? The village head's eldest daughter got caught red-handed in the woods last night. That's right. I heard her clothes were even torn. How's she supposed to marry anyone after this? Hearing this rubbish, Chen Ruolin trembled with rage and rushed up to confront them. What nonsense are you wagging your tongues about? My sister is a pure, upright young woman. Say another word of that garbage and see if I don't rip your mouths apart. Caught in the act, Auntie Wong, far from being afraid, spat out a sunflower seed husk and rolled her eyes. Oh ho, Ruolin, why are you taking it out on us? A lone man and woman slipping into the little woods in the dead of night. Who knows what shameful things went on? Exactly, Auntie Lee beside her chimed in. Flies don't swarm an egg without a crack. Why didn't that Lee Lizzie go trailing after somebody else? HM? Why your sister, of all people? Chen Ruolin's chest heaved violently, so enraged by this twisted logic that tears welled in her eyes. Just as she was about to argue, I laid a big hand steadily on her shoulder, pulled her behind me, and strode forward. My 6-foot frame carried an intense pressure as I swept a cold gaze over these few gossips. Auntie Wong, Auntie Lee, did you two just fish those mouths out of the cesspit at the village entrance? Auntie Wong's face changed, and she planted her hands on her hips. Chow the second son, how dare you curse at people? Cursing you off is letting you off easy. My gaze was sharp. Chun Ruaju is my sister-in-law, and she's the eldest daughter of the village head of our Taohua village. Yesterday, when the money was being handed out at the village entrance, every one of you was grinning like a blooming flower, taking the blood and sweat money Chow Fei, won for the village, and then you turn around and sling mud at my sister-in-law. Your table manners are downright ugly, wouldn't you say? The moment I said it, Auntie Wong and Auntie Lee flushed red in an instant, stammering without being able to squeeze out a single word. The onlookers around us lowered their heads one after another, feeling their faces burn. After all, every one of them had gotten money from Chun Jianya's hand yesterday, and that was thanks to me. Joining in the jeering now was truly dishonorable. I gave a cold sneer. Let me tell you, Lee Lizie's already been locked up, hooliganism at the very least. Anyone who dares spread more rumors and ruin my sister's name, I'll have you tossed in for a few days right alongside him tomorrow. The officers said spreading rumors is against the law too. Hearing they might end up at the police station, the gossips shuddered all over. Io, there's meat stewing on my stove at home. I've got to hurry back. Auntie Wong found an excuse and scurried off in disgrace. The others hastily scattered like startled birds and beasts, terrified of bringing trouble on themselves. I turned around, looked at Chun Ruolin's red-rimmed eyes, and reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. All right, why get so worked up over these blabbermouth women? I softened my voice. Let's hurry and go see your sister. She nodded, gripped my hand tight, and the two of us walked quickly toward the Chun family courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, we found it quiet inside. Chun Ruolin called out, Mom, Dad, are you there? I'm home. Lu Guoxiang was busy in the kitchen, and hearing the noise, she poked her head out. Ruolin, Chow Fei, you're here. She forced out a faint smile, her eyes full of weariness. Mom, where's my sister? Chun Ruolin asked anxiously. In her room. The comrades from the police station left not long ago. Lu Guoxiang sighed. You two go in and comfort her. That child's cared about her reputation since she was little. Clearly she'd heard the gossip going around outside too, and she was afraid her daughter might take it too hard, feel disgraced, and do something drastic. Chen Ruolin answered, and, pulling me along, walked quickly to Chun Ruaju's room. She drew a deep breath and knocked. Sis, are you in there? It's me, Lon Lon. The door's not locked, come in. Chen Ruaju's voice came from inside. Chen Ruolin carefully pushed the door open. The room was bright with light, and Chun Ruaju was sitting quietly at her desk, a thick specialized textbook in her hands. Sunlight fell on her cool, stunningly beautiful face, showing not a trace of fear or sorrow. Chen Ruolin was taken aback and hurried to the desk. Sis. Her voice trembled. Are, are you all right? Chen Roaju set down the book, looked up at her sister, and a faint, gentle smile tugged at her lips. What could be wrong with me? Am I supposed to just stop living because people outside toss around a few words? Looking at her sister's calm, unruffled manner, Chen Ruolan's worry only deepened, thinking she was putting on a brave front, and she quickly took hold of her sister's slightly cool fingers. Sis, those gossips outside say horrible things. Don't take it to heart, whatever you do. Her eyes reddened. Xiao Fei just chased them all off with a scolding. The mouths are on other people's faces. Let them say whatever they please. Chen Ruoju clasped her sister's hand in return. But, no buts. Chen Ruoju cut her off, her gaze clear. The innocent prove their own innocence. I'm the victim. Why should I suffer and grieve over a piece of scum's wrongdoing? I'm going to pass the bachelor's exam. She looked at the sunlight outside the window, her voice firm. And after that I'll test for graduate school, go to the provincial capital, go somewhere bigger. I'll make myself more accomplished, and once I'm standing high enough, these rumors will collapse on their own. Chen Ruolan gazed at her sister in a daze, tears finally falling, and nodded hard. Sis, you'll definitely pass. Standing in the doorway, I heard this, and a flash of surprise crossed my eyes, quickly turning into deep admiration. This sister-in-law's inner strength was greater than I'd imagined. In the countryside of this era, a girl running into something like this would mostly feel the sky had fallen. Yet she not only didn't wallow in self-pity, she saw the whole thing with such clarity. The mouths were on other people's faces. Catching them in the act and chasing them off could only work for the moment. You couldn't watch over those gossips every second of every day. Only by standing higher and growing stronger yourself could you shatter all doubt. Believing that firmly at heart, you'd never lose your way. Well said. A worthy daughter of me, Chun Jianya. Just then, Chun Jianya walked in. Dad. He nodded and walked over to the desk, looking at Chun Ruoju with pride all over his face. This whole thing is that animal Li Lizi's fault. It has nothing to do with you. I've made it clear to the officers. You're the victim, and no one gets to sling mud at you. As for those blabbermouth women spreading rumors out there, he gave a cold snort. I'm the village head of Taohua village, whatever else I am. I'd like to see who dares wag their tongues behind people's backs. I'm going door to door to warn them shortly. Anyone who dares say one more word of gossip won't see a single cent of the village's benefits from now on. Watching her father defend his own like a fierce parent, warmth welled up in Chun Ruoju's heart. Dad, thank you. What are we, family, doing talking like this? Chun Jianya waved his hand and turned to look at me in the doorway. The anger on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by admiration. Xiao Fei, come inside with me for a bit. He beckoned to me. I answered, left Chen Ruolan to keep her sister company, and followed my father-in-law into the inner room next door. The inner room was simply furnished, a bed, a dressing table, a wardrobe, a table for the water kettle, and against the wall an old camphor-wood chest. Chun Jinya walked to the chest, pulled out a key and opened the padlock, dug out a square bundle wrapped in red cloth from beneath the clothes at the very bottom, and turned to stuff it directly into my hands. Dad, this is... Feeling the thickness in my hands, I was a bit puzzled. There's 2,000 yuan in here. He lowered his voice. I paused, then quickly pushed the red cloth bundle back. Dad, I can't take this money. I waved my hands repeatedly. Your family's already stretched thin, and Ruosong still has to take a wife someday. Take it. He set his face, his tone firm. Didn't you say before that you wanted to buy a 12-horsepower diesel outboard boat to go deep-sea fishing? Buying a boat takes capital, and that little bit of money you've got isn't nearly enough. But, no buts. He forced the money back into my hands. You saved Ruoju this time. That makes you the great benefactor who saved our Chin family. What's more, yesterday you won honor for the village, and you even got Ruosong to wake up and behave a good deal better. This money is what you deserve. He patted my shoulder. You're a capable man. Count this as capital I'm lending you. Once you strike it rich down the road, just treat Ruolan well. Looking at my father-in-law's weathered face, an indescribable emotion welled up in my heart. I knew Qinjianya was a man who greatly valued his face. Years ago, forced to shoulder debt when his brother fled, his family had been dirt poor. This 2,000 yuan was probably the bulk of the savings the old couple had scraped together by pinching every penny. I drew a deep breath and didn't refuse again, solemnly tucking the red cloth bundle into my chest. Dad, rest assured. My gaze was firm. I'll spend this money where it counts most. I promise, in a month at most, I'll pay back this 2,000, principal and interest. Chun Jianya smiled in satisfaction. Good lad, you've got ambition. Come, let's go have a couple of drinks with your old man. You bet. The 8 immortals table in the main room was laden with a lavish spread, steaming braised pork giving off an enticing aroma, several sea fish alongside it, and even a plate of oil-braised prawns, a rare treat in this era. Clearly he'd spared no expense. Chun Jinya specially took out a bottle of Shifeng liquor he'd treasured for ages, carefully twisting off the cap, and the rich aroma of the liquor spread out in an instant, making my brother-in-law Chen Ruosong swallow his drool. Come, Chow Fei. Today the two of us men have got to have a good few rounds. We're not stopping till we're drunk. Chun Jinya's face glowed red as he personally filled my cup to the brim, the liquor nearly overflowing the rim. I quickly raised the cup with both hands and steadied it. Dad, this cup's a toast to you. Here's to your good health. Drink a little less. We still have to head back tonight. Chen Ruolin sat beside me, put a piece of fish in my bowl, and murmured softly. My heart glowed warm at my wife's concern, and I turned to give her a reassuring look. Chen Ruosong gazed at me, his face full of admiration. Brother-in-law, let me toast you too. Tea in place of liquor. Sure, come on. Cheers. The whole family sat gathered around the table, warm and harmonious, laughter never ceasing. While I fielded the toast from my father-in-law and brother-in-law, my gaze swept discreetly over Chen Raju across from me. She'd changed into a cream-colored dacron shirt, her hair casually pinned at the back of her head, gentle and dignified, her refined beauty on full display. Now and then she laughed along with everyone, the corners of her mouth curving into a lovely arc, yet the hand holding her chopsticks was slightly stiff. That smile floated on the surface, never reaching her eyes, and a faint veil of sorrow hung over her brow the whole time. I saw it clear as a mirror. This sister-in-law was, after all, a woman. How could she possibly forget something like that in the blink of an eye? She was only doing it to set the family at ease. Those rumors outside, every word and phrase of them, were jabbing right at her spine. No wound showed on the surface, but her heart was bleeding. The meal lasted over an hour. Chun Jinya got tipsy and was helped by Lu Guixiang to the inner room to rest. Chen Ruolin helped her mother clear away the bowls and chopsticks, and Chen Ruosong ran off to the backyard to feed the pigs. Chen Ruaju wanted to help, but was turned down and told to rest well. Finding the room stuffy and hot, I fished out a pack of Hongtashan cigarettes and walked alone to the old locust tree outside the courtyard for some air. Leaning against the rough trunk, I lit a cigarette and drew a deep breath, the pale white smoke slowly dispersing before my eyes. Just then, a slender figure walked out. Chen Ruaju had a palm leaf fan in her hand, head lowered as if lost in thought, and hadn't noticed me under the tree. Sis. I greeted her first, the cigarette between my fingers. She gave a start, her shoulders shrinking abruptly, and only relaxed when she looked up and saw it was me. You didn't stay inside to rest? She walked into the shade of the tree and waved her fan. I flicked off the ash and looked at her calmly. It was a little stuffy inside, so I came out for a smoke. You've got something heavy on your mind, sis. Thinking about the gossip out there, aren't you? Her fanning motion paused ever so slightly, and a flicker of panic crossed her face before she quickly covered it up. No. She looked away. Didn't I say it? The innocent prove their own innocence. I don't care what other people say. Watching her put up a brave front, I couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. What are you laughing at? She frowned slightly. I dropped the half-smoked cigarette to the ground and crushed it out, then turned to face her squarely. Sis, there's no one else here. Drop the act. That smile of yours at the table was so stiff even a dense kid like Ruosong nearly saw through it. She bit her lower lip and said nothing, her fingers tightening slightly around the fan. The truth is, deep down you're still scared, aren't you? You're afraid the rumors will spread to your school and affect your job, afraid they'll hurt your chances at the bachelor's exam, and even more afraid of bringing shame to mom and dad. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes reddening in an instant, that layer of feigned strength crumbling to pieces before me. A crystalline teardrop slid down her fair cheek. She was, after all, only a girl in her early 20s who hadn't yet married. She'd been hurt and still had to endure people's gossip. In an era when women held their honor and reputation more precious than anything, how could she truly be at peace? I sighed, fished a clean tissue from my pocket, and handed it to her. Sis, I'm spelling all this out because I'm afraid of you bottling it up alone, tormenting yourself, letting your mind run wild. Not speaking, not confiding, not crying it out. It'll only make you feel worse, and it won't help you get out from under the shadow of this ordeal any faster. So much depression in the world, apart from the congenital kind, often came precisely from being unable to speak up, from suffering in silence, until the mind was worn down and weakened. Chun Jianya and the others had seen her distress, but hadn't named it. That was a family's tenderness. I was different. I knew she was a strong beauty, which was exactly why she needed someone to speak up and jolt her awake. She took the tissue and dabbed haphazardly at the corners of her eyes, her voice choking. How could I not be afraid? She sniffled. You saw for yourself today just how venomous those villagers' mouths are. They don't care one bit about the truth. They just want a bit of gossip for their idle chatter, even if that gossip could ruin someone's whole life. Just thinking about going to school tomorrow, with colleagues pointing and whispering behind my back, I can't even breathe. I didn't rush to comfort her. Instead, I stuck both hands in my pockets and, in a flat tone, tossed out a question. Sis, do you think a person lives their life for themselves, or for those couple of remarks in other people's mouths? She was taken aback and looked up at me, seeming not to understand. You said it yourself. The mouths are on other people's faces, and what they choose to spout is their business. The more you care, the more worked up they get, treating you like a joke. I paused, looking straight into her red-rimmed eyes. You said before you wanted to pass the bachelor's exam. Go to the provincial capital, stand higher. There's nothing wrong with those words at all. But if you can't even withstand the gossip of a few village women, then even after you reach the provincial capital, when you hit bigger setbacks, will you still be able to stand steady? She stared at me in a daze, not even noticing that she'd crumpled the tissue in her hand. She'd never heard talk like this. The village elders would only tell her to endure, to consider the bigger picture, to mind her reputation. But every word of mine was a pearl of wisdom, cleaving straight through the gloom in her heart. That's right. Tawa village was just a small fishing village. The provincial capital she dreamed of going to was countless times bigger than this, and the setbacks she'd face in the future would be far, far more than this. Sis, life is like this muddy road under our feet. I pointed at the ground. Walk on it on a rainy day, and you're bound to get mud on your feet, maybe even fall flat on your face. Will you choose to sit in the mud pit crying and complaining that the road is bad, or get up, brush off the mud, and keep walking forward? As she listened to these words, the light in her eyes gradually grew clear and bright. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting the loose strands of hair at her forehead and scattering the last trace of gloom from her heart as well. That's right, she'd done nothing wrong. So why should she punish herself for someone else's malice? As long as she carried herself with integrity, time would prove everything in due course. What's more, just as he'd said, if she truly held a dream of leaving Tawa village and standing higher in the provincial capital, then a little setback like this counted for nothing at all. I understand now. She drew a deep breath, the sorrow on her face finally clearing away. I won't let those people have their laugh at me. Tomorrow I'll go to school and teach as usual. And if anyone dares wag their tongue in front of me, I'll fire it right back in their face. Looking at her face, radiant with renewed spirit, I nodded in satisfaction. Now you've got it. That's the medal befitting the eldest daughter of Tawa village's village head. Back when you accused me of peeping on you, that fierce aura of yours had me too scared to even glance your way. I'd hide far off every time I saw you. That's exactly the kind of force you need to bring out. Her small face flushed. You? Chow Fei, that was ages ago. Didn't we clear up the misunderstanding, and I sincerely apologize to you? And you're still bringing this up. I'm just using it as an example, haha. Sis, from now on, if you ever run into something like this, don't shoulder it all alone. Whatever trouble you've got, come to me anytime. She looked at this brother-in-law who was 2 years younger than her, met my sincere, clear eyes, and an indescribable, unfamiliar emotion welled up in her heart. She'd always thought of me as a tight-lipped dullard, unworthy of her sister, but only now did she realize how wildly wrong she'd been. This man not only had a sense of responsibility and courage, but saw through things with a clarity that was almost frightening. That composure and steadiness he carried, like someone who'd been through the vicissitudes of life, and the great wisdom that rolled off his tongue. It was nothing a country boy barely into his 20s should possess. What's more, if not for him yesterday, she'd likely have met with disaster. Chow Fei, I've realized you've really changed a lot. She looked at me with a burning gaze. You've got one grand principle after another, and even though you're younger than me, why do I feel like you're some old man who's weathered every storm? My heart lurched, and I inwardly cursed that I'd overdone it just now, quickly laughing it off. That's just a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. I watched too many Hong Kong TV dramas, that's all. I just rattled off a couple of lines. I put on a simple, honest air. She was tickled into a burst of laughter, her eyes and brows curving, her smile especially brilliant. She didn't call out my cover-up. She only gave me a deep, lingering look and quietly tucked this gratitude and admiration away in her heart. No matter what, thank you truly for today. Her tone was sincere. You didn't just save me, you untied the knot in my heart too. What you said just now, it really benefited me immensely. We're family, no need to talk like strangers. If I could help you out, sis, nothing could be better. I waved my hand. All right, it's hot out here, hurry back inside. Rulin's probably looking for us. I followed behind her, one after the other, into the main room. Shin Rulin had just finished tidying up and come out of the kitchen, running right into the two of us. Her gaze swept over both our faces, and she keenly sensed that her sister's state had changed. The veil of sorrow that had hung over her brow just moments ago during the meal had now, somehow, largely lifted.